Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect those? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Are we live?
Nope.
We're not?
Yep.
So good.
Okay. Hi, Shad.
Hi. Hi, Jane.
Doesn't... Okay, Byron's here. Looks like we got, I'm gaming and food for you.
Warning.
I'm gaming and food for you. I haven't seen that.
So, Shad, what did you think my, Steve McKay, discussion?
Steve McKay is McRae.
McRae.
Steve McRae. Yeah, it has an R in there.
No, his name doesn't have an R, at least on Twitter. That's something that I thought was kind of odd. I looked at it, and, yeah, there was no R.
Well,
Think we should show it on screen?
It's Steve McRae.
Okay.
2 versus 1. We win. It's Steve McRae.
I won.
I'm
Once
the winner.
Again, I won again. But
Now, you guys, I've been chilling in hell here for a while. I've noticed shit's started to get a little fucking weird. My color's coming back. You know, I'm kind of fading away. But I feel like I can feel the demon leaving me, Shabisky. John? It hurts. It burns.
Oh
I've been
my
cleansing the
gosh.
holy flame.
he's an angel now. Oh my god.
Dude,
Everything seems
do you
right.
want to read this, Shab?
It's the real Jesus. Okay, so I guess I don't know. I think this kid is supposed to be a kid that's trans or whatever. So that's the reason why McRae is even going after this. But their whole premise here is, as far as we're concerned, dumb. So scroll up to the little girl. So this little girl, maybe they were born a male and they consider themselves a female. I don't know, but on their shirt they have a thing of Patrick from SpongeBob.
Are you sure they didn't draw that with like a pen?
No,
'Cause that's what it looks like.
it's a low quality picture, Gene. Like, you could
Okay.
probably look it up and find this shirt somewhere, and it's printed just fine. But look at it's a pixelated picture. It's not all nice. But
Okay.
I mean, I
Are
guess.
you sure? What do you think, Dirt?
What? That's not a... I mean, I can't tell. Like Shab said, it is pixelated, but I mean, there's a good chance, like, cheap printed shirts like that. It doesn't look like a name brand fucking shirt, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I doubt she drew it, though. Like,
Oh,
it's a
you
little
said
ass kid.
drew it?
Yeah,
No,
that's
probably
what Gene's trying to
probably
say.
fucking not.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go
But
ahead.
anyways, it's Patrick wearing high heels, with like tights or whatever, and then you scroll down and
grooming.
that's something that was I think on the SpongeBob movie. So that's it. It's Patrick
It was
with the high heels,
Twisted Sister parody scene.
Yeah.
and he claimed go up to the part where he just says like indefinitely this is grooming. How do you not see that? Yeah, right here. Seriously, what the fuck? How is this normal for a child to wear? You don't think this is grooming? It 100% is grooming. And John had a big debate with him about it. So let's see.
No, you added me, and I'm like,
You're like, Gene, look at this shit.
Well, yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
See, it says MCRAE.
McRae with an R.
Yeah, ain't no McKay. McRae.
Yeah.
McRae.
Yeah, you said it
Oh.
without an R.
You said.
Well, I said McRae.
No, you said.
No.
Well, it was a flub then, John, because you said
Yeah, it was a
McKay.
flub. All right. We'll call him McRib. Steve McRib.
Steve McRib. I like it. Steve McRib. He can't be the first. That's not the first time he's heard that one, dude.
He says Steve McRae doesn't seem too informed regarding the sexuality of starfish. For starfish are sequential hermaphrodites, meaning they can willingly change their gender. SpongeBob educating kids about marine biology is showing that Patrick Star can be any gender he pleases.
God, that's so funny. Instead of gender, you're saying gender.
Yeah. Well, you gotta show the replies, Gene, you idiot.
No, that was good, John. That's funny.
Yeah.
His response to it is funnier.
And then
show replies, yeah. Says yes. Haven't you heard SpongeBob is required viewing in all modern university level marine biology courses? And then Gene says, in all seriousness, the image in question is from the SpongeBob movie, and in the movie it was depicted as silly that Patrick was dancing around in women's attire. So I think it's a stretch to call it grooming, hence context is key. And then Steve says, no kidding, you don't say. I think I already addressed that, mate, and he's referring to this... Mate, yeah, he's trying to act like he's red eye. Fuck you, you're not red eye. All right, scroll up though. What was his argument? He's saying, SpongeBob literally has an episode called "Grooming Gary" by Nickelodeon. You know, the channel that hired Dan Schneider. See, like this is dumb because it's like having a record label. And then one of the artists under that record label ends up being called out as a PDF file, and it's like, oh well, everybody in that record label must be a PDF file. Then it's like, no, that's not how it works.
Black and white, all or nothing thing.
Yeah, it's like Nickelodeon is a huge company with lots of shows, and Dan Schneider I don't even think worked on cartoons, so it doesn't make sense to even act like Dan Schneider has any sort of relevance with the subject we're talking about. Like, it doesn't.
Did you know that a starfish, that their mouth and their anus is one and the same?
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
it's nasty, dude.
I love that. Cool.
You remember I told you I had a dream I was a starfish, Joe?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So, did you want to read this? It's not derailed.
That character, Gary, is established as SpongeBob's pet snail, presented as having the same behavior and qualities as a pet cat. A quick Google search will show you the premise of the episode is SpongeBob grooming his pet Gary for a literal pet show. So again, context is key. And then Steve said, so glad you're so well informed on SpongeBob, but perhaps haven't kept up with events that took place at Nickelodeon. Oh my god, so back to that.
Yeah.
And then it's like John says, I'm informed as I covered the AI or the all quiet on set controversies on multiple streams. However, the fouls seen in one realm of a particular company don't immediately apply to all products of said corporation. And then Steve McRae says, it seems to be a pattern in Hollywood in general. Then he puts a BuzzFeed thing that shows 8...
Oh, and I think
No. You just clicked the thing like that.
Oh.
I'm informed as I covered. Oh no, that's.
Well, when he said, "I'm so glad you're well informed," I gave another reply on that about.
Oh, click that. Click no.
Click here. Yeah. Additionally, regarding my knowledge of SpongeBob, I am 28, so I apologize for retaining facts about a cartoon that aired throughout the entire span of time I was in elementary school.
Yeah, but also the thing was go up like his response to your thing was just a non sequitur because it's like it seems the pattern in Hollywood is general, and then he puts a BuzzFeed thing where it says 18 adult SpongeBob jokes that completely went over your head as a kid. It's like,
and it's just that lots of cartoons have
like
humor that's buried that kids aren't supposed to get.
Yeah, like, you can do that. You can make this list of adult jokes on kids, things like that. You can make a list like that for, like, probably half of the kids shows that we grew up with, you know?
They're all grooming kids.
Like, yeah, like, Ren and Stimpy was way
Ed and
worse.
Eddie, Jimmy, how they were androgynous and everything, that's them trying to, like, groom kids. Yeah,
it's just so silly because no, like he doesn't even understand that making this claim that, like, SpongeBob has something to do with, like, this grooming Dan Schneider stuff and everything. He doesn't understand that that's a huge claim to make. There's none of that is going on right now.
He's a producer of certain shows, not all shows, and he was a producer of, like, all those sitcom and sketch, like, live action Nickelodeon shows. He wasn't. I don't think he produces any of the cartoons.
He doesn't care about that. He can't fondle SpongeBob. Okay, like it's true. He can't fondle SpongeBob.
Did you know
SpongeBob's not a little 14-year-old girl. Okay,
Shab. Did you know that sea sponges, they have 3 methods of reproduction? Do you know what they are?
Whoa. No, but I want to do them all with the sponge.
They can reproduce through budding, where, like, part of the sponge, like, branches off and then starts growing, or they can reproduce through, I guess, asexual reproduction, where they use their own sperm to impregnate themselves, or they can do, like, I guess, sexual reproduction, where they use their sperm to impregnate other sponges. Yeah.
Sponges get down is what I'm hearing, dude.
That's hot. I want to be a fucking sponge. A sponge fucking.
And then he says, yeah, my daughter watched it growing up, ergo I had to watch it. So he's acting like the comment he made earlier is like, oh, I'm odd because I know about SpongeBob. He's like, I know about it. My daughter watched it. So he kind of, like, contradicts himself there.
Yeah, and it's just silly because the thing is that these kind of conversations are just silly because I think he's being intellectually dishonest. Either he's not smart enough to follow along or he's being intellectually dishonest. He doesn't care to actually argue his points. He'd rather bounce around on other bullshit. It's like him stupid showing the stupid BuzzFeed thing. It's like, so what if they made some adult, like, he knows that adult jokes don't equal grooming. That's stupid. Yeah. Like, stop it.
But here, it's kind of ironic that he was a co-host of a show called The Non Sequitur.
Yeah.
But here it says, then wouldn't you know that Gary is his pet? So why wouldn't you suspect that it's likely that they're not using the definition of the word grooming that you're referring to? And then he says, I know Gary is his pet snail. I am well aware of that. Do you understand what a double, like, entendre is? And I said, even if it's a double entendre, do you think any kid is going to pick up on that? Also, is there anything that particular episode that falls within this negative connotation of the word, or within?
Yeah, and what's the logic there? If they secretly, like, okay, it's making a big claim that secretly they called it the episode grooming because it has 2 meanings secretly, and they're joking about it in the background and stuff. Even, like, that would be disgusting if that's true. If it is true, how does that have any sort of effect or bearing on the kids whatsoever? Like, that's like, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be, like, pointed at and being like, those are fucked up people. That's still the truth. But me growing up and them using the word grooming correctly for, like, a cat or something, but them secretly being like, oh, this is what we kind of mean about it. It's like, that doesn't have any... It doesn't have any sort of effect on me. Therefore, it's not grooming me in any way, shape, or form. Right?
Yeah, and he says,
it would have to have some sort of effect to be grooming me.
I am arguing a holistic case here, an aggregate of evidence. And I said, I think when people focus on benign and trivial content like this, it obfuscates the more serious affronts, resulting in those who encounter these issues in passing to dismiss it as petty nonsense. And yeah, that is something where Like,
yeah,
maybe,
that's
like,
it goes against his cause because I know he's arguing that like I don't know this for sure, but I'd assume he's arguing that like, oh, this child isn't being, isn't being treated right. I don't want to use the word, like, you got to stay away from certain words on YouTube or whatever. But, like, these parents are doing this kid wrong with this transition thing and everything. Well, let's say he's right. He's not doing his side any justice by fighting over the stupid picture of Patrick on their shirt. The picture of Patrick is like, I'm using this word too much, a non sequitur. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the problem, and so it makes you look like an idiot. It makes your side look like a bunch of idiots.
And he said, or I said, we did make these arguments when covering Dan Schneider. There are many egregious things Schneider and his colleagues should be condemned for, but there were also examples of content, like what we've been discussing here, that we felt were a bit of a stretch. And then, I guess I didn't reply to this. You think it was a good move for him to bring a lawsuit?
Oh, wow, John. Caught up in your own bullshit. You said he stopped replying to you.
Yeah, and I saw that reply too, and it's like, what kind of... That is a non-response. That is just... It's not even... It's not focusing on the subject we're talking about, not focusing on the argument. It's dancing around it. Don't you agree, Gene? Like, like, let's talk about things surrounding this subject instead of talking about things that actually have to do with this argument I'm trying to make. Like, oh, you think him bringing a lawsuit was okay? It's like, no, I never said that. What does that have to do with the Patrick Star picture? Nothing. Just like Dan Schneider has nothing to do with that, and half of the bullshit he talks about.
They're both on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, Oh, they were. Both of the shows were made by adult males. Oh my God, they have to be related then. Oh.
You're right, Shab. I see this dude and I cringe instantly, dude.
I hate him. Do you remember?
Brittany.
Do you remember when he wore his hat like as if it was floating on his head?
Well,
do you remember that?
You can't blame him, Shab. He's mentally unwell.
He did what those dumb teenagers do, where they don't even wear their hat right. The guy on the screen, this guy.
Oh, I don't even know who this dude is.
Yeah, we said
FousyTube.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about Steve McRae, and I'm like, when did he ever wear a hat?
Nah, this guy on the screen. He's cringy. He's one of those guys that are full of themselves. He's really dumb. He's big on YouTube. He's
like Andrew Tate.
He's very full of himself and probably calls himself an alpha. I would be willing to bet that he considers himself to be an alpha.
I like people that are obsessed with that. It's like little kids when they kind of create like names from different groups, and it's like, I'm this, you're that.
Yeah, like
and
it
they
shows.
Argue over it.
It shows how childish people could be, because it's like you can tell he's in shape. He's got some muscles, and that's why a lot of dudes like him will be like, oh, I'm an alpha and stuff. It's like, dude, just because you worked out and got some like in reality, all three of us here, if we focused enough and built up our arms and stuff, we could have arms like him. I'm too busy doing we have other things we're doing with our lives.
You in a fight, that's what's important.
Exactly. It's like, I consider an alpha to be someone who, if anything, someone is going to be an alpha, they're going to be someone who's like amazingly talented or amazing people just in general or something. Not people that just, I have a lot of muscle because I work out a lot. It's like, oh, good for you.
Y'all are stupid. Get your ass off the plane. I would get that punch right now if you let me out of these handcuffs. If you don't, it's gonna be a mistake, sir. I promise.
There's music. Is this gonna...
Oh, that's their Kick followers.
Yay.
Yeah, hold up. Pause.
You gonna wait 40 minutes?
Pause. I don't know. Just skip. You see that little first chapter? Just skip that. There you go. My bad.
On August 8th, 2023, FousyTube was live streaming to over 70,000 people when he decided to call 911, claiming he was being held at gunpoint in his hotel room.
There's a gun to my head right now. There's a gun to my head. Help, ma'am, he left. Ma'am, he left. There's a gun to my head. Help, get them. Help.
Ma'am, he left. There's a gun to my head. Hell,
supposed to be like a prank or
no.
And when the officers arrived at the hotel room,
what happened was I think somebody was doxing him or like leaking his hotel room number or his hotel room or whatever. So he called the police on them, and they weren't responding.
They had a gun in order.
They weren't responding fast enough. So he said, "Oh my God, come now! There's a gun to my head! Oh my God!" He left. "Oh my God, there's a gun to my head!" Yeah.
they found the hysterical FousyTube who claimed that someone had called his room and was threatening his mom.
Hi, it's me again. Remember me? He posted a video. He was on live yesterday calling my mom. I had his face, everything recorded. He goes, "Remember me? He threatened my life tonight. He said exactly where I am out loud, room, everything. I literally told him, if I see you, I'm sticking a knife 9 inches in your neck and I'm sliding it down your penis." He gave me his address.
What? I'm sliding it down to your penis? What? Dude, he is such a... Dude, he's
a barbarian, dude.
These cops have to be like, this guy is fucking out of his mind. Did you hear what he just said, Gene? He said, stick a knife 9 inches in your throat and then go down to your penis.
I have his address! I said grab my security 20 minutes ago!
As Fousy is telling his side of the story, he becomes very agitated, raising his voice.
He doesn't want to tell his side of the story to the police without his security there, and the security won't let him in the room, so he's throwing a bitch fit. Or no, they won't let the security in the room, my bad.
To the officers. But the officers would soon find out from his security guard that Fousy had been off his meds and hadn't slept in several days.
He's supposed to be taking medication. He's off his meds. My point of contact, they told me that whoever deals...
What's he taking the meds for? Like schizophrenia?
Who knows, John?
Yes. What is the relationship with your boyfriend? Who's that person? I guess that's either his business partner or someone that deals with him on a daily basis. I guess that's who he wants. How would they know he's off his meds?
If you're off your meds, you probably shouldn't go like 3-4 days without sleep.
He said himself. And he said himself on live stream.
The security guard tells officers that he's been off his meds for 2 days, and it's now becoming more clear that Fousy may be going through some kind of mental health breakdown.
I'm out? He just been out? Dog, I'm live streaming. I'm the most famous guy on the internet right now. A guy calls my mom yesterday and says I'm gonna slit your throat.
The officers talk amongst themselves and agree that the next plan of action was to get him to a mental hospital for help immediately.
You guys are dumb as fuck, man. You guys are literally dumb as fuck. Hey, record this. Security, come in here now. Yo, for my protection, come in here. He can't come in? Y'all are fuck. I'm suing all y'all. My life is in danger and you arrest a Palestinian Muslim who's viral? Are y'all dumb or are you stupid?
Palestinian... Hold on. He says, and you arrest a Palestinian Muslim who's viral.
Who's viral?
Yeah.
He's the most famous man on the internet.
I'm not talking to you anymore. I need a lawyer. You're not arrested. You're gonna get big right now. Yeah, but you guys just up it from a sudden. I swear to God, in my mother's life. I'm a good person. I'm a civilian. I'm sober. I'm changing the world. I have more eyes on me than the president.
I'm a good person.
I'm changing the world.
Has on this country. The kids are listening to me. Andrew Tate invited me to Romania.
He's a
I'm a chosen messenger. Y'all just arrested me. You don't know what you just did. My life was in danger.
You want to get big right.
What?
You want to get big right. You're going to mental facility. Okay?
Why?
Because you're not clearly there.
When he's being escorted out, the officers listen as Fousy goes on an egotistical rant, saying that he's a good person, that he's changing the world, that he has more eyes on him than the president, which would further convince the cops that they needed to find him help as soon as possible.
Mentally, you're going through some episodes.
What about the guy who called me
before after you?
Either he's delusional or he's it's either like a narcissistic delusion or I don't know. I don't.
Dude, have you seen this guy's subscriber count? He's for real, bro. He's
even higher than mine.
Well, like when it comes to schizophrenia, it's just he wouldn't be able to articulate his thoughts at all. Like if he's going through psychosis, like
no, yeah, this dude's famous. This dude's famous. As much as I hate it, he is.
He's probably just manic. That's probably what he's doing or whatever. I don't know what he has.
Yeah, that's who called. Yeah, when Shab said, "Is he on drugs?" Brian said it's called a manic episode. Shabisky.
On phone, that help you with right now. You're getting fired. You're getting fired. I swear to God, you're getting fired. Wallahi, I'm the most you're getting fired.
Yeah. Do you know who I am?
You don't know what you did to me. Motherfucker. Man in America. $7.8 million. I signed a $77 million Tik brand deal today.
It reminds me of apparently when Chris Chan was in court. Like, one of the things they kept doing is, like, getting up and being like, I'm internet famous. And their lawyer had to keep being like, stop.
Fuck this guy. Did he just say $77 million, bro?
You just arrested the most famous man in America. Yes, my life's in danger. He said he's going to slit my mom's throat. You arrested the wrong guy. Wallahi, you're fired. Wallahi, you're fired. Wallahi, you're fired. Hey, can you take a picture and post this on the internet? No, y'all are NPCs. Never mind. Hey, he doesn't even his wife right.
Y'all are NPCs. Never mind. You see that, Gene?
Yeah.
He called those.
Beta motherfuckers.
No, no. You know what an NPC is, right, Gene?
A non-player character.
Yeah, it's kind of like that video we watched recently where
Yeah, they called you an NPC, John.
Yeah, you
remember?
remember?
Nuts. Too cool.
Because you can't imagine things or whatever the fuck.
Fousy is then put inside the cop car as he continues to talk about how much money he's worth and his connection to Andrew Tate. He's then escorted to a mental health facility.
You are gonna touch me. Look at that. Don't let your dick get hard. You arrested the wrong dude, dog. $77 million. Don't matter. You put arrested on me. You arrested me. You didn't believe me. You walked out of the room.
A very bright, very cultured person.
On video, 70,000 people saw it. They're already reporting you, dog. To your fucking officer. Hey, fire this.
FousyTube was detained but never arrested or charged with a crime. Thankfully, the cops were there to help him work through a dangerous mental situation. But what happens when the cops involved decide to give the celebrity special treatment?
Yeah, you gonna wait 40 minutes, and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Get your ass off the plane for a second. He's Odell Beckham. You follow football?
So who's this person? Who's this guy?
Can I get a signature?
Another opportunity. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me. I'm not sure. But when I hear the name Odell Beckham, I think football player.
Yeah, I think they just said, do you follow football? And then they said something about, like, I want a signature.
Yeah, all right, well, pause. John, I have some bad news.
What's that?
You may want to Minecraft yourself.
What?
Miss Brittany in the chat says, I feel so honored to finally meet Gene, the almighty Ginger.
Okay.
That's you, you're the almighty Ginger. Yeah.
Look at your ginger hair.
I don't have red hair.
You're a ginger.
My hair's blonde, dirty blonde.
Guys, type 1 in the chat if Gene's a ginger.
Strawberry blonde, John.
Yeah, you like
I don't have red hair.
It's like blonde orangish. You're like a blonde ginger.
My hair's not red.
You're a ginger. Now play the video.
Have you seen it in the light?
On November 27th, 2022.
What's that?
Have you seen it in the light, John?
Yeah. It looks even more blonde when it's in the light.
Officers were dispatched to the Miami International Airport to handle a medical emergency. Before departing, the flight attendants were unable to wake one of the passengers on board who was going in.
What's that?
Did my Minecraft comment make more sense, John?
On the living in Minecraft?
No, in Minecraft, yeah, specifically.
And out of consciousness. That passenger was identified as Baltimore Ravens wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr.
Boy.
Upon receiving the call to
Baltimore Ravens.
That's your stomping ground, Gene.
I don't pay attention to football.
You fucking nerd.
Rushed to his aid.
Yeah.
I don't know. Things like that.
I got more. Well, to be fair, I never really got the appeal of like watching sports. I played sports in high school, but I find it to be kind of boring. It's like you're just watching other people play.
The only sport I ever like to watch is hockey, and that's pretty much because everybody watches football. Oh, I want to sit down and watch Super Bowl and watch people run for 20 seconds at a time maximum. That's not my thing, dude. Fuck all that whistle blowing, stop the game, pick it up, start it over. I want, hockey, like that shit's always going back and forth, and it's always a dead heat. You can score in hockey in like 10 seconds, but you could also get your ass beat in hockey in 10 seconds, so it's cool, dude. I like hockey.
That has been like that. Yeah. Working hard or not? No, you know it. He opens up his eyes. Sir, are you able to get up? Can you get up, please? You okay? Yeah. What's wrong? The airline's called for you, sir. I don't know what it is. You good?
How you doing, bud? Nothing you've been unresponsive. I'm trying to get to a man's
He's probably on a deep sleep. You know where you're at, sir?
What's going on here?
I'm having a hard time telling, John.
He's probably tired.
Famous. He's probably tired.
He looks good to me.
He looks good to me.
This guy isn't internet famous. He's football famous.
Yeah, like that's actually famous.
Yeah, I said what before. No. Go back.
Well, isn't that the no true Scotsman fallacy?
No, John. The internet doesn't count.
Go back.
The cops asked Odell a few questions, but ultimately decide that medically he seems fine. But then one of the flight attendants speaks up to the officers, trying to get them to understand the bigger issue at hand. They can't seem to get him to buckle his seatbelt.
You don't have to shaking him to get his seatbelt on and you
I mean, you don't want him to fly. That's a decision that you guys are gonna have to make. That's, you tell the captain, and then we'll get him out. But that's something that you guys gotta make.
Multiple times, multiple people. Hey, sir, put your seatbelt on. All we're getting is this.
This is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, it's a 5 hours.
And that's up to you guys. That's up to you guys. But medically, if he doesn't want us to check him out, and I don't really say anything wrong. He might be tired or have to take a long trip and doesn't want to follow orders. That's a whole other answer.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. He's tired.
Even though the flight attendant is explaining to the officers that Odell is being uncooperative, they don't help. Instead, they continue to offer excuses for Odell and even discuss what NFL teams he's played for in the past.
He played for the Giants. He played
he's
for the Rams.
famous and stuff.
He's
So
so
you need to like give him a pass.
He's so famous. You have no idea.
He doesn't want to come out. He does not want to come out. Okay.
I don't know what he did to get moved off the plane, but they're trying to get his ass off the plane.
He doesn't want to.
We're gonna have to deport everybody.
He's got
first class.
In first class? Okay.
Oh my god!
I get how when people are like in trouble with the law and they just refuse to like cooperate or whatever, it's like, what do you think's gonna happen? Now you're being charged for resisting arrest. The best thing to do is to just cooperate. If you're in the right, you have nothing to be concerned with. And I just love it when people like they're in their car and the cops telling them to come with them, and it's just. You can, like, if they arrest you and it's a false arrest, I mean, you could even, like, sue the department and shit. So if you're clearly innocent, you have nothing to be afraid of. And it's just, even if they are arresting you for a stupid reason, I just don't get that mentality of, like, oh, yeah, I'm going to throw a tantrum and 3 cops have to restrain me and everything.
John, roll it back, like, so hit your arrow key, the left arrow key twice to roll it back, like, 10 seconds. Okay, so maybe 2 more times. I just want to see exactly, because I believe what's going on is the stewardess just said, "Yeah, can you just arrest him?" And he was like, "Well,
but he's famous."
Well, no, the cop was like, "You're gonna need to deboard everyone in first class," and she said, "In first class?"
Oh boy.
He's played for in the past.
He played for the Giants. He played for the Rams. Who's he playing now? I don't think he's in the league right now. I don't think they've signed him. I didn't hear you. He doesn't want to come out. He does not want to come out? Okay. Advise the sergeant to come here. Lower the 70s on.
Who needs to come off?
We're going to have to deport everybody. First class.
In first class? Okay.
No.
The entire
It's 2,000. Everybody? It's a whole plane. You got to deport the whole plane.
The whole plane.
Ready? Yeah.
Shall I take on
Not yet, but let's see. I think he's still talking to us. Because we can't do anything until the supervisor doesn't get it. He's refusing to come off? Okay.
Here we go.
The flight attendants go back to Odell and ask him to put his seatbelt on or get off the plane. He refuses to do both, and therefore the entire plane is forced to deboard. Meanwhile, the officers...
Baby. I mean, he'll probably get expelled or suspended from, like, the NFL over this. He's probably going to throw his entire, like, football career, like, in the shitter.
Gush over the fact that he's on the plane.
He's Odell Beckham. You follow football?
Oh my god!
It's Odell. Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham.
No, he doesn't need a seatbelt. He doesn't want one.
This one wants him off? The captain wants him off. They were taxiing out. Yeah. So they want Odell Beckham. What have he done to make him go? Can I get a signature? If they're afraid they're going to have him like emergency.
Oh my god.
Okay, my god, I left my phone.
Yeah, hey,
the officers then break the news.
Let me get a signature before we
remove you from this place, but...
Yeah, let me get a signature before
let's feed his ego
escort
further.
him out.
Odell that if he refuses to leave, he'll force everyone to evacuate the plane. And they do it in probably the most gentle way imaginable.
How you doing, man? Can I speak to you for a second? Yeah, listen.
393-830.
How you doing, brother? Rene Garcia, Sergeant with Miami-Dade Police Department. Nice to meet you. Listen, unfortunately, it's not our decision. Just listen. Apparently, you're a past hour. That'll wake you up. Nothing's gonna happen, brother. I want to avoid any embarrassments or any issues. The crew, the captain's the one that makes the final decision. Right now, for whatever reason, they're asking you to leave. We're gonna rebook you on the next flight. Hold on. Okay, well, this is what's gonna happen. As soon as I get off, you can do whatever you gotta do. We're gonna have to deplane everybody on this plane, and then you're still gonna get off.
That's fine.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, less.
Alright, so we're gonna have to go through that process. Then we're gonna ask you, okay? All right, much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay.
You think he's on something?
Sergeant Garcia,
Ooh, I
Rene
see a
Garcia.
cat.
During his entire interaction, the officer is beyond courteous to Odell. Despite the fact that he's the one causing the delay, the officer starts off by calmly waiting to speak to him until he's off of the phone, then he introduces himself before blaming the decision to ask him to leave onto the captain. And as they discuss the issue further, the officer says to Odell that he wants to avoid any embarrassment and even thanks him at the end of their encounter.
You don't have to talk to him. Everything wrong with the world. Looking at me, the guy for you. I would never. Ever in my life.
Wait, why are they getting their stuff? Like, I thought they just need them to get off the plane in order for them to, like, escort him out. So, wouldn't they just need to line up and get back on? So why are they getting their luggage?
Get off the plane for you. Specifically you.
That
Maybe
just
everybody
seems
else.
odd.
I would get off the plane. This shit don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you can look at me. Ever.
Guys,
Whenever there's some sort of big issue like this, as stupid as it might sound, they probably go through protocol of like, hey, we basically reset everything. Like, hey, we're gonna do all the things we usually do to get a plane prepped again, check everything, and then
But you already
After there's some big event like this in a plane, it makes sense. Oh shit, my thing unplugged.
They've already gone through security, so they're not going to make them go through like processing again. So they've already gone past.
I'm talking about the plane.
Yeah, but they don't check your bags or anything. You just come on board.
No, they check they do. I'm sure there's like a checklist they go through when they're checking a plane to make sure everything's up to par. And I don't know. I bet they're just so strict that if an event happens like this, or somebody gets kicked off a plane, they do that kind of thing. They run through the checklist.
So just again, 2 taps left on the fucking arrow key, John. Listen to what he just said to this fucking man. One more.
Ever in my life, get off the plane for you, specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. This shit don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you could look at me. Ever.
Guys, just you don't
wait 40 minutes, and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Good. Yeah. Your fat ass. Yeah, I will. Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet.
Bruh, imagine like what kind of fucking ego does it take? Like honestly, fuck this dude. Like dude, you know, I mean, you know me, devil's advocate here, devil's advocate nerd. I'll root for an asshole for a little while, but he like literally, dude,
he plays
fuck
football.
You, yeah, dude. I'm gonna make every single fucking. Did they say? I don't know. There's no way they said 2,000 passengers.
I'm sorry. I live in Baltimore, and there are a lot of people where it's just they have no fucking etiquette at all. Like you could see people like this on the light rail in Baltimore. Yeah, fuck you all.
No, it's just the fact that it's the ego of fuck you, buddy. You're gonna sit here and wait 40 minutes, and by then I'm gonna be in a private plane on the way home. Then what the fuck are you doing in first class, buddy? Bye, go, fuck you. Like literally, why are you gonna throw your little tantrum, make everybody else get off the fucking plane? Just dude, nah, fuck this guy, dude. And a young man, I guess he follows football, or at least he's seen this shit. This is months ago, and he got a slap on the wrist.
Well, he's famous.
NFL.
Nothing to me, bro. Got like fucked up. I'm sorry. All you had to do was wake me up.
At this point, the other passengers are starting to lose their cool, which makes sense because Odell can't seem to follow the most basic instructions and is therefore forcing everyone to get off the plane. Meanwhile, the officers are standing by and letting him insult the other passengers. He even says to someone, "You're going to wait 40 minutes and I'm going to be on a private plane home." Most people wouldn't get away with that kind of entitlement, but I guess if you play for the NFL, officers will let that behavior slide. The paramedic then comes on board to make sure Odell is healthy enough to fly.
Holy shit! Of like the rich kid who worked at his father's business, and it's the viral video where the Uber driver wouldn't pick him up. So he like shows up, and it's like he's there with all his friends with his bougie like jacket, and he's like, "Yeah, have fun driving for Uber. I'm gonna go home and like watch TV and stuff and just making fun of it, like yeah, have fun, like working $9 an hour and." I don't know. These people.
Yeah, he's basically in simpler terms. He looked at that man and said, "Fuck you, peasant."
Mm-hmm. All we're gonna do is just check your blood pressure. We're gonna do check your oxygen content and your blood sugar. Okay. Sorry, you having a bad day.
The paramedic actually apologized to Odell, saying, "I'm sorry you're having a bad day." Somehow, the paramedic has forgotten about the dozens of passengers that have just had to the plane because this guy won't get up and leave. OBJ was then escorted to baggage claim by police, and there they made sure
because they're not famous.
To reassure him that his baggage would be sent to LAX for him to pick up.
Hey, so I just spoke to the lady. She said, listen, on a flight that big, those bags are in a container, so they get sent to LA. So when you get to LA, you can pick them up there, or have somebody pick them up. All right?
So why aren't they arresting him? He should be in handcuffs.
If you're gonna have to pick you up, he's famous. Tell them that you're... For what? For refusing to wear a seatbelt, John? For maybe disturbing the peace, John?
Yeah, refusing to get off the plane when asked by authorities.
There's no peace was disturbed.
Arrivals?
It's first class.
Okay?
First class. First world.
I'm out here. You have a good one, okay?
The cops obviously gave Odell special treatment here. But what happens when officers have come across an entitled celebrity who begins to make threats?
I will get back my truck right now if you let me out of these handcuffs. If you don't, it's going to be a mistake, sir. I promise.
On September 7th, 2023, country music singer Zack Bryan found himself involved with law enforcement after his private security was pulled over for allegedly speeding. When the officer asked the driver to park the vehicle in the parking lot, Bryan decided to park his pickup truck right next to the car and take it upon himself to try to get the officers to back down.
Hi, what you doing? I'm wondering why it's taking so long. Well, it's not any of your business. You need to get back in your truck because you're interfering with officer discharge of duties right now. You get back in your truck or go to jail. I don't care which. I'll go to jail. It's done. All right.
Bryan exits his vehicle and asks the officer why it's taking so long. The officer explains to him that he needs to get back into his vehicle, but Bryan refuses and when given the choice decides to go to jail instead. The officer goes back to the SUV to try to make sense of things.
So, what is the what's the issue with him interfering with my traffic stop? I'm not too sure, but I'm in security. Okay, traveling with him. We just had a conversation. I wasn't sure exactly what's going on, but whatever. Okay. Well, he had no business stopping on this. I mean, I was okay with him sitting in the truck. When he gets out, I don't know who he is. I apologize, sir. Okay. All right.
After getting more,
you're a giant fucking asshole when you make me look at the cops and I actually feel sorry for the police. That's how you know you're a giant fucking asshole. When
You
the
know
cops
what?
look less like assholes than you do.
Here, I've been doing exposure therapy, John.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always saying, fuck the police. Fuck all pigs. Every cop is a pig. You know, you hear that kind of shit from little old dirt. But I've been watching a lot of body cam footage recently. And man,
they're on camera now.
Yeah,
They can
exactly.
do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, sometimes the body cams still get shut off, John, and they're not always on. So anyways, but man, I feel so bad for some of these fucking cops, dude. I've watched a lot of this shit recently. I don't know, I think this is kind of the idea of why I sent you this. I think it would be fun to have a body cam segment.
info from the driver, the officer steps back into the police cruiser. And that's when Zack tries to play victim, even though the officer gave him a choice to step back in his truck.
Sir, these are insanely uncomfortable.
I understand that, sir. We'll change them in a minute. You maybe put them on in a hurry. They really ain't built for comfort to begin with.
Sir, I didn't do anything wrong.
Well, yeah, you did. I asked you to leave and get back in your truck, and you said you weren't going to do it.
This is the second time this happened to me in 3 days, actually. Because cops have just been way too brutal on me. Because man, I had a copy an option. I said, I know. Can I finish up the original stop? Let me finish up this one. Yes, sir. Can you please take these handcuffs off me, sir?
I will, if you let me finish up this traffic stop.
There's no need for me to be handcuffs, actually.
Yeah, right now, there is, because you were interfering with my traffic stop.
Sir.
And you wouldn't let me finish.
I will
Do you know who I am?
Do you know who my father is?
This is
my
why people don't like police
father!
officers.
I understand.
No, I understand too, sir.
This is why people do not like
no,
police officers.
You know how many likes I got on my last country music video, you fuckwad? Okay?
I did. No, you didn't. I'm a fucking 27-year-old kid.
Shab, just so everyone knows, Shab says country music isn't real music.
Yes, I always say that.
Smart ass, I apologize.
It's real music.
I know, will you let me finish up this?
I would get back in my truck right now if you let me on these handcuffs.
If you don't, there's probably 5 country songs that I like.
Mistake, sir. I promise.
What? You don't like Conway Twitty?
I mean, look, so you're right. That's good country, right? So that's when I think of that, if I listened to more of that, kind of old, Western country kind of shit, I don't know, Johnny Cash, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I like some Johnny Cash. What country should have been. But now it's all I barfed on my dog and I wrecked my truck. I hate my wife. She don't give a fuck. It's all that.
A lot of those older country singers, I respect them, but it's not necessarily stuff I'm gonna have on my playlist and listen to.
Yeah, me neither. I gotta be real drunk to be into it.
Stuff where, if it's on the radio and I'm in, a car trip and stuff, I'll listen to it.
I know every high I know every sheriff in Tulsa.
Yeah,
okay, I look forward to it on the occasion.
Country.
Yeah.
You know,
I know you don't give a f, but this is just insane.
I didn't say that.
Second time it's happened in 3 days.
What's Shab doing?
Cops are out of hand, truly.
Brian continues to argue with the cops.
My girlfriend called his name. I'm looking for my vape, John. What the fuck did you do with my vape, dude? I'm having a nick fit,
I
dude.
wanted to piss once this video was done, and then I looked to the side and Shab's gone. It's oh my god.
You can piss off.
Stating this is why people don't like police officers and even threatens the cops by saying that if he isn't let out of the handcuffs, it's going to be a mistake, and that he knows every sheriff in Tulsa. But the threats don't intimidate the officer at all. He finishes up his paperwork and carts Brian off to jail. Brian was arrested for obstruction of a law enforcement officer and was booked in the Craig County Jail, but was eventually released on a $1,000 bond.
$1,000 bond to this fucking yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Talk to everyone.
It was tit for tat there. They traded minor inconveniences. This guy had to go waste an hour of his day to go pay his bail for $1,000, and the cop really didn't get anything out of that, but the satisfaction of inconveniencing some prick. Whatever. Can't say I'm mad about it. Anyways, what's up? Old Country is coming back. Look up Charlie Crockett. I'll try to remember that because it's like Charlie Brown and Davy Crockett. That's our Shabisky, always pooping. I took it. Well, I got it back, young man, you piece of shit. Yep, he eats it too. Are you talking about Shabisky with his poop? He does. Look at him. He's kind of got like a poop zombie walk. He didn't go. He sent someone to pay it. Well, duh. Well, what the? Yeah, you can't like post your own bail, but you know he probably like cashed out somebody $1,000 afterward. He's famous. He knows somebody with $1,000 to throw around. Who knows? Maybe somebody owed him a favor.
Wait, you can't pay your own bail?
Maybe you can. I don't know.
You can.
Okay, well, I don't fucking know. I've never had to do it.
I've never heard the idea that you can't pay your own bail. I think that's the whole
Okay,
reason.
well, I mean, I don't know. Well, how are you going to do it if you're sitting there in jail and you don't have a debit card or whatever? I don't know. I mean, somebody's got to help, right?
I'm ready to pay my bail or whatever, and I don't know.
I don't know. I've never been arrested. I don't know how this shit works, okay?
I don't know. I've never been I got thrown in the back of a cop car and they drove to the place, but then they figured out who I was.
And they're like, oh shit, my bad. This is the original dad streamer, Shabisky.
They had me sign an autograph or two, and then they took me back home. It was pretty cool.
Wait, I want John to hear me. John.
Yep.
You want to know? Guess what this cat's name is?
Squirtle.
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 I've called him that pretty often, but his name is Lucifer Sam.
Whoa. Well, he's in the wrong place.
No, he's God's favorite angel.
Gene, if you get arrested, can you post your own bail?
Yeah, let's get to the topical stuff.
Thank you for taking my question.
And before we go to break, News Clapper 7 now over Washington Square Park. Those pro-Palestinian demonstrators who were outside NYU, they've now gathered, working their way to Washington Square Park. As Janet, you told us earlier, that rally has
So protests going on all over the fucking country at different universities. And my thing is, what percentage of the people at these protests do you think are there because they do truly have some care about what's going on, or how many people do you think are there because they just want to party?
All right, so we talked about this last time we covered it, but I want to interrupt it because Nicholas Rosa wrote a country song for you.
Okay.
So I wanted to piss when the video's done, then I looked to the side and the shab's gone.
Exactly.
been largely peaceful.
Those are my woes. You don't know how hard it is being me. We have a co-host like Shabisky.
Well, there is an increased police presence. So we, of course, will keep you posted as we watch them on the...
Oh, dude, I took a vape hit with that guy. Hell yeah, dude.
So here it's Georgia, so I guess it's happening.
Whoa!
It's so this is the country, Georgia.
Oh.
What's that?
The campus protesters
yeah, I didn't quite realize that because he said Georgia.
Exactly would
I was wondering why there were signs that didn't say English stuff on them. I was confused.
I didn't even pay attention to that. I was reading the chat.
Well, financial records show the UT system has invested millions of dollars in companies considered some of the world's largest weapons manufacturers, like Lockheed Martin, RTX, formerly known as Raytheon, and other companies that have supplied weapons to the Israel Defense Force. Protesters are calling on the UT system to sell off its stock in these companies. There are no state laws preventing public agencies from UT from selling stock in weapon manufacturers, but if one of those manufacturers stopped selling weapons to Israel, then Texas public agencies would be required to divest.
Damn. I will say this. In the vein of people going to protest a party, they're probably joking, but maybe not, because who was it who said it? Yeah, Brian. Brian said, I go to protests to meet chicks, which, I mean, I don't doubt it, bro. I bet protest chicks are ready for anything, bro.
Yeah, especially if you tell them how much you care about the cause.
Exactly.
Oh, man, it really it bothers me so much what's happening in Palestine right now. Oh, my God. Have you seen my dick?
Like when I was in college, I knew kids that are like, yeah, we're gonna drive out and go to this protest, and they have their cooler with all their drinks and stuff, and it's like they're clearly just doing it just to party, just to be part of something.
These guys,
Hamas demonstrations turned ugly Thursday at the University of Mississippi.
Like, dude,
when
I'm telling you, as a young dumb American, it's so easy to be one of these guys.
Exactly. it's just like, hey, let's go out there and act like we're kids again, man. Let's go act like we're in middle school or something.
No, I can confidently say 80% of these people in this crowd do not give a fuck. Do not give a fuck either way. They're there to cause a ruckus and have an excuse to.
Yeah, honestly, some of these dudes in the front, they just look like some frat boys who party all the time, and they're like, yeah, let's go out there and fucking have some fun, guys.
How much do you want to bet that this kid right here is a giant douchebag?
Monkey noises.
How much you want to
black woman?
Monkey noises.
How much you want to bet fucking most of those dudes are douchebags who grew up in fucking rich households who got fucking just whatever they wanted and shit, and they grew up to be dickheads
Yeah, look at him.
Like,
dude, it's Congressman Mike Collins praised the raucous.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've tried to speak up like 8 times. It's like the plot of a movie where like fucking all these frat dudes are like, dude, all the fucking nerds are getting out of school by protesting. We could do it too. We could just party in the yard, dude.
Bring the beer, man. We're gonna have fun, bro.
What the fuck?
Gathering in a social media post.
And I think these guys are protesting against the protests. Yeah, heckling war of protesters.
I like that General Nutsack's partying for the cause.
What's that?
Now. I like that. General Nutsack said partying to the cause.
Yeah.
Nobody was arrested Thursday on the campus in Oxford, Mississippi.
Meantime, the University of Chicago is telling people to avoid the main quad area this afternoon with reports of violence. A pro-Palestinian group was confronted by a group of students and protesters waving the American flag.
Supporting terrorists.
The university president says protesters are causing systematic disruptions on campus and says the encampment cannot continue.
I think with Israel and Palestine, it's black and white a lot of the time. You know, it's either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, and they're taking this completely the wrong way. We're Americans, we stand for freedom of speech, but we don't stand for vandalism and occupying things, blocking students. We're here to
Wait, so what's he saying? We don't stand for vandalism and...
Students, we're here to study, we're here to learn, and they're impeding that. We're not going to force vandalism and occupying things, blocking students. We're here to study, we're here to learn, and they're impeding that. We're not going to stand for that.
I mean, I kind of agree. It's just... There are people that are there to take their classes and everything, and when they're obstructing that, it's just, you can be pro-Palestine and be against what the IDF is doing, but I think creating a bunch of ruckus and creating a bunch of chaos and stuff, people are trying to study and they hear a bunch of chanting and shouting outside, it's like, especially when you're in school to study, it's just, it's like going in the parking lot of a library and just making a bunch of noise and ooking and ugging and shit. It's
You want to hear my hot take, John?
What's that?
Keep going.
Chicago United for Palestine says the group could not reach an agreement with the university. The organization's demand includes
if you go to this
disclosing
school and you pay them a fuck ton of money, and you're concerned some of your money is going to bombs in Palestine, then yeah, fuck it, disrupt it. Who cares? I don't.
Okay.
Hot take from Bert.
Georgia again. I know a lot of like Russian refugees who didn't want to, like, they were avoiding their draft and the like Ukraine-Russian war. They actually fled to Georgia. I know they got a lot of the traffic, and they were interviewing a bunch of people from Jordan and or Georgia, not Jordan, and they had pretty negative views, like saying that they were cowards and stuff like that. So I don't know, it seems odd. And is that the European? I don't think Georgia's in the European Union, is it?
Gene, we should go protest against the protesters that are protesting against the protesters.
Oh, yes. Dude, let's do a counter protest.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so with it, John. Fly us out to any one of these campuses. We'll do an IRL stream. We'll take a couple days for it, John. We'll make a project, and it'll go viral, John, and it'll be our ticket in.
Let's go to the University of Shanghai when they're protesting the government. When they protest Xi Jinping, and let's join them.
See, yep, that crazy statement, John, is just trying to show that your heart's not in it, John. You're not a real journalist.
Yeah, you gay.
We can go to Pyongyang whenever there's protests against Kim Jong-un.
You ain't going to Pyongyang, John. This is shit. It's happening now.
After deploying
that we
campus
could
police,
be at covering on the street, John, but you just don't want to do it.
We need to go to
we can
North
do some
Korea and start our own
IRL
protest.
streams, and we can drink and act like a bunch of frat boys. And be like,
I'm telling you, it'd be so lit. It'd be so lit. Let's just go. Come on, John. Fly us out to protest. That'll be the new shtick. We'll do one. We'll do one every week.
city police and state police on peaceful active students. Northeastern administration published an entirely false and fabricated narrative that members of our encampment
fucking have to.
They're a bunch of terrorists. Look at them like covering their face.
engaged in hate speech early this morning. The conduct of Northeastern administration has been deplorable as they continue to defame their students and take away from the main cause of Hussies for Free Palestine, who divest from Israeli apartheid and call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. To address the first false claim, we were not infiltrated in any way, shape, or form by professional protesters. No one was hired. It was comprised primarily of students. As a collective, we have never condoned any violence on our Jewish members, and we never will. We do not condone bigotry or hate speech of any kind.
But they're being anti-Semitic, though. Like,
Where,
they're
John?
automatically anti-Semitic if you criticize the IDF. I mean,
Oh, you're right. I forgot I forgot that was the talking point. Now, if you don't stand with Israel, you hate Jews.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's not like we're talking about a government. And there's a difference between the government, the race, the religion, the nationality, and so forth.
It's all a unit, John. You know,
just the Oregon stuff.
You can pretty much paint the whole globe with pretty much 6 red stripes, different colors, John. Crow popped in for a second. I was going to bring him in, but I didn't know if it was going to fuck up the stream, if Shab would have to prepare for that.
It's fine.
So 4 people is good and manageable. We'll Crow, come back. I was going to pull you in, but I wasn't sure.
But tip $20 first.
Let the kids go!
Then do it. Oh, what's this? What the fuck happened?
Dismantling some tent city.
Oh shit! Are they're is that just like gas, like smoke? We want peace. We want justice.
Probably tear gas.
You want peace? We want justice.
Good job, the stormtroopers are there. They got to do their phalanx position. Got to hold the line. You know what? It's just, even if they are technically doing something illegal, and it's just their job to arrest them, how much do you want to bet a large percentage of those police are like, yeah, some action. I get to like manhandle people. I get to arrest them. Looks like the trash collectors aren't doing their job.
I didn't come the first update to stay encampment. We have set up the march for like those days.
On Monday. I'm honestly surprised that was getting as much attention as it is right now.
Dude, they need to bring in the killdozers.
And there were new crackdowns overnight on pro-Palestinian encampments across the nation. Now more than 2,000 protester arrests in recent weeks. ABC's Trevor Alt has the story.
Overnight chaos at Portland State University. Police say protesters re-established an encampment inside the school's library.
Portland police, leave the building now! Force will be used against you!
Law enforcement had cleared out that same building earlier that day after demonstrators had barricaded themselves
It's
inside.
like an encampment. It's an all-out war. They have this huge stronghold and everything.
Portland police! You're under arrest!
At least 30 arrests throughout the day. In New York City, the NYPD releasing new body camera footage as officers cleared this building. Protesters seized at Columbia University. Officials say nearly half of the 284 people arrested at Columbia Nearby City College Tuesday.
We need to be there, and when the cops are arresting them, we need to be like, shame, shame, shame.
Yeah, they wouldn't let us in with cameras. They wouldn't let us in live streaming, bro.
We need to get like 50, 60 people, and they all need to do like the pig noises whenever the cops are walking by. we need to do like a oinking chorus.
So that's can that be okay? Let's call it when we get to Shabisky's level, when the PPP is like Shabisky, and we get to the 100,000 special, right?
Yeah.
Let's.
Shab doesn't even have 100K.
He's close. He's gonna be there soon. You don't talk shit, John. Anyways, when we hit our 100K special, which is inevitable, John, we're never gonna stop doing this, right? It'll never stop. But we're gonna fly everybody out. Everybody. We'll put a fund. And we'll fly everybody out, at least 60 people, like you said, John, so we can go to a protest and oink at cops.
Yeah, and that's all we're gonna do.
That will
we're not gonna be inside like holding down some kind of interior encampment. We're just gonna be there so we can, we're just gonna wait for the cops to arrest people when they're carrying them to the trucks and stuff.
Group of fraternity brothers at
collective oinking.
UNC Chapel Hill seen protecting an American flag that pro-Palestinian demonstrators were trying to take down. A fundraising website for them.
They're disgracing the American flag.
Not my flag, dude. You know,
now raising more than
like I see, John. You see, John, isn't it so petty? That's why I fuck with it, dude. I don't care. I like them. I keep going.
I just don't give a fuck. I don't care.
You know, listen, as a person who pretty much doesn't give a fuck, I really admire it when people want to fight for change that they want. So not all these people are out here to fucking party, John. A lot of these students are out here because they don't like that their money is going to Raytheon, or that a institution that they are paying money to is giving money to Raytheon.
When it comes to self-emulation, what if everyone here at one of these protests all collectively light themselves on fire?
It would probably start a big fire.
Yeah.
Shab was raising his hand. What do you want to say, Shab?
Gene, okay, I got an idea. I'm trying to blow up with my shorts that I'm uploading, right? I got an idea, okay? Just tell me if you like this. What if I just start taking flags? Like, I could start with what's the people attacking
the Vatican
Palestine?
City flag.
The Israeli flag.
Yeah, I'll start with the Israeli flag, burn that shit on a short, like, fuck them, or whatever. I'll just do that and not even say anything.
In this political climate, you might get banned. I hate to say it, but I would say so. Look, the terms of service of a platform do not equate your rights as an American citizen. I'll tell you that much. Alex Jones proved that.
Yeah, I don't know if I could get in trouble for that, but like, if I
get banned from doing that,
for burning flags.
Yeah, that's 100% freedom of speech.
You're right, Shab. Post it on your channel with 85,000 subscribers and see. Just fuck
people
it.
are gonna get pissed.
$500,000. And at the University of Texas at Austin, a very different environment.
Probably won't be banned for like going against the terms of service. He'll probably get banned from just 1,000,001 false claims. Or, false reports.
A Jewish and Palestinian student group working to create space for both sides to have an open conversation.
We believe inherently
I'll just have people out to kill me, that's all.
An open,
it's no big deal.
Yeah, an open conversation, that's funny.
I'm fine with that.
Because regardless of whether you're right or left, it's funny that you think that a decent amount of Americans can actually have a civil conversation. It's just yelling and screaming at one another. What's that?
But here's the ironic thing. The next week, I'll do a Palestine flag one.
Okay.
You beat me to the punch. So look, and then the third week, you do the American flag. Just make it all nice and even. And then on the fourth week, you have a camera set up with an American flag and a Palestinian flag and an Israeli flag, and you burn all three at once.
I think what would really piss off Americans is if I took like an American flag and lit it, and then I used it to light a Bible, or the other way around. I used a lit Bible to help burn the American flag.
Come on, Shab. Go on Amazon. You could spend $20 and make this. You could spend probably $10 and make this happen right now. I'm at this point, I'm encouraged. I don't give a fuck. Do it on TikTok first.
Portland State University and Oregon students charging at officers using cut-up
TikTok
trash cans
will love
and
that.
shields. These are some of the latest arrests on college
I like how they're making the shields out of like trash cans.
campuses across the country.
They're being resourceful.
Tension between protesters and police has been building in recent days, as more than 2,100 people have now been arrested.
Let's go back.
We lost some viewers for that one. Shab.
Okay, that's.
I hate to be a Gene about it, but we lost some viewers.
Jeez,
dude,
it's run its course.
That is cringy. That is cringy. She's trying to protest here, and she takes out her metal water bottle, and it ting 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 ting. We don't like people dying. We don't like people dying. Ting 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 ting.
This may be the most fucking white people shit I've ever seen is banging your. I don't know what. For all I know, it's blurry. For all I know, she's slapping her vape up against her Hydro Flask.
I think everyone's just making noise collectively, and this just happens to be an object she has to.
I know.
It's so lame though what she picked.
This is 2023 America, right? 2024, I guess.
She should have used her to really make it good. She should have used her cell phone and hit it against the thing. Ding ding.
Anything, dude. Anything.
I'm a rich girl, so it doesn't matter. I'll get a new phone, okay? People are dying.
You know she's rich.
I know her dad, okay? Do you have any clue who her daddy
You're
is?
just racist. Do you think she's a white kid at college? She's rich.
She's doing the Hydro Flask thing. She asked for it.
After a violent night between pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli protesters, SWAT called in to clear the crowd. Yesterday,
No.
God.
Hold on. Let me explain something to Brittany, okay? She said American flag is good, no burn. That's not what it's about.
Dude, just light your ass on the American flag. Don't even light on fire.
Here's the thing about it, Brittany, is true Americans would fight for my right to burn that flag.
Quote unquote real ones.
Like really, as far as I'm concerned, a real true American who really respects the
freedom,
like the freedom in this country and everything, those kind of people would fight for my right to burn that flag.
I think it's just caring too much about symbolism and shit like that.
Yeah, it's just
superficial.
Yeah, it's just a cloth with a design on it.
If you care about freedom of speech and what the principles that our country was founded on, then you shouldn't be against people burning a flag just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
That's one of the great things about our country is that you can burn the flag and say fuck you Biden, and you can say whatever you want about the government, and they don't send people to your house to lock you up in prison for that. So that's one thing you can give America credit for.
Yeah, could you imagine? That's like North Korea kind of shit, where it's like, oh, let's stop that person from burning a picture of Kim Jong-un or whatever the fuck bullshit.
If you did that in Russia, if you took a bunch of photos of Putin, pissed on it, lit it on fire and pissed it out, you'd get arrested.
Part of the hold on, Brittany, but part of the meaning behind that flag is freedom of expression and speech, which would mean that my flag that I bought off of Amazon is my property, and doesn't matter what design it has on it. I could burn it if I want to, just like I could burn this shirt.
Classes and graduation.
It's a piece of cloth, and you know what it does symbolize? It does symbolize the ultimate freedom. The ultimate freedom we have as Americans is to speak out against our government. Not everybody has that fucking right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in Russia, people are getting arrested for just simply criticizing the war in Ukraine.
Says the protests have not forced him to
Look,
reconsider any
if y'all are
policies
Trump
in the Middle East.
2024, if y'all are super Trumpy right now, I'm telling you, the best thing you can do for your country is burn an American flag to tell everyone how distasteful you are with the state of our fucking country. So stand in your yard, burn an American flag, because right now this is Biden's America.
We need to start a trend where it's like hashtag Shabs America, and you got to burn a flag for the video. Do it. You be the first person to do it, Brittany, and I'll everyone will join in.
I just want to state
Shabs
for the
America.
record, I'm not pro Biden. I'm not pro Trump. I know I'm in heaven right here, right now, but in reality, I'm actually burning in the hell we live called America, which is capitalism, where really no one has your better interests at heart. Unless you make a lot of fucking money, then the deck is.
And you're a
stacked for
football
you.
player.
Yeah, if you're a football player, you're good. You're straight. Yeah. No worries.
Hey, Biden, he's giving a lot of funding to Israel so they can fight against a bunch of terrorists that are, trying to genocide the Israelis by launching missiles at them. Yeah.
I love my country too, and I love that it allows me to legally burn an American flag. And
can we stop with the fucking flag thing? I tried to shift the topic to something else. And then,
okay, sorry. It's prevailing in the chat.
Because I'm doing a joke there, and then people are even going to know that it's a joke because you just go back to the fucking.
We just
flag.
lost a subscriber because of Eugene.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of Eugene.
Vanquish the radicals and take back our campuses for all of the normal students who want a safe place from which to learn.
The demonstration is now being replicated on college campuses overseas, including
I'm not moderate. I'd say,
here in Sydney, Australia.
I wish I had solidarity to all of the fellow student activists who've been involved in this fight.
I'm very far left leaning, I think. I hate Joe Biden and Obama because I think they're too right leaning for my taste.
Back here at home, police in New York say nearly 300 people were arrested at Columbia and City College.
That was one of the single head here. Next vid.
Protesters and counter-protesters filled the streets near New York University Friday night, hours after police cleared another campus.
These are the best videos where you got both groups there butting heads with one another.
And made multiple arrests. It's a scene playing out at campuses across the country. On Friday, UCLA's campus was cleared, the location of tents still visible on the lawn, along with graffiti scrawled on buildings. At Portland State University, after police moved against protesters Thursday, video Friday showed what was left behind in the library, with barricades, tents, and supplies, and graffiti covering the walls. This week, President Biden spoke out about violent.
See, that's destruction of property.
That's no good.
Protests.
Vandalism, trespassing, breaking windows, shutting down campuses, forcing the cancellation
Dude,
Well,
what
isn't
a
that
fucking boomer?
Isn't that a bad thing that these protesters are doing? Isn't it supposed to be a peaceful
Isn't
protest?
that what Israel is doing? Aren't they engaging in vandalism and destruction of property?
That doesn't mean it's not peaceful protest by them doing all that stuff, right? Aren't you supposed to peacefully protest when you're protesting? Isn't that the goal?
Well, what do you mean? If you're destroying property, I wouldn't say that's necessarily peaceful.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they're not peacefully protesting because they're doing shit like that. You know, I know.
Well, it's like what Dirt said. It's kind of like if there's some riot, people go into a Walmart or a Target and they vandalize and steal a bunch of shit. It's like, well, they're stealing from the 1% that steals from like the public in general. So it's just. Can you really feel bad for them? I guess on paper they're technically breaking the law, but then this gets into a realm of ethics that legality doesn't always equate to what may be morally and ethically sound. And it's kind of like the thought experiment. It's like you had the Boston Tea Party. They were like throwing all the tea in the water and so forth because they didn't agree with all the taxes, no taxation without representation. They were technically guilty of sedition. They were breaking the law, rioting.
Criminals. Well, I think the same way that Steve McRae, when he's talking about the starfish and it's not doing his argument well or his side well, I don't think when people are tagging stuff and breaking stuff and taking, like, I don't know. I think that if you're going to protest and you really care about what you're protesting,
make a shit ton of money. And they definitely overcharge people for a degree. And there is a lot of corruption with college culture in America. And this is coming from somebody who has a decent level of like college education.
Wait, me?
Where we have this attitude of like everyone needs a degree. And then there's the student loan debt crisis. And it definitely has like harmed America. So when you look at a lot of corporations, like our private prisons lobbying the government because they profit off of people being in prison, you see a lot of the same kind of shit with a lot of these universities where they will go out of their way to try to promote this culture where everyone needs to have a degree and you're not adulting properly.
Sure.
If you don't go to school to get a degree in something.
If you were protesting this, I'd imagine you wouldn't be tagging and doing illegal stuff.
I wouldn't be there protesting.
If you were protesting, I think you would do it the peaceful way, wouldn't you?
John, would you never protest anything?
The thing is, I kind of find that with me, I'd rather write an article and publish it or go online and do what we're doing here, make videos.
You'd rather write an article about the protesters. I understand.
Not about the protesters. I'd write an article about like how I don't agree with the IDF or I'd criticize the colleges and stuff. I feel like you can reach far more people and you're able to make a more constructive sort of argument. So, I mean, I guess if you're somebody who's against it, but you don't really know how to, use rhetoric, then...
So here's my counter argument, John. So many Americans can't be fucked to actually look at any sort of media to inform themselves. But if you're on your way to McDonald's because I want me a Big Mac, but there's like fucking 500 people standing on the side of the road with signs, you can't really avoid that. You start to wonder, what the fuck is that? I'm just saying, it is a way. It is a way. I'm fully fucking. I support protests of Pretty much every fucking kind. I don't care. And that goes back to our freedoms as Americans. If you stand for something and you don't like what's going on, or you don't want to fucking protest any fucking issue, you can stand outside on the fucking corner of fucking anywhere, as long as, you know, you're in a place where you can't be forcibly removed to leave. As long as you're in a public space and you're allowed to, you can protest. You have that fucking right. And I believe in that. As, you know, fuck that patriotic as an American talk as a person.
Yeah, but I find, like what you said, where they're on their way to McDonald's and stuff, there's that particular demographic that you can, I guess, pander to. I don't mean to use the word pander in a negative way, but yeah, and I guess with those people, you can show up at and anybody can do that, just be routing stuff, make a bunch of noise, draw attention to it. Somebody like me, I'm gonna like pander to the other demographic, people that are actually going to read an article to inform themselves about something. So
and that's why we
have
make
my
such a
job,
good
I have my
team,
place,
John.
and then what?
That's why we make such a good team, John.
Yeah.
Classes and graduations. None of this is a peaceful protest.
But others argue by inviting police onto
None of
campuses,
this.
university administrators
How
have been
is none
heavy-handed.
of it a peaceful protest? So the peaceful protesters
Oh
aren't
my
protesting
God.
peacefully?
Oh my God. So
Okay.
yeah, literally, I'll tell you this. I read an article where Netanyahu called for these protests to be shut down.
Well, they're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, that's why. It's kind of like Hitler's Germany over here in America, because these people don't want to watch thousands on thousands of people get bombed and mauled and maimed and obliterated. Go ahead, Shaz.
And I just want to say something, Gene. Do you think Netanyahu is going to try to call for your stupid article to be taken down? Huh? Bitch? Huh? Damn! You got dissed, bitch! Live! Destroyed! Boom!
I think he owned you, bro.
Yeah, Netanyahu ain't give a shit about your stupid article, okay?
Mickey Yoo-hoo.
John Moore, who did what? Who cares?
I think in general, he wants a lot of articles or any media that's criticizing it to be taken down.
Well, I'm sure where he has that influence, that happens.
It's the same way where it's not one person with a sign; it's a bunch of people protesting. So
Gene,
he
I
won.
won.
Oh yeah. See, Chef's like G-Man. He does.
Once again, I won. I won. I won. I won. I won. I won. I won.
I won.
level of response was appropriate is repulsive.
At Columbia University, where police cleared an occupied
Damn,
campus.
what was that?
The police are militarized.
What kind of vehicle was that?
At Columbia
Jesus Christ.
University, where police
that?
cleared an occupied campus.
That looks like something scary and crazy.
It's repulsive.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's the meat wagon, dude. Like, it's literally just a grinder in there. It spits out viscera on the other end.
It looks like something almost from like a movie or something.
Yeah.
Like some
Occupied campus building this week. Student journalists are pushing back on claims protests have been driven by outside agitators, not students.
Whether or not you agree with what's happening, the way that they're...
It's a, well, she's a ginger, not me.
I don't know. Is that natural ginger? Is that natty?
I don't know. But anyway, I do think, what is it? Like, they're talking about espionage here, or provocateurs, not espionage, where they're coming in and it's not, like, the students that are starting it. I guess it's Hamas agents that are starting it. We got moles in the United States, and they're, like, bringing in a bunch of unrest.
They're protesting, they have worked, and they continue to work incredibly hard to get their message heard.
Security for many graduations has tightened to discourage disruption. After canceling its commencement over security concerns, USC has now scheduled a graduate celebration on May 9th at the LA Memorial Coliseum. Students will receive a limited number of tickets. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
And regarding, like, the Israel thing, you criticize Israel, you're automatically anti-Semitic because people are idiots and they don't understand that there's a difference between the government, the country, the nationality, the race, ethnicity, religion. People are dumbasses, but it's similar to, like, Mexico, where it's like you say anything about Mexico, you're racist, and they don't understand Mexico's a country. It's like, it's a nationality, it's not a race. So you can be any race and be Mexican, and it's just, so many people are like that. It's like you talk about, they don't know the fucking difference between ethnicity, nationality, and like all of these different sort of demographics, and it just shows just how poorly educated a lot of Americans are. I'm arrogant for saying that, even though it's true. And statistics are on my side.
We are all Palestinians! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Genocide! Stop the genocide!
I am here as the son of a Holocaust survivor to make it clear to the British government and to others in power that those of us who are descended from Holocaust survivors, or certainly some of us, are very much against the genocide that they are committing in Gaza as we speak.
Yeah, it's almost like if it was wrong to genocide them, then it should be wrong to genocide another group of people. But genocide's their N-word, because they were genocided, it's okay for them to do some genocide. If another group of people do it, then it's unethical and stuff, like, but they're allowed to do it because, you know, they... What are you guys looking at? You got this distraught look on
I'm
your
sorry,
face.
I'm arguing with people in chat, John. Do you really want to hear about it? Probably not.
As a mother, I am really distressed at seeing the amount of children that have been killed and mothers.
Well, unfortunately, that's just what happens in war. Kids die.
70% of those.
I like how you guys aren't... You're just focusing on the
I'm
chat.
sorry,
not
I'm fucking
even,
mad
like,
right now, dude. It's like
What?
people don't get it. People don't fucking get it. They're like, oh, they attacked first, dude. I'll summarize it with this before I go. What time is it, John? I don't deserve another beer yet. I'm gonna have to roll a joint. I don't deserve a beer yet, John. So I'm gonna say they are wiping out an entire nation, or at least attempting to, or they clearly fucking have the intention to decimate an entire fucking nation for, you know, the actions of an endorsement of probably what equates to about maximum, absolutely probably fucking maximum. Though, you know, honestly, I don't kid myself, probably fucking more considering the generations of oppression they have endured from the state of Israel. 5 or more % of people actually endorse the action that happened against Israel. And
okay, here. Let me. They're saying
Chad had his hand raised for a long time. I'm sorry, John. You didn't raise your hand.
I can respond to it, Gene, way better than you.
No, you can't. But go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay. So General Nutsack, what a great name, said, "Why are they mad at Israel? Government Palestine attacked first on October, huh?" And my response to that is, and Gene can correct me as I go or whatever, but in Gaza, the Hamas is a terrorist group within Gaza, and they attacked Israel on October and angried Israel. They got Israel mad, and Israel started bombing all of Gaza, even though...
okay, here, let me address it. You can't.
No, I did it better than you.
No, shut up. Pretty much, you're saying that, hey, they attacked first in October. This has been going on since, like, around the time of, like, World War I, World War II. Since the dawn of the Zionist movement. You look at a map of Palestine prior to World War II, before, like, the British government carved out, like, half of the country and pretty much ceded it to Israel. And they took this part of the globe that's roughly like the size of like less than New Jersey. It's like the size of like Massachusetts. And they pretty much decided that, hey, we're going to take your country. We're going to seize half the land. And we're going to give it to another group of people. And you guys are forced to relocate. You've been living in this farm, in this house, in this estate for generations. And we're not going to compensate you for your land. We're not going to compensate you for, like, your house and everything, your property. You just need to abruptly relocate. And that has sparked notable conflict and tension throughout the last, like, 70 years. And Israel has been engaging a lot of, like, unethical misdeeds towards the people of Palestine, towards people in Gaza, the West Bank. So this is something that did not just start in October. And in the end, Hamas, what they did wasn't right, but two wrongs don't make a right. And people aren't aboard. And they're going in, bombing the hell out of this area that's like roughly the size of Rhode Island, one of those densely populated places on the fucking planet. And they're murdering like tens of thousands of innocent people. There is no due diligence, and all of the world's like greatest military pundits, like you talk to some of the most revered military tacticians, and they're all like stating that it is not necessary for them to use these airstrikes to deal with Hamas. And the analogy I continue to use is if you have a group of people being held hostage in a building, like 70 people, and you have like 4 people holding those 70 people hostage, what can you do? You can apply cadence to try to apprehend the 4 people, disarm them, and try to save the 70 people that are being held hostage, or you can just blow up the entire building and murder all 70 people. And it's just that's essentially what they're doing. They don't care about all the civilians, and they're leveling the entire fucking territory.
Gene.
Yeah, Shem?
I want to say an argument that I thought of myself recently.
Yeah.
When it comes to the whole, they elected Hamas, they're to blame here, okay? You want to know what I thought of? My grandma was in Germany when Hitler, like, he got elected, right? People elected him. People voted for him. So if you're going to, like, seriously, that kind of logic of blaming all of the people of Gaza because Hamas got elected, are you going to blame all the people who got killed in the Holocaust because Hitler got elected? Like, you can blame.
A good analogy.
Is that not a good analogy? How is it not?
What Shab failed to elucidate is that not everyone in fucking Germany voted for fucking Hitler.
That too. Yeah. That's another thing.
It's also the fact that
but
he
Hitler
went after people within the country. Well, the point is, like with Gaza, most of the people living in Gaza were not old enough to vote when they were elected into office, and plus Hamas, they're a terrorist group and everything, so. It's like saying that they elected, like Iraq elected Saddam Hussein into office. It's just, they're an authoritarian group. Saying that it was a fair election is kind of a stretch. So it's cognitive dissonance when people are claiming that, hey, they elected them into office. It's just a way to justify all the genocide, the excessive use of artillery and airstrikes. And the issue is, it definitely wasn't a fair election. Most of the people living there today had no part in it whatsoever. And we wouldn't sit there and make the argument that, like, President Erdogan, isn't a dictator, that the president of Syria isn't a dictator. Most, like authoritarian heads of state do not consider themselves, they don't openly state to be dictators or fascists. They will claim to be some kind of democratic official who was justly elected. So people who are saying that clearly don't understand like how politics works, and they don't understand just the overall political environment within those countries. Okay, so I'm going to call out Dirt and Shab here. When I'm trying to explain things, can you stop waving your arm around?
I'm sorry, because I'll tell you what happens. If we don't constantly remind you that we have something to say, you'll start the video.
Yeah, you'll just start the video. That's true. But
okay,
Dirt wants to say it, but
so
I'm gonna say it.
Sorry.
No, I mean,
John, to address what you were actually saying, yes, it would be the equivalent of, say, I don't know, what's a neighboring country to North Korea, John? You're better at geography than me. Russia. It'd be like if for whatever reason, even though they probably fucking wouldn't, North Korea started throwing a couple of missiles at Russia, and then Russia started bombing the absolute shit out of the North Korean civilians. Well, the truth is, the North Korean government doesn't really give a shit about the North Korean civilians. So, apply that rhetoric to that. And to address the chat, Skep actually posed a very good question. Shabisky, did your grandma vote for Hitler?
Yeah. But that's besides the point. The General Nutsack it was one of the guys we were arguing against, Gene, and he's so smart that he thinks that people are coming from Palestine over to America to protest. He thinks that
they can't. They literally can fucking not.
He thinks that the protesters we're watching here are from
These
Palestine.
are American citizens.
He actually is that
or
disconnected from reality, where he thinks
they're dual citizens.
Jesus Christ. Maybe there's like one or two out of all these protests going on are the actually Palestinian civilians in the group.
I bet they didn't fucking get to America before this shit started, because guess what? Nobody's getting out of Gaza right now.
Yeah,
they're doing nothing but receiving fucking bombs.
It's like all of them just got in their cool cars and drove over here. Like, we'll just go protest in America.
Yeah,
They'll fix it.
They hopped in a jumbo jet that just happened to not get shot down by Israeli missiles. It was lit, dude. They all partied when they got to America.
Now, let me address Skeppy. He said, like, oh, you're rambling too long. They're going to forget. I wouldn't be rambling as long if they weren't waving their hands around distracting me, because I'm kind of losing my train of thought when they do that.
Okay, John, so you know what? I think, is it like Zoom? Is there an option where we can activate a click a button and say we've raised our hand? I mean, can we make it simpler? I don't know, John. We need to
once I'm done, just say, hey, I need to, even if I play the video, say, wait up, I have something to say.
You're right, John. But what I would say is constructive criticism going forward, when you finish a statement or a monologue, wait for someone to respond. If they don't, say, fuck it, I'll play the video.
Don't I usually ask people, like, what do you guys think?
No.
Well, no, don't lie, because he does. But the problem is that we forgot what we thought about what we were thinking. Because, look, I'm not talking shit, John. It's just, it's constructive criticism. Stop waving your fucking hand around, Shabisky. I'm trying to finish my point.
I'm trying
to killed are women and children. So it's really, really distresses me.
I don't think it's racist. Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
When General Nutsack, I saw that they said that, hey, it's like they're not like America, blah blah blah. So if he's trying to make the argument that it's like, hey, it's not an American issue, well, it is an American issue because we're funding Israel, and a lot of our like taxpayer money is going
a lot of it, more than went to Ukraine, which a lot of people bitched about.
And General Nutsack, I know Gene talks really quick and stuff, and it might be hard to process everything, and I honestly don't even blame you, because sometimes it takes a little bit of work to really process. Earlier, he brought up not looking at people as they're part of a Borg. Like, not all Americans are the same, not all white people are the same, not all black people are the same, not all people in Gaza are the same. Not all people in Gaza are part of Hamas. And anybody that's pretending to be or saying that they are Palestinian in these things that we're watching here, that doesn't mean they're part of Hamas. I highly doubt there's any of these people in these saying that they're part of Hamas, right, Gene? It's just a known thing that they're a terrorist group. There's nobody in these things be like, I'm Hamas, I'm Hamas. Like,
it's like criticizing the IDF and claiming that the IDF is Israel, claiming that all Israelis are the IDF, and not separating this particular branch of the government from the people as a whole. It would be like in the United States criticizing the Marine Corps as an organization, and then acting like, hey, America's doing this, every citizen is the Marine Corps. All these protesters are the Marine Corps because they live in America.
Yeah, it's not that simple. In fact, it's far from that, because most Palestinians aren't fucking Hamas. That's the problem, is that Hamas
but most Palestinians dying right now are not Hamas.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that they're being treated as a Borg, even though Hamas is a minority there. And it shouldn't be surprising that a minority of people can have that kind of power, especially when there's things like guns and everything. If they have all the powerful things and everything, they're in power. Like, small group of terrorists in Palestine. It's not that complicated.
And they've turned the entire country, the territory, into essentially a giant prison. They're an enclave, and they've built like walls and barriers all around the fucking country, and they have obstructed like any sort of foreign trade. So they made foreign trade very difficult. So because of that, they've been under some kind of like medieval style siege for close to 100 years now. And because of that, it's like in a prison gang where you have those prisons in South America where pretty much the guards are outside the prison, just make sure the prisoners stay in. And then the prisoners have to govern themselves. And then the biggest prison gang pretty much becomes this like unofficial sort of government within the prison. And that's kind of Hamas. They're the biggest like prison gang in town. And that's one of the unfortunate like side effects of completely destabilizing a region. And you can put a lot of the blame on Israel for taking, I mean, it's one of the most densely populated places on the planet, because you look at a map of Palestine in like 1945 up until today, and the territory has gradually been shrinking and shrinking, and it's a size that's smaller than like the area of Rhode Island, with like 4 million people living in it. And you look at the age demographics, and a very large percentage, like their general age is a lot lower than in like the United States. So there's a much larger percentage of their citizens who are children, or like teenagers, so forth. So because of that, it's just look at how many, like, you can't say all those kids are like Hamas militants and so forth. So you're constantly seeing like just bodies of dead fucking children missing their limbs. There's no way to justify that, especially when they have the means, one of the most sophisticated militaries on the planet, to go in and to deal with this issue using infantry, using, like, they have sophisticated ground forces, but they're not doing that because they don't give a fuck. They're launching dumb bombs, dumb missiles, just airstrikes left and right, and just turning the entire region into a fucking parking lot. You said no, Iran physically supports Hamas. Okay.
So no, listen, we are supporting Russian influence in the world and, Russian global domination or whatever the fuck, because we're standing up for the fact that Palestinian civilians are dying by the fucking scores. When if you compare the numbers of dead Palestinians to dead Israelis, when Israeli has a pretty higher population than fucking Palestinians, it's fucking insane. They have killed so many fucking people, innocent fucking civilians, men, women, and fucking children indiscriminately. But because we think that's a problem, you're trying to call us Russian fucking propagandists. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the thing is, two wrongs don't make a right. So even if like Russia and Iran are like they have these corrupt governments and stuff that you wouldn't necessarily consider morally and ethically sound, that doesn't mean that what the US and Israel are doing is okay. So it's like, just because, hey, Russia's funding Hamas, that doesn't mean that the IDF is in the right, and we are criticizing both. We're criticizing Hamas and IDF, and
don't you get it?
Giving a bunch of funding to support a genocide. But it's like, hey, because Russia's supporting a bad group, that magically means that we're on the right side of things.
It's so stupid.
Some other group being on the wrong side automatically means that our group is on the right side. There's no nuance.
We say it all the time. Treat people as a fucking board, and it's getting cliche at this point. But literally, it's like so that's like saying. So I'm gonna look at you, JP Flock. I'm gonna call you a Biden-loving fucking piece of shit because I'm gonna call you all whatever the fuck anyone would say about a person who's a fucking liberal or whatever the fuck, because you live in America and fucking, the Americans voted for Biden. So you obviously support Biden, right?
Wait. He says you'll support a war in Ukraine against Russia, but defend the Palestinians, their right to land in Israel. We think the Palestinian, it's the same thing. Like, we think that Israel is encroaching on the land and the territory of Palestine. We think Russia's encroaching on Ukraine. So we think Russia's in the wrong with what they're doing in Ukraine, and we think Israel's in the wrong in regards to how they're responding to Hamas.
Palestine and Israel are like so far away from each other.
No, they're not.
I mean, they have a big, huge piece of land in between them, so it's just weird.
They don't. No, they don't. Are you talking about Israel and Palestine?
Gaza?
Gaza is in Palestine.
Yeah. You have the West Bank, you have Gaza, and then you have Israel.
But my
and the
point
West
is
Bank
that
and Gaza.
Palestine isn't connected to it where they're like taking land from Israel.
Yes, it is. It literally is.
But they already have been there for a long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Israel's been taking land from them.
Yeah.
Since like 1945.
Israel has been taking land from Palestine.
Yes.
You're saying? Oh well,
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying kind of like the opposite. I don't know. I don't know what anything.
Yeah, you're saying the opposite of what's true. You said they weren't connected by land, and then you said that Palestine.
No, I said they. I didn't say they weren't connected. I said there's a lot of land in between those two.
Fair. Yeah. Okay.
And
so here,
but say
this. Okay, this was post World War II. So the land in white or whatever. So technically, it's still part of Palestine, but it was land that was privately owned by Jewish citizens. So Jewish aristocrats were buying out this land. Then post World War II, so prior to World War or prior to World War I, throughout much of the Renaissance, this land was controlled, or post Crusades, it was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire sided with Germany and Austria-Hungary in World War I. So then after they were defeated by the Allies, Britain and France carved out all these territories in the Middle East amongst themselves, so it essentially became a British colony. And then 30 years later, there was World War II. So World War II was 1939 to 1945. So you had the Zionist movement and everything. So after World War II, when the UN was established, they decided all colonies need to go, but the Israelis were promised their own state. So what they did is, in this image right here, 1947, they pretty much carved out all this land, and it's like, here, we're just going to give this to Israel.
They drew lines on a map.
Yeah, and it's like that. I mean, that would be like if you went to, I don't know, France, and you carved out half of France, and it's like, yeah, this belongs to another group of people now. You go to Madagascar, carve out half the nation.
Well, no, it's not quite like that, John, because French people are white.
Well, yeah, whatever. But so then,
sorry, sarcasm from YouTube algorithm. You didn't realize the accent I just made.
And this is pretty much what happened after this took place. You look at like all of these territories that aren't green, and all the people that were originally living there. They had farms, they had like property and everything there. They had to just abruptly relocate, and a lot of them were not compensated for the land whatsoever. So that led to a lot of unrest and like instability and so forth. A war broke out. So then Israel ended up seizing even more land. So, and before all the areas of what was allotted to Palestine were connected. So you could live in any part of Palestine and travel to any of the other territories. Here, now there are two different enclaves. And one of the things Israel has been doing is they've been setting up illegal settlement. So this was the treaty afterwards. So here, you look at all these green fragments, all these green islets and everything. And these settlements or whatever go against like UN accords, UN treaties. And now what they're doing with Gaza is they've been building a road halfway through Gaza, separating North and South Gaza. And essentially it's already in the works. They're building settlements. They're probably going to seize North Gaza. And now Gaza is going to be even half the size when it's already one of the most densely populated territories on the fucking planet. So Israel has been engaging in land grabs, and this has been going on even before the Zionist movement started in 1880, but this has pretty much been going on since World War II. So when people are like, oh, they attacked them first in October 6th, it's no, this has been an ongoing military dispute between these two different factions, and Israel doesn't have its hands clean. It's engaged in a lot of violence of its own. When they were forcing people to relocate, there was a lot of brutality towards all of the original inhabitants there. And it's not even really, I mean, there's some religious components there, but a lot of the Palestinians and stuff, it's more of an issue of nationality. They just have a problem with this other group of people that weren't living there kind of encroaching on the land. And that's exactly what it is. It's just it's a form of neocolonialism. It's probably one of the and this is a problem all throughout Africa, where Africa was colonized by a bunch of European powers, and then they carved out a bunch of unnatural borders. So there's a lot of unrest and stuff in all of these various African countries because of the unnatural borders that have been created. And in India and Pakistan, that was colonized by Britain. And they, when they were given sovereignty after World War II, they created Pakistan for the Muslim population, and then India for the Hindu population. And it was one of the largest mass migrations in modern history, where all the Muslim Indians living all throughout India had to resettle in Pakistan, and all of the Hindu Indian stuff, they had to relocate to India. And that's created a lot of problems. India and Pakistan have been butting heads and stuff, and a lot of this shit is over colonialism, and this is a good example of one of the last elements of byproduct of one of the last elements of the colonial age.
Amen. And I like that, John. And notice how neither of us interrupted you there. I'm just telling you that was a good screed, and I'm glad. That needed to be explained. Some people need to look at that fucking map and understand, because it's true. If you don't know your fucking history, you're doomed to repeat it, right? Don't you hear that one a lot? Oh. So this is some good fucking history to look into right now, and say, hey, that's kind of sus.
And speaking of people not knowing their history, so Mr. Bub says Russia is Asia. Look at a map of Russia throughout the overwhelming majority of its history. And all of the land that is part of Asia, Siberia, which is a bunch of desolate tundra. And throughout most of human history, the only part of Russia that's marked on a map that was viewed as Russia by any other country was the European part of Russia. And during the colonial age, when all these European powers were hey, Portugal's hey, Brazil is mine. The Dutch are hey, Indonesia's mine. Russia said, hey, all of this massive tundra, Siberia is ours. And then after the colonial age, when all of these countries post-World War II had to give up their colonies, Russia was able to keep Siberia because pretty much no one lived there. And it's
Gene.
What's that?
Did you study yapology? Because you seem like a professional.
Yeah. And 77% of Russia's population lives on the European half of Russia.
Sorry, someone said in the chat, Gene. I thought it was yapology.
I'm inspired by the students in Colombia, in Harvard, and in MIT, etc., that are very strong and that are saying that they want to fight for justice and for the peace in Palestine, but also for the liberation of the Palestine. And I'm proud of them, even though they are very repressed. And we see that the police is trying to kill the movement by arresting a lot of people.
Wait, laughing my ass off, you support Russian influence? How do we
then you support genocide. If we're just going to sit here and straw man each other, then yes, you support genocide. Though honestly, if you support what's going on in Palestine right now, then you do. You endorse genocide. So what the fuck? You want to talk about that? Because I mean, I really don't.
They were moved out by force by the policemen because
Look at all
even though
these
they
Palestinians invading our country.
wanted to go out and they were pacifical. The policemen they took them with no explanation. And
Okay, so stop. Let me just
demonstrators have moved beyond college
if I keep
campuses.
reading this shit, it's just going to continue to get under my skin. So just because, personally, me, I mean, I'm not going to speak for anyone else here in the chat or whatever the fuck. Like, we're not, just like a fucking entire nation of people, we don't all think the same way. Isn't that fucking something? Well, just because, fuck all governments, right? Fuck them all, right? Because I don't care about who's supporting who or who's throwing bombs at fucking who. I care about the people who are being destroyed by those bombs, right? Because guess what? Right now, it's a lot of innocent fucking people who really never had any hands in making those bombs or deploying them or deploying any bombs to any like what the fuck, dude?
You're kind of explaining the same thing to them, and we've already gone over it with them, so they're just choosing not to listen.
What is their logic with their argument there? It's Russia is doing something what we consider positive?
No, they're supporting Hamas. So their argument is, when we already explained how, like, everyone in Gaza is not Hamas and it's separating the government from the people, he's making the argument that because Russia are the bad guys, because some group that we're classifying as villains is supporting Hamas, that means, and Hamas is associated with Palestine, therefore we support Russia. That's the logic they're using. It's this gross oversimplification because they don't understand nuance, and it's just a bunch of false dichotomies.
He's America first. He doesn't give a fuck. He actually doesn't give a fuck about any of these other issues. He's just fucking getting our goat. He's like, yeah, I don't care. We care about America. Just stop. All right, cool. I agree. Let's go. Continue. Play
one of downtown Chicago's most well-known landmarks, the Art Institute. CBS 2's Sarah Maki is live along Michigan Avenue, where protesters came face-to-face with police. Sarah.
Yeah, Chris, it does look like the crowd has started to thin after what appeared to be arrests happening inside of that encampment. I want you to take a quick look at what we do still have going on out here. We have a line of Chicago police along Michigan Avenue blocking off a portion of Monroe. You can see protesters all along the fence. We also have police in the streets, some traffic being blocked. We have a whole line of protesters also on the median out here. I talked with some Chicago police officers who told me earlier that they had given out 5 dispersal orders. They say the first call came in around 1 or 2, asking for some help out here. They were already here, though, because of the police parade earlier today. They said at that time...
Yeah, it sounded like it was like censoring her.
Yeah, exactly.
Students had begun to set up their encampment. One police source telling us that they were initially focused on a group that had been potentially attempting to come through some of the windows. Right now, this does appear to be a student-led encampment with students from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, also from Columbia College. Some social media videos also showing a physical confrontation between protesters and police. We spoke with some people out here to support the protest. Here's what they had to say.
These students, I want to support them because they're doing what's right, and they're taking a risk on their safety, their futures.
Now I have a hope with young people. Young people are here. They are the future, and I'm really proud of them. They're going to change this world.
Again, it does appear that they were taking some people into custody. We are waiting on any more information about arrest. But for right now, live and live, Sarah Maki, CBS 2.
Okay. See if we can find some protest videos that have more substance.
Oh man, I'm almost ready to move on.
Pro-Palestinian protesters.
One more video and then
police detained about 100 people at Northeastern University in Boston on Friday, clearing what they called an unauthorized encampment. And in a statement earlier today, Northeastern officials said they believed professional organizers had joined the ranks of student protesters. Administrators at Cal Poly Humboldt say they are closing campus for the remainder of the semester due to the continued occupation of 2 buildings. We've seen similar scenes across the country as demonstrators demand an end to the war in Gaza and call on universities to divest funding in various movements. University officials say reports of anti-Semitism and vandalism on campus could not be tolerated. And many Jewish students say they don't feel safe at their schools. CNN's Polo Sandoval and Rafael Romo are monitoring the situations at several campuses.
Is that supposed to be a watermelon on the wall?
I think that's what I saw. Okay, so no, okay, yeah, the watermelon emoji has become a symbol for Palestinian support.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, isn't that something?
They're
I don't know if it comes from the emoji, but people use the emoji. I don't know that. Maybe it's the colors of the watermelon, right?
It's the color of the people, and the watermelon. And
what? The Palestinian flag?
Have you seen the Palestinian flag, Shab?
I have. I saw the people.
Okay.
Huh?
It just seemed a little weird for it to be a watermelon.
So, Freddie, if you compare it to yesterday when we did see some tempers flare up during some non-student protests that took place just off campus, things are relatively calm today. Here's what you can't see, which is these ongoing negotiations between leaders of that student encampment that's been on Columbia for about 10 days now, and a handful of universities.
This is something that's going on where people are claiming, oh God, they're all anti-Semitic and stuff like that. And it's just, okay, are there some people who are being anti-Semitic? Yeah, most likely, but it's probably a small minority in any scenario like this where there's protests regarding anything. You're going to have people on that extreme side of the spectrum when there's this many people involved. What, Shab?
We haven't said hi to Drunken Crow.
You're right, dude. Crow, why isn't your fucking camera on?
And Crow, what do you think about the watermelon thing and me
phone.
thinking it might be racist? Okay, what do you think?
The whole watermelon thing, I thought it was kind of...
See, me and... Yeah, we're on the same page. Fuck you, crackers. Okay, me and Drunken Crow are on the same page.
This is the...
Yeah, wait, dude, Chab, you get banned on Twitch for saying that. We might be live on Twitch right now. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to put this image up to offend the libs.
Okay, so this is the anti-Zionist protests or anti-Semitism, and this is from the Christian Broadcasting Network.
Free Columbia. Nearly 2 weeks after pro-Hamas supporters set up encampments at New York's Columbia University, the NYPD moves in, removing and arresting protesters who occupied Hamilton Hall. Is this free speech or misconduct? Where are these protests heading and who's behind them? Well, joining us is Jonas Dew. He's a Columbia student and Young Voices contributor. Jonas is also editor-in-chief and founder of the Columbia Sundial Campus magazine. Okay, Jonas, let's get right to it. What do these arrests mean for students like you at Columbia? How did it get to this point?
Well, I think what these arrests mean for the vast majority of Columbia students is possibly a somewhat return to normalcy. And I know that's a controversial thing to say at Columbia, even though, everyone on social media is condemning the police and saying this is not normal because they invited the NYPD onto campus. The reality is a lot of students are just here to study and they want to prepare for their final exams, which begin on Friday. So that's what I'll say about that. In terms of how we got here, it's been months in the making. It especially escalated in April after the Gaza Solidarity encampment got.
Now, I mean, I know they're expensive, but in this day and age, we have noise canceling headphones. And even if that's not an option, I'm sure there are places they can go to study outside the campus that aren't that far away, because pretty much any campus that I've gone on, it's within walking distance to a bunch of different outlets, shopping centers. So I don't know if his argument that, hey, we can't pretty much study at all because of this.
Set up, nearly 2 weeks ago. And it's escalated ever since then. I mean, as the university has made clear that it's not willing to divest from Israel, the protesters have ramped up their tactics and continued to camp and continued to protest until finally they decided to occupy the historic Hamilton Hall.
Okay, Jonas, but the demonstrators say they've been peaceful. They only want Columbia to divest from Israel, as you mentioned. But are these protests at colleges and universities around the country more than that? What do you believe is the protesters' end goal here?
Well, first I'll say that whether the protests are peaceful or not might even be the wrong question we should be asking, because a lot of things are peaceful, but they're still against rules and they're still against laws. And that's exactly what we've seen with the encampment and the protest. Yes, the occupation of Hamilton Hall was mostly peaceful, right? There was only a couple isolated incidents of force being used. But at the end of the day, occupying a building is still unlawful activity. It's still not within the bounds of free speech. It's not protected speech under any code of conduct. So, that's the first thing we should be saying. And in the end goals, I think they've made pretty clear. They won't stop at anything short of divestment. And what divestment means is any company doing business.
I mean, here's the thing. This is where I'm kind of on the fence. It is true that they are technically trespassing. So on paper, what they're doing is illegal. And it's just they can exercise freedom of speech in other areas where... But the thing is, they know it's illegal, so they know what they're doing.
In Israel, especially with the Israeli government. So that includes companies like, Alphabet and Amazon who have deals in Israel. It includes companies like Airbnb who's, they host homes that are in settlements.
Wait. They said, I'm losing brain cells from watching this. I miss when Drunken Peasants was good.
Yeah,
We're
dude.
not Drunken Peasants.
We're Drunken Peasants.
What? I thought this was the new Drunken Peasants, dude.
Yeah,
I thought
this is Drunken Peasants 2.0.
I thought this was the rebrand.
Yeah,
this
2.0.
is Drunken Peasants 2.0. So if you're at the actual Drunken Peasants channel, you're in the wrong place. You need to come here.
You're at the old one. This is the new one, the 2.0.
Sarcasm. No copyright infringement.
But it also includes
Ben's
like,
gonna copyright strike us now for that shit. I'm gonna tell him about this just so he does it too.
Shit. You caught us, Bubs. You caught us, Bubs. Drunken Peasants is always talking about Palestine. Shucks.
Don't they pretty much just cover crazy people now?
No, they actually don't ever probably talk about Palestine much. I mean,
he
I'm
was
sure
being
maybe.
sarcastic, Gene. Learn how humans speak.
I thought you were the one with emotional blunting.
Yeah,
John.
dumb bitch. I'm sorry, Gene. That was too far. I'm sorry. I'm just going crazy.
Let's get to the next topic.
Next topic.
Finally, the next topic.
An Israeli strike on the southern edge of Gaza.
Next topic. Back to the war.
Well, here's the thing. People in the chat are like, "Hey, we don't know anything about the history. We don't know anything about like what's going on directly at these locations." So they're complaining
we do this
about
shit every week, buddy.
So let's see what people are actually protesting about.
While the further 3 were killed after a strike hit a refugee camp, according to Palestinian hospital officials. The strikes come as a delegation from Hamas was scheduled to visit Egypt for further talks with Israel.
They have a guy that's doing this that doesn't speak English well, and when you speed it up, he's talking like at a normal rate and everything. He talks very slow when he's trying to speak English, because you could tell it's his second, or he's bilingual. You speed it up like this, it
Ceasefire
sounds
talks mark a
normal.
new sign of progress in attempts of international mediators to make an agreement between Israel and Hamas to end the war in Gaza. The Israeli Prime Minister pledged last week to launch an incursion into Rafah, despite warnings from Western
Don't you
officials
agree? It
that
sounds like
doing
he's
so
talking
could
at
result
like just us talk like at normal speed. It sounds like he's talking now.
in more civilian deaths and worsen the humanitarian crisis.
In the war-torn Gaza Strip, famine looms large as thousands of Palestinians still await more aid after almost 7 months of the conflict. A top UN official has raised concerns over the Gaza Strip facing humanitarian catastrophe. Cindy McCain, the American director of the UN World Food Programme, says hard-hit northern Gaza is now in full-blown famine as severe Israeli restrictions continue to be in place on food deliveries to the Palestinian.
Oh yeah, see, she voted Hamas into office, so
Yeah, that little ass
all these
girl.
children
Fucking
where all the adults in their family are dead, and they're taking care of their younger sister, where their younger sister is now missing a limb and stuff, and yeah,
it's all because
all the
they
kids in
voted.
that scenario,
Yes.
yeah.
It's all because they voted
The
for
famine is moving
Hamas.
south, where millions of displaced Palestinians have taken refuge. The top UN official also says the ceasefire and the
And even
greatly increased global aid through land and sea
about the
routes is
Hamas
essential
thing, I
to
mean, do you know the context of why Hamas was voted in and all that stuff? Do you like? Because I brought up the Hitler thing because Hitler came in and he seemed like a good person to vote in and everything, and then he changed at some point. How was Hamas? I don't know what the history is.
They were pretty much always the military.
They're dictators. They're like that. That's the thing. It was a mock kangaroo election.
Okay, so it wasn't really that they were voted in. It's like fucking Kim Jong-un was voted in. It's like he's just yeah.
Erdogan, like Putin, they're president dictators.
control the growing humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. Moreover, according to a report, Gaza Strip's ability to produce food and clean water has been severely hampered. Israeli airstrikes and bulldozers have razed farms and orchards.
Hamas
The crops
was
that have
voted in, like, don't you think that that's a decent analogy, the Hitler thing? Because when they voted Hitler in, they didn't think he was some crazy guy that was going to do all of what he did. They thought he was a positive person to vote in. And I would think if they voted Hamas in, really, they actually voted, then they would think they're a positive influence on where they live and
Hitler
stuff.
ran, like, it was the Communist Party and the Nazi Party. And Hitler kind of made it very clear that he was pretty fucking anti-Semitic, and people knew
Even in the
that
beginning?
People probably knew that, like, they probably didn't know how far he was going to go and, like, the Nazi concentration camps, but they knew he was going to go down a route of, like, segregation and having, like, the Jewish people relocated. So, I mean, people were...
been abandoned by farmers who sought safety in southern Gaza have withered.
Because
And the cattle
after
have been...
World War I, the Jews were kind of like the scapegoat, like all the Germans blamed for the loss. So he kind of ran on that. He's like, I'm going to protect the, pure Germans and not these Jews and whatnot.
Yeah, he ran on their hatred.
been left to die. According to the United Nations Satellite Center, agriculture accounted for nearly half of Gaza's total land area before the war, and now 45% of that agricultural land has been damaged by...
where they do that kind of shit, where they look at, like, oh, these brown people are a part of a Borg, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, that's how it is, what we're talking about there. It's just like, I bet some of my ancestors there from Germany that voted it. Like, I don't know. I don't know who voted for Hitler, if anybody did in my family, but I kind of wouldn't doubt it because people are fucking
bet your
just
grandma
assholes.
did.
I wouldn't doubt it because people are just assholes and people are bigoted. So, like, just so naturally, like, most people, it seems, are bigoted that we talk to, or half, or I don't know. Just way too much of the population are bigoted like that. And think so black and white.
Well, yeah, most people do fail a test at intracritical thinking, and it's like, oh, I'm arrogant for saying this, but this is what the research shows, is that the average Joe tends to be really bad at breaking things down and thinking systemically, and when people are given, like, tests and evaluations that measure their ability to think in a more dynamic, more, like, sort of a systemic manner, most people fail, and it's just a fact that those people tend to process things in a pretty black and white manner.
Yeah.
In a one input, one output manner. And a good example is, like, most people fail when evaluating things to understand that there can be multiple causes for something. So this is what the data shows, is that the overwhelming majority of people, when they're presented with something, the first, I guess, potential cause, the first possibility is the one that they go with. And they don't consider that, hey, there can be multiple different explanations, and that's affirming the consequent, or the fallacy of a single cause.
Israeli aggression.
And it's a problem with people not being critical enough of their own thoughts and everything. If they're more critical enough of their thoughts, they would run through a process of coming to that conclusion, being critical of that, thinking of it possibly changing, and it's a process, right? And they just stop at that part in the process of coming to the right conclusion now.
There's no nuance. It could be that, like, hey, all these different governments, like Hamas,
like,
the IDF, the US, Russia, Iran, they could all be in the wrong to some extreme in regards to this conflict and dispute. But no, it's just America good, Russia bad, Russia support Hamas, therefore all of Palestine bad.
Yeah, I think the way that they think, like a lot of us, that's one of the first things we come to, maybe as well. But then we think and critically think and change our opinion and everything. I think that they just stop where most of us stop, or most of us begin. I'm sorry, or at least people that are smart enough to keep it going. And you always have to question your thoughts and beliefs.
Most people don't read about this that extensively. A lot of people, it's just they don't even tune into the news on a regular basis. And even if you did tune into the news on a regular basis, that's not really the most, like, adept like approach of research. So, like, what a lot of people do is it's just word of mouth. It's the hearsay grapevine. They hear somebody else say something that they heard regurgitated by some journalists of, hey, they elected Hamas in office. And then they don't do this thing known as cross-referencing information, looking into it. And it's just, I talk to so many people where their understanding of this conflict only goes back to October. Like, they don't know the history behind, like, Israel and Palestine. And then you'll have people say stupid things like, well, the Israelis, they were always there, and they're talking about ancient history. Where it's like, okay, well, they haven't been there for, like, over 1,000 years, so that's kind of stupid, because you look at a lot of different nomadic groups that were occupying a particular territory 1,200 years ago, 1,500 years ago, where they were displaced and had to relocate somewhere else. So you can make the same argument with, like, hundreds, even thousands of different groups of people.
Yeah. And I don't know if Bubs is joking or whatever the fuck, but I just want to say real quick, Bubs, that I'll get on Drunken Peasants. If I want to, I'll be on the next episode. If I just ask, you won't be. They won't be inviting your fucking ass on, okay?
Do you think I'd be on if I asked?
I don't know. I could probably get you on, honestly, if I really wanted. I could probably make it happen. But like that's I'll get invited on, Mr. Bubs. I wonder why you probably wouldn't get invited on. I wonder why. Huh. Wonder why I've been on like 20 episodes, and if I wanted, it could be like 50 or 100, or I could just be a normal guest on most episodes. Wonder why.
If you sit here and just see us as a shittier version of that, then just go watch that, buddy.
I wonder why
Go watch them cover like Shanny and like Cobra and all those people.
I wonder why I run a whole another podcast with Ben that we've done like over 100 episodes together, and you are
I miss
not
when the
on
author
there.
perspective
I
was
wonder.
good.
Yeah.
I miss when the author perspective was good when it was Pitmuck and Evan LaFlavor.
Okay, Evan LaFavor is pretty good. I like him. He was on one episode.
In the war zone,
of
Gaza
The Wood. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back.
The famine looms large as thousands of Palestinians still await more aid. After almost 7 months of the conflict, a top UN official has raised concerns over the Gaza Strip facing humanitarian catastrophe. Cindy McCain, the American director of the UN World Food Program, says hard-hit northern Gaza is now in full-blown...
Getting bread isn't an easy task in Gaza. Asmal Belbasi walks long distances to get to a bakery that's still operating. She's among thousands of people desperate for food in northern Gaza, despite the recent arrival of supplies of aid. The risk of famine is still high.
I'm a woman on my own. My father is an old man.
The people in the chat that are kind of like supporting the IDF in the U.S. and they're making the hey, they elected Hamas into office argument. Israel's been going out of its way, so they're saying it's not a genocide. They've been going out of their way to obstruct aid from getting into the country. There's the Flower Massacre where they shot and killed like 100 Palestinians that were surrounding these aid trucks just for food, and they've been killing like foreign aid workers who are just in there to provide supplies. They've been turning around entire trucks of food using arguments like, hey, these containers had zippers on it and they could use the zippers as weapons. Finding the most absurd reasons to not let like supplies into the country. So it's like, what's the point of doing that? If they really only cared about dealing with Hamas and the militants, and they didn't care about like causing harm to the civilians, then why are they going out of their way to make it as difficult as possible for the people in the country to receive any level of like foreign aid?
And you can't come every day to walk these long distances to buy bread. I have young girls and I have to feed them. The situation is difficult. I can't wait until someone brings them food.
Desperate to feed her family, Asma takes risks during her daily trip to the bakery. She walks through areas turned entirely into rubble after months of relentless Israeli bombardment.
Before the war, we had everything. There was plenty of flour, meat, vegetables, and all supplies. Now a can of tuna is impossible to find, and so is rice and other necessities.
This bakery is now relying on supplies of flour and fuel from the United Nations World Food Program. As soon as it opened its doors, the bakery was overwhelmed by large numbers of people.
We have around 5 branches. We were forced to shut down as a result of the violent...
Bread, it provides you with calories, but they're definitely not getting all the nutrition they need. And when you're a child, it's really important to eat a well-balanced diet because your body's developing and everything, and kids have much weaker immune systems. So when kids aren't only being deprived of calories, but they're being deprived of a lot of the like vitamins, minerals they need, it does weaken their immune system. And then they become much more susceptible to disease. And because they're all in really close quarters and confinement with one another, not just because of the population density, but because all of them are forced to relocate one half of this very small region on a map. They've destroyed and leveled all these buildings, so they all have to kind of congregate into even more like dense areas. So it's much more likely for disease to spread, and then because of this, the kids are being deprived of the proper diet they need in order to so their immune system can actually function. So that's something else that's going on. That there's a famine. The famine's breaking out into mass disease and so forth. So yeah, but hey, these kids, they elected Hamas.
Russia bad, Gene. Russia bad.
Yeah.
As soon as there's children getting their whatever blown off or whatever the fuck, that should be a huge issue with just everybody worldwide, every country and stuff and everything. That should be like we need to take care of this immediately. But instead it's just like, oh, lots of kids getting their heads blown off or whatever. It's like, oh, whatever.
You know what? I should probably do an episode on France and the African Franc countries and neocolonialism, because I've discussed this before. But when people think of big foreign military powers, they think of the United States, Russia, China. And I've discussed this before. The other two big parties that a lot of people don't pay attention to are the UK and France. But France has been engaged in a lot of fucked up sort of like machinations and so forth in their previous colonies. And you'll see them where their version of their secret service, or not secret service, their version of the CIA has engaged in plots to support coups and give weapons to certain leaders that will exclusively support the like French government. And they've engaged in a lot of like fucked up war crimes and stuff in those regions, and they've been doing it like since post World War II. And if you like, France is one of the big contributors of like NATO. They're one of our biggest allies. So we could do an entire like series going over all the fucked up things France is doing in like the African Franc countries and be like, hey, now the United States is always in the wrong because we support France. The UK, every NATO country, is automatically in the wrong. France supports Ukraine, therefore Ukraine supports what France is doing in like the African Franc countries, so therefore Russia's automatically in the right because the Ukraine has association with the US, which has association with France. And I mean, that's something. France is a micropower that does engage in a lot of very unethical transgressions. So you could easily use that black and white logic if you want to sit there and just claim that U.S. automatically in the wrong, guilty by association.
We were able to reopen the bakery after roughly 172 days of its closure, with help from the World Food Programme as well as international efforts.
At the start of the war, Israel announced a total blockade of Gaza. Aid has been allowed into the strip recently, but remains limited. Aid agencies warn a humanitarian disaster may be inevitable.
Shot down most of the time. And if they see people running towards the aid, they're like, well, ain't that convenient?
And like I mentioned with like the like supply trucks, if they sit there and say, hey, this has chocolate in it, like out of all the food, they'll probably have a bunch of different like food products and stuff, but they'll claim that, hey, chocolate, because it's a luxury item, this entire truck can't get through, or all of these trucks. So if they find one item in the truck that they decide, hey, you can't let, it's got zippers can be used as a weapon, then the entire truck gets turned away. So they've been engaging in like sleazy sort of like I guess politics like that to obstruct like any sort of foreign aid from getting through. And how do you justify that?
They fear famine is imminent in the northern parts. Staff running the bakeries face huge challenges in getting supplies of aid, but despite the risks, they say they will continue working to ensure bread reaches families in desperate need. Hashmah Bara, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe.
The people of Gaza haven't had much to eat since the war began, and now, for the first time, the UN says a state of famine is evident in northern Gaza. Severe restrictions have blocked food deliveries. Israel's constant bombardment is further isolating more areas, forcing Palestinians to survive on leaves, scraps, and food handouts. The head of the UN World Food Programme is renewing...
So they're literally, like, a lot of people are developing pica, which usually happens as a result of, like, malnourishment. So people have been found to be, like, eating dirt and leaves and so forth.
Calls for a humanitarian ceasefire.
What I can explain to you is that there is famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it's moving its way south. And so with what we're asking for and what we've continually asked for is a ceasefire and the ability to have unfettered access to get in, safe and unfettered access to get into
But they might bring weapons in for Hamas.
Into Gaza at various ports and various gate crossings. But it hasn't always worked that way.
Israel has been blocking most of the aid trucks from coming in, allowing only a trickle of aid to reach Palestinians. International efforts have shifted to air dropping supplies, but that's insufficient and unsustainable to meet the dire need on the ground.
It's hard. It's so hard to look at and it's so hard to hear also. So
wait, it says guess you must support grape French?
Yeah, okay, so here's
Or-
the leap. Let me explain the leap of logic that just happened. He said cowards don't sacrifice entire generation. So honestly, I don't know what the fuck whatever. He said all of you would cry like a bitch if you found yourself in World War II or World War III as a French soldier. They held as much possible to the rest of Europe, didn't concede. They held as much as possible so the rest of Europe didn't concede. Yeah, and I said you would cry like a bitch if you found yourself in Palestine. Duh. So I must support rape.
Dude,
what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
I don't think they're able to really comprehend the points that we're making. So it's just they fall into that 4 in 5 of the population that fails at tests that measure critical thinking, because we keep talking about the governments and we made it very clear that you need to separate the government from the people. And just because a country might be in the right in certain disputes or in certain parts of history does not mean that they're in the right in all parts of history. So it's like, hey, they're in the right in regards to the fucked up things they're doing in Africa because they were on the right side of history and World War II or World War I. And it's just, you're one of those people where when you measure, I guess, worth for a nation, you measure it in terms of military success or how many wars they won. And I think if that's just how you look at a country's value, worth, and so forth, isn't based on their academics, it isn't based on certain how many pioneers they have that have innovated certain areas of technology. It's not based on their the quality of life, happiness index. It's only based on whether you look at their military history and how many wars that they were successful with. And it's you can win a lot of wars and still be some fucked up fascist sort of empire. So I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's insane, John. I can barely
It's hey, Britain, they did a really good job in World War II holding off the Nazis and stuff. And if it wasn't for their military strength, we could have the Axis powers could have won World War II. Now here's the problem. Look at Britain's history, and look at the British Empire, and look at a lot of the fucked up things the British Empire did in all its various colonies. Even in World War II, there was shit with India. Winston Churchill said that, hey, in World War I, when the Spanish flu was running its course in India, maybe they wouldn't be getting so sick if they didn't breed like rabbits. And more Indians died in World War II fighting for a battle that wasn't really theirs than British soldiers. And it's just the United States. We built prison camps for anybody who was Japanese, just because they had the same ethnicity as the nation that bombed Pearl Harbor. And then we nuked 2 of the cities off the globe. We went in and conducted air raids where, fuck them, they attacked Pearl Harbor. Japan decided when they attacked Pearl Harbor that they were exclusively going to make it a military-on-military attack. They had the option to bomb certain civilian areas and hospitals, and they ordered their troops not to. And then at the end of the war, they went into Japanese towns and just bombed the hell out of them. And it's Japan did a lot of fucked up stuff when they were occupying China and stuff. But here's the thing, even if Nazi Germany was far worse than in Mussolini's Italy and stuff, even if they engaged in more war crimes and they were more on the wrong side of history, Britain did a lot of fucked up things during World War II. America did a lot of fucked up things during World War II. So you can be more in the right, but still be in the wrong in different areas. And this is where it's complicated. It's a very multifaceted issue, but I guess nuance isn't something you understand.
I'm so hoping that we can get a ceasefire.
And it's were they in the right in Vietnam and stuff? France? I mean, it's hey, France, they were on the right side of things in this one war. Therefore, they're on the right side of things in every single fucking war.
and begin to feed these people, especially in the north, in a much faster fashion, but also including, as I said, water, sanitation, medicine. It's all part of the famine issue. And it's also something that we need to make sure that the world understands. We can't let this happen.
The entire Gaza population of 2.3 million people do not have enough food, and the crisis is escalating each day. Children are struggling the most.
Okay, so,
hospitals started reporting the first.
Sorry, just to clarify, I know we've been fucking giving this idiot too much fucking attention, but did you ever once call the French cowards? Did you ever once insinuate the French were cowards, John?
No, and we're not.
I don't
talking
think
about
so, dude.
people.
Like, where do you make these leaps of logic, dude? Where do you?
Russia. There are plenty of Russians that are against the war. It's a police state. A lot of them, it's like they'll be locked up and stuff if they don't support the war effort, if they don't follow through with their draft. And the thing is, people aren't a Borg. We don't vilify a person just because they happen to be Russian. I don't care who the person is, what borders they're living in. We're talking about the governments and what the governments are doing. So it's like you gotta learn to separate. There's a lot of different dynamics and a lot of different like elements and stuff when it comes to evaluating a country. There's the country's culture, the country's history, the government's or the country's government and leadership. There's the general populace and what the different like ideological views and demographics are of the populace. So it seems like you don't understand that when we're talking about the government, we're not talking about the entire country as a whole. And like when they're going back and talking about France during like World War I, World War II, you do realize that after the span of like 60, 70 years, the government that was in charge in one time period isn't necessarily the same government, the same governing body that's in charge in a different time period. So it's like, hey, this one governing body was doing the right thing in this other time period in history. Therefore, like, hey, you had Frederick the Great in Prussia, which was Germany at the time. He was known for really great things, and he was a great philosopher. He supported like really advanced public education in Germany. He really he got them through the like a famine that was going on by like importing like potatoes and so forth. So he was known for a lot of great stuff. But guess what? Hitler and Frederick the Great are two different people. And the political climate was a lot different. So I guess Hitler is a cool dude because Frederick the Great was a cool dude. And I guess Frederick, or you can make the argument that Frederick the Great is a terrible human being and none of his accomplishments matter because he was the head of state of the same country that Hitler later was the head of state of. So I guess it's just Frederick the Great and Hitler are the same thing. They're the same entity.
So pause. I'm sorry. I gotta address another fucking straw man. So I don't know where this comes from, but the children are struggling. What about American children who are starving and getting abused? Well, that's a good fucking question. Well, American children are starving and getting abused usually get taken care of by social services through report of these situations. And, you know, unfortunately, a lot of these cases go unreported because, you know, that shit happens. But what about, like, again, like, we do all this whataboutism, right? You know, like, right, that shit happens, and we do what we fucking can about it here. And, you know, at the end of the day, not many fucking American children are getting torn apart by bombs right now. So
yeah,
what about that? If we're gonna do what about,
yeah, it's like,
and the thing is, if you've lived in America, like if you've been a kid in America throughout most of its history, you are less likely to be a victim of, I guess, military crossfire, military bombardments, pillaging and so forth, than kids pretty much living in the overwhelming majority of countries throughout history. It's like we've been a military power since our foundation, and it's like we pretty much are the only country in, like, along with Canada, Mexico, and our main, like, in the North American continent, we're not surrounded by dozens of neighbors that we could potentially butt heads with. So most American kids, even throughout much of its history, have had a pretty, like, cushy sort of lifestyle in regards to not being subjected to, I guess, being a civilian in the crossfires of war. And on top of all that, it's just you can't address all problems at once. So it's just you need to address things on a case-by-case basis. So it's just, you could make that argument if we were covering children being abused, and we have covered child abuse on the stream. So the logic is, what about kids who are starving in third world countries? So if we're covering child abuse in America and problems with social services not being responsive enough, well, who cares? The subject is null because this one issue is in all issues. And also, I don't think there are a lot of starving kids in America. America is one of the most well-fed and overfed countries on the planet. You're the overwhelming majority of Americans and American kids are overweight. So even kids if you are in a lower middle class family, there's a correlation in America with living in poverty and being overweight. So it's just what about starving kids in America? It's just, I don't think there are a lot of starving kids in America. I think unless you're looking at very rare cases where, it's some crazy parent that locks their kid up in a shed and doesn't let their kid out at all, besides those very rare sort of, Nell sort of scenarios, I don't really think, malnourishment is a prevalent issue in the U.S.
First deaths from starvation in early March. Efforts to prevent famine hinge on the ceasefire, but a deal remains as elusive as ever. Axel Zamovich, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe.
Let's talk about the World Food Program.
We already saw this.
I'm a woman on my own with young girls to feed, says Asma El-Belbasi. This is how desperate she and other Gazans are for bread. She walks daily through the dangerous landscape of North Gaza, reduced to rubble by Israeli strikes, and where sporadic fighting breaks out between Israeli forces and Hamas militants. Aid agencies say famine still looms here, though some bakeries have reopened and supplies are improving. It's an hour to the bakery and an hour home, she says.
Famine is looming in Palestine's Gaza as Israel's food and aid blockade continues. Half of the enclave's population is experiencing catastrophic hunger, which has already claimed the lives of several children who starved to death. But can this disaster have consequences for future generations?
I'm very, very concerned.
Oh, John, so you'll like this one. It all makes sense now. The lines are falling in, John. Bubs is a social worker.
Did you know social workers statistically have the lowest IQs compared to any other college major?
Nah, well, fuck you.
Well, it's true.
No, fuck you. Prove it.
Fuck you, James.
Okay, here. Talk to the chat.
Hey, Skip.
Hey,
How's it
that's
going?
a cool person in the chat, isn't that right there? Skibibi. Wow, I like that person.
Nick's all right, too. I mean, look, Bubs, I'm just trying to figure you out, man.
Nick's funny.
I'm just trying to figure you out, man.
Nick made a funny
Experts have
joke
worked out
earlier.
which majors have the highest IQ.
Oh, wow, that's a really long list, John.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different majors.
Well,
what's at the bottom of the list?
Well,
we've gone over this before. There's
got to be other majors, John. There's got to be other majors with lower IQs, John. There's got to be. Where's this is a joke. Where's women's studies?
I was gonna say that too.
Yo, Crow, turn your camera on, bro.
These
Where
are
are
talking about university, you're thinking of art schools, humanitarian colleges, and stuff.
Yeah.
Those kind of degrees aren't going to be. What is the Evergreen College? That's not going to be on this list.
Wow. Well, let's look at some of these other ones. Early childhood education, not much higher by far.
That makes sense, though.
Student counseling, yeah. Wow. Oh my God. Administration, yeah. It's almost like those pretty unintelligent people want power. I'm just kidding. I don't know I don't know shit about IQ. I've never had my IQ tested. I don't consider myself a smart person. I didn't go to college. I didn't graduate. I graduated high school. I didn't really want to, but it's kind of cultural pressure. Engineering? Wow, John, you're almost up there with physics and astronomy.
Yeah. And then Oh, computer and information science. I have a major in this as well.
Oh, well, that's not as impressive, so don't really brag about that.
Yeah,
Wow, humanities and arts? Humanities and arts is up there higher than social? Wow, fuck, it is. I mean, phew. Wow.
Well, this is other humanities and art.
Care about that.
Okay. So I'm
no, even lower is humanities and art. So that's general. At 120 is humanities and art. So other humanities and art is only 4 points higher. So I don't know what other denotes, but
I think religion and theory need to be lower.
Yeah, well, lots of smart people are interested in that because people want answers.
Okay, with those majors, so philosophy and so forth, a lot of those people's probably, like, a lot of people that major in that stuff, those are the kind of majors where you're told that you gotta, like, get your PhD or whatever. You're not going to be able to do anything with those majors. So a lot of people who study those probably go on to be academics and professors. So that's probably why they're the people that know that, hey, me majoring in this is just the first 4 years of my, like, 8 years of education. What's that, Shab?
Gene. Remy, who is one of my new viewers who loves us, and he bathes in our pee, he said, "You're a genius, and people who think they're dumb are in fact smart. It's proven." Can you explain to him that?
That's the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect, Remy. Go on, Gene.
Wow.
I don't have any. What do you mean, go on?
Explain the fucking Dunning-Kruger effect. See, this is why you're stupid.
Social cues, John.
Yeah.
Well, the Dunning-Kruger effect is people who tend to be incompetent in certain areas tend to think they're far more competent than they actually are. They're too incompetent to recognize their own incompetence. People with higher intelligence tend to slightly underestimate their level of intelligence, and people with low intelligence tend to greatly overestimate their level of intelligence. And it's, in psychology, illusionary optimism, where the average person thinks they're above average. 92% of Americans think they're above average drivers. And it is something where it's also with knowledge. The less you know about how much you don't know. And we see that with some of the people in the chat when we're discussing this stuff. They don't really know their history, and they think, I'm losing brain cells and stuff. Like, they think they clearly know what they're talking about.
Yeah, like, you know.
It's funny, because literally, I mean, you displayed a map of Palestine and Israel and spent about maybe, I would say it went on for at least 3 minutes. You explained a pretty good summarization of what happened in the time where that territory changed. But you don't know your history, John.
Well, Skeptical Jesus, imposter syndrome is part of the Dunning-Kruger effect. So that's where people, like, when they notice the more competent they are, they notice their own incompetence. So they start to think, like, you know what, maybe I'm not as smart as people think I am.
Maybe I'm retarded.
And
Sorry.
Go on. Wait, I ain't as smart as people think I am. So what?
What's that?
Explain imposter syndrome. I'm sorry. I made it silly. And it was
imposter syndrome is when people who have higher than average intelligence or have a higher level of, like, adeptness in a certain area, they tend to think they know more about their own limitations. They know much more about what they don't know. And because of that, they tend to underestimate just how, I guess, competent they are in that area. So people with really high intelligence...
That's me, Gene.
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Well, they don't overthink it, but they tend to... They develop imposter syndrome. Like, am I really at this level? Am I really this smart? Like, people tell me I'm smart. Am I smart? And they think they're deceiving people.
Yeah, it's kind of sus, to be honest.
We're not talking about child services, Bubs. How do you get a brain for once?
Wait. Okay, so wait, I don't know. Maybe they're discussing somebody else in the chat. Like, it's just a weird thing to look at.
I don't know. I just want to be mean to Bubs. I'm sorry. You know what?
Yeah, you know what sucks? So here's the thing. Bubs apparently works in social services, and they say they would rather die than be abused and starved. When you're trying, you're telling me your job is to help those who were abused and starved when you'd rather die than go through that, when your whole purpose should be to show these kids how to live a new life and embrace a new life and help them to recuperate from abuse and starvation, but you say you'd rather die.
And
so you're in the wrong fucking field, buddy.
Or being somebody who was abused as a kid, one of the reasons I don't have a lot of respect for social workers is because a lot of times they're really bad, and like we've shown, they have, like, on average, the lowest intelligence compared to any other college major. They're usually really bad at picking up on abuse and engaging in gross oversimplification. And one common criticism people have is that when I was a kid, and this seems to not just be my, like, anecdotal sort of assessment, this seems to be what a lot of people have to say, is, hey, they just blindly sided with the parents and would gaslight me, and they kind of just didn't hold the parents to any level of scrutiny. And I don't know, and there's a pretty negative sort of I don't know, opinion of social work overall. I do know that it's one of those jobs out there.
You know why Mr. Bubs would rather die than be abused is because there's not really many good social workers who can show you how to actually appreciate life after you've been abused.
They said Gene's favorite major is liberal arts. I have a master's degree in engineering, and I have a major in engineering and computer science.
No, you don't.
I have my FE and my PE, my principles of engineering and my fundamentals of engineering. So, yeah.
Nah. Well, he's got a social work degree, so suck his dick.
Yeah.
I think. Hey, I want to stop for a second and say there's nothing wrong with you being a social worker, Bubs.
Yeah, well, I would say there is if you think you would rather die than, be treated for your idiosyncrasies.
I think if you're this bad at if you're this bad at critical thinking skills and everything,
logic and reasoning,
then you probably shouldn't be a social worker. Like you're not somebody that people need to look to for guidance.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And when I was a kid, again, the social workers are dumb.
I'd rather fucking be dead than be you, buddy.
Logic and reasoning. Their attitude is just, hey, this person's an adult. They said things. You're a kid. Because words came out of their mouth, it must be true. Because adults lying? I'm a social worker. What? Critical thinking?
If I can sit in your office and I could drink fucking Mickeys and take dabs and do a better job doing your... And this is real. It sounds funny and stuff, but I really probably could sit and do your job better than you could while drinking fucking 40s of Mickeys and taking dabs. Okay? Well, I'm listening to people's problems and explaining shit to them and talking them through stuff. If I could do better than you chugging Mickeys and taking dabs, then you probably suck at your fucking job. And in reality, I'm sorry, that's probably the reality.
Underpaid. That is bullshit. That is one of the
things.
Do
it for the money. I do it because if I was abused, I'd rather be dead.
That is one thing that educators say as well, and that is like just misinformation that's spread around. It's like the average social worker makes something like 60K a year, and for a job like that, where much of it is sitting on your ass and just gaslighting kids, I'd say that that's a decent salary for somebody with such a pretty sedentary job that doesn't really require you to exercise any notable level of mental energy or physical energy.
Scooby B, do you think I could drink and smoke weed and do a better job than the average social worker?
I'd probably rather go to you if you didn't want to be dead.
And it's also education majors are also some of the lowest, and that's something teachers say. Oh, it's one of the hardest jobs, writing the page number on the board and having the kids do book work while you sit at your desk and watch cat videos. Oh, and we get paid so little, even though the average teacher gets paid the same amount of money a nurse gets paid in 9 months, and they can work summers if they want to, but they lie to people and they ignore that element that they're working 9 months a year, and even with their 9-month salary, they're still getting paid pretty well. But hey, it's so hard. Like, putting the page number on the board and having kids do bookwork.
I dealt with social workers too, and I really did feel like I was talking to some dummies when I talked to them. So, like, I was a little kid. I was a little kid with a brain that was going crazy, and I would talk like I feel like just somewhat intelligent to them, and they would be like, "Why are you thinking that way?" and stuff like that. And it's like, well, because I'm a developing mind, and I'm not a fucking dumbass. I'm thinking a lot. That's what part of being smart means. You use your brain a lot. It's like,
and here's the thing: when it comes to you read about psychology, and when they talk about personality disorders, cluster B personality disorders, it's like parents who are dysfunctional parents tend to have cluster B personality disorders. And a big element of cluster B personality disorders is a lack of self-accountability, being highly dishonest, they're likely to scapegoat blame on their kids. So when social workers sit there and they're like, hey, words come out of parent's mouth, words on piece of paper. Kid describes behavior that is highly neurotic behavior that resembles cluster B personality behavior. Well, why would they lie?
Yeah.
Human beings
when you
lie.
say that, when you say that, it makes me think of my vice principal, who remember I told them about my teacher being all weird, and they said, oh no, he's been a teacher for this long, his parents were teachers. What are you looking at, Gene? Look at me, baby.
Come on, talk about Mr. Zana, Shab.
Yeah, Mr. Zana, Mr. Zana, my ex-teacher.
My ex-teacher.
Yeah.
What's his first name and where does he live?
Mark Zana. And I don't know where he lives, but he
not prison, I guess. Shit.
No. You'd have to look at the thing. I don't remember when he got out and stuff.
Damn, isn't
I think it was
got in there for weed before he did, and he got out first.
I don't think he got out though. If I remember right, he if we looked at the thing, he actually got like 20 or 30 years, and so he probably won't be out for another decade or two or something. You'd have to look up the case.
Then he'll be a gym teacher again.
No, he was just an elementary school teacher, and he used to, he had such soft hands.
And it's kind of like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where people with lower intelligence drastically overestimate their level of competence. A lot of teachers, they're the shit, and when you talk to them, another element of poor intelligence is black and white, all or nothing thinking. So
black and white people thinking.
Well, a lot of educators.
I feel like a lot of people hear that and they really think that. They really think
whatever. But a lot of educators.
Sorry.
I like how you derail things.
Okay,
like,
go on.
No, don't raise your hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, Bubs, it's cool. We're not going to ban you. We kind of like arguing with you.
I like you. You know what I mainly like about you? You know what I mainly like about you? The meme that you represent. I like that fucking dog. It's like a TikTok thing. If you both probably haven't seen it, but I have.
No, I know.
Oh wait, no, you've seen it. It goes all crazy and stuff. Yeah, I haven't seen him in forever. Okay, at least you have something good about you. You cool
talking
guy.
About educators lacking critical thinking. One thing is that a lot of them act like a teacher being in the wrong or acting unprofessional goes against the laws of the universe. A lot of them defend the educational system. They act like it's a perfect system. And there can only be bad kids. There can't be bad teachers or bad schools, bad curriculum. And that's an element of them being failures at critical thinking. And it's just, you see it all over the place and so forth. But I'm an asshole, even though all this data and all the science, the statistics are on my side. But hey, research, statistics, science, it's only right when it tells you what you want to hear.
Holy fuck, Gene.
What?
You're just looking cute tonight, baby. All right, go on with the video.
Also, for those who will not have any memories of the situation because they are so young or because they were not born yet.
Ongoing research on famines in other countries shows that health issues in childhood have consequences for victims later in their adulthood. Even if they return to normal nutrition levels after surviving a famine, they tend to face lifelong deprivation and have reduced height and intellectual capacity
That baby
compared to their
looks
peers
fine.
who haven't suffered
Okay,
from
that
malnourishment
one.
in childhood. However, the lasting impacts of famine are not just limited to those who have experienced it firsthand.
All of their limbs look like twigs.
Except
Its
the
shadow
one
may
baby.
taint generations to come. But how? The answer lies in epigenetics. Epigenetics explains how environmental factors can affect the way our genes work by activating or deactivating certain parts of the genome without altering our DNA sequences. These epigenetic changes can start long before we are born due to the external factors that our parents are exposed to.
We have studied the long-term consequences of the Dutch famine, which was a 6-month period of undernutrition during the last months of the Second World War in the Netherlands specifically. What we found is that babies who were born around that time, so who were exposed to the famine while they were still before they were born in their mother's womb, later in life they had increased rates of cardiovascular disease, they had increased rates of type 2 diabetes, but they also had...
I remember I've discussed this before, that it fucks with their immune system, it doesn't develop properly, they're more likely to get sick, that affects their respiratory system. I mentioned how a lot of them might develop neural psychiatric disorders, so they might develop learning disabilities and so forth, because it affects their brain's development. So yeah, it's going over stuff I mentioned like a few streams ago.
had more anxiety and depression. Their cognitive function was reduced.
Other studies further indicate that this epigenetic information can be passed down even to subsequent generations. For example, children of people who were in utero during the Great Chinese Famine of 1959 were also found to be more like...
Now, China does a lot of really fucked up things. Look at what Mao was doing. Like during like the Chinese Civil War, Mao killed more people than Hitler. So these kids, they're all guilty because they played a role in bringing Mao into power.
I just want to say, chat, don't take it personally. I'm not going to look at you for a little while because some really fucked up shit's happening on the screen right now. And I'm just sitting here smiling because this is ridiculous. Y'all are ridiculous.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Ares says, why is Shabisky on this panel?
likely.
Who? Ares? Dude.
Yeah, is Shab out of place here?
He's a fish out of water here.
And hypoglycemia.
Why do you say
Skyrocketing
that,
cases of diabetes
Ares?
among South Asians.
You don't know anything about worldly affairs, Shabisky. You don't deserve to be informed.
Am I not smart enough for this panel, Ares?
Shab, you're supposed to be covering King Cobra.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be covering Shani and stuff.
Go own Jared again, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck people like you, Ares. You're being real. People like you need to fucking get it through you. You know, like
go play Fortnite, Shab.
Yeah, like you have probably little to no decent critical thinking skill. Oh, look, you put another smiley laughy face. Man, you're really you got me.
Great
Oh my
rhetoric.
god.
I mean, when
Wow.
I think of a person who's very logical, I think of them just spamming emojis like you expect a 12-year-old to do.
Obviously, I'm the stupid one, and you're the smart one, because you put the laughy emoji. Wow, what a good argument you're making. Fucking
We gotta
silly.
get Aries on the next time.
Can you make any sort of decent argument for why I shouldn't be here? Do I not have good critical thinking skills?
You're
Am
a dumb fuck.
I not
You don't
smart?
read- You don't read books. You smoke
I
weed.
I make poop jokes sometimes and stuff. I'm not someone
You're
who's
drinking
stuck up.
40s?
Dude, but hold on. You know who would be really good on this show and would definitely fit in this panel?
Probably Aries 106 if I had to guess a single person that could
No. Steve McRae. He would fit perfectly on this panel because he's an intellectual. I'm not an intellectual.
I should have him on for a debate. How do you think I would fare?
Ares,
one-on-one.
One-on-one? You say one-on-one.
Yeah.
Mr. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that would be good. Mr. Poop Emoji. Who do you think is smarter, me or
John Morgan?
Oh, fuck you. Who cares about you? Steve McRae. Me or Steve McRae? Who's smarter?
I'm a delicate intellectual, so no,
I asked you a fucking question. You shut the fuck up and answer it before I ban you. Okay?
No, we don't ban people here.
Shut up. You don't tell me what to do, Gene. Okay? I'll ban the fuck out of them if I want to.
No, don't ban them. That's
Shut up. I'll ban you. I'll ban you. Fuck you. Okay?
Studies suggest that famines like these not only have consequences for people's individual health.
So you're not a total fucking retard.
Okay,
right?
thank you, Rez, or whatever the fuck your stupid name is. Okay, you know what?
The god of war.
I don't pay attention to that fake bullshit. But I like this person now. They were just kidding in the beginning, I think. They're smart enough to understand stuff and things.
No,
I like
you're dumb fuck.
You want areas. Back to the genocide.
Back to genocide.
On a nation's economy and well-being. So yes, I'm very concerned that this will have long-term consequences, not only for individuals but for society as well.
Now, think about the more than 50,000 pregnant women in Gaza and the babies developing in their wombs. They are exposed to what some experts call the most intense famine of recent decades. The World Health Organization already warned of the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition in which malnourished babies...
Here's
horrible.
The IDF clearly has no involvement whatsoever when it comes to this famine. They have no responsibility here. It's not like they're engaging in actions like turning entire cargo vehicles away because they have items with zippers and they're claiming that Hamas could use the zippers as weapons.
girls grow into smaller and less healthy mothers. In other words, the Israeli blockade is determining the fate of not only those currently living amid the horror of Tel Aviv's deadly onslaught, but also of an entire Palestinian generation that...
Okay, this is a disturbing image. So
yeah,
how much
like that.
No. People working here, how much do you think they see this a day? Where it's just up here's another baby
all day. Or I feel like they probably see like 10 to 20 a day or something like that. Like not all day, but they see a good group of it. I mean, there's people of all ages, but when it comes to children, probably some number like that, I'd imagine. I don't know.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will carry out an operation in the southern...
We're talking about genocide. Who is this?
Gaza city of Rafah, even if there is a ceasefire deal with Hamas. More than half of Gaza's population of 2.3 million people has been sheltering in Rafah from the war. Aid agencies have warned that a military offensive there could be catastrophic and would result in large-scale civilian casualties. Bob Kitchen joins me from...
So Hamas has offered, I think it's something like they want a 6-year ceasefire.
It's 5.
5. And they're going to release all the hostages. And Israel has...
Dude, but Mr. Bubs, isn't Mr. Bubs the guy that said something about me being on, or DP and us being, or is that a different person?
Yes, that was Mr. Bubs.
Okay, shut the fuck up, Mr. Bubs. I get more viewers. I've had more people watch me in fucking 5 minutes than you'll ever have watch you in your whole fucking life. Just shut up. I'm about to ban you. You're dumb.
No.
I've had 10,000 people at once watching me play Fortnite. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of thinking, like, look, okay, so Mr. Bubs, you're a fan. You're a fan. We'll take it back. Some people here, most people have seen DP. Let's take it back to the old days. Troll or not a troll?
Can we stop derailing it?
Go on, Gene.
I mean, look, I'm sorry. Look, it's very distracting. Do you want me to ban Mr. Bubs or not?
No, just ignore it.
President of Emergencies at the International Rescue Committee. Bob, thank you for being with us.
Skeppy can argue with them in the chat. He's got it covered.
You recently visited Gaza. What did you see?
Well, I saw intense overcrowding and a public health emergency waiting to happen in Rafah, the southern city. People are living everywhere. Intense setup of
What I was saying is that they offered a 5-year ceasefire and they want they've offered to release the hostages, and Israel, they have declined that offer.
Median of streets are living on unfinished buildings literally everywhere. Right now, Rafah is more than twice as densely populated as New York City. And with city services offline, there are mountains of trash and rivers of sewage flowing everywhere. So those and the fact that there's not enough water and nowhere near enough food results in a real clear and dangerous mix that's already driving a desperate humanitarian situation.
And you mentioned that, I mean, how would a potential invasion of Rafah worsen what you've already just described? And what are people's fears about what could happen with an offensive?
Well, there's a tangible sense of panic. I heard from many people in Rafah who have heard Prime Minister Netanyahu announcing that the offensive will proceed, that a date has been selected with or without, just as you said, a deal or a ceasefire in place. So the civilian population haven't been told where they should go, and they know that nowhere is safe in Gaza right now. And aid organizations like the International Rescue Committee, we've not been told where to plan, how to get ready, and where to get ready to accept 1 million people who are going to be displaced again. The offensive will cause tens of thousands of more people to be killed in fighting, and we fear many more will die through displacement and the public health emergency that will...
Isn't it disgusting that we spend so much money, or just the world in general with different countries spend so much money on war, and
what is it good for?
Instead of spending it on like trying to figure out how to fight figure out how to cure AIDS or cancer or all these other different problems that we constantly have to deal with, like with war aside, the just life is hard. Even if you just take war and that didn't exist, life is hard. And it's like these motherfuckers, like how much money goes out every year to war and just killing, like destroying each other's vehicles and killing each other and all sorts, like destroying each other's buildings. That it's just so lame. Don't you agree, Gene?
Yeah. Humans suck. I mean, humans...
it really is fucking stupid. There's a lot we have to deal with. I kind of think
war is in our genes. Human beings suck. We evolved to be these tribal fucking warmongers.
Will come
disgusting.
On Monday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the U.S. has seen, his word, measurable progress in the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Help us understand, or help us evaluate that statement in terms of the scale of aid coming into the territory as you see it.
Well, I think it's way too soon to celebrate. We've seen a slight increase in the average of trucks crossing per day, but still, with even the 10 or 15 more trucks, we're still seeing well under half the number of trucks that crossed the day before the war. And the population wasn't facing a famine then. They didn't need to recover.
That's why, because they got toothbrushes and they could, I don't know, chisel down the toothbrushes into a shank. And yeah, they can't have like Hamas attacking like one of the most like well-funded, one of the most powerful militaries on the planet with like toothbrushes and zippers.
I don't know if Mr. Bubs is a troll yet, but Mr. Bubs said Andrew Tate. God. Hold on. He said Andrew Tate.
Why are we talking about Andrew Tate? Stop derailing it.
Let me just say something real quick, you brain fuckwad. All right, I was just saying, if Andrew Tate is so smart, send us a video to play on the stream to show us how smart Andrew Tate is. Okay? We'd love to cover how smart Andrew Tate is. I've never seen that side of him.
New rule.
Shut up and play the video. Play the video.
If person in the chat isn't saying something stupid that's directly associated with what we're covering,
I don't know how to keep with that rule. Play the fucking video.
No, you're
Stop being a stupid. No, shut up.
Andrew Tate has nothing to do with supply caravans being turned away.
It does because Mr. Bub's running.
Trucks crossing only. That also part of the story. 40% of aid convoys requesting permission to travel inside Gaza being turned down by the Israelis. So there is really only a trickle of aid still getting through to people who are starving, who need water, and we really need to work to increase that to a sustained torrent of aid. So way too soon to celebrate.
Israel is denying reports of multiple...
I mean, if they bring in bottles of water, then they could use the water bottles as like items for Molotov cocktails. I mean, they could fill it with some kind of chemical. They could fill it with like bleach and ammonia, use it as like makeshift mustard gas like grenades. So yeah, we can't let the water in.
No, it's more, environmentally safe to not give them the water bottles because that's just more plastic and garbage.
You motherfucker. Crow, turn your camera on. Where are you?
Following the Israeli military's withdrawal, what do you understand of those reports of those mass graves based on your information?
Well, I can tell you that we were tracking doctors and patients in Al-Shifa, and we've lost touch with them. I can tell you that patients arriving from Al-Shifa to our doctors in the middle area have told us horrible stories of seeking permission to access the bodies of their loved ones who were killed in the hospital, only to be told to stand back and watch as forklift trucks and excavators buried bodies on top of bodies in shallow graves. And I can tell you that our staff and partner organizations in the UN have confirmed that many of those...
How many of these like dead bodies, or how many of these deceased people do you think are Hamas militants?
I'd guess probably around 0. You know, wait, hold up. There's a really, really small blanket between those two on the far right. That might be a Hamas militant.
Remember when Ruby said we asked them what percent Gaza do you think are actually fighting for Hamas or Hamas militants? And they said 65%.
Yeah, like probably like more than most.
Dude, even if it was 65, even if it was 65%, this would be horrific. What was happening? Like,
But,
there's still,
I mean,
and that's a silly whatever. But even if that was true, that would be a disgusting amount of civilians being killed,
even
right?
countries where they have mandatory drafts, it's rare that it ever gets beyond like 3-4% of the population, and that's in the most extreme cases. Even some of the most authoritarian countries have like around 1%, less than 1% of their country actually fighting in their military or conscripted. So it's likely that it's a little less than 1%. I would say the most extreme I guess percentage would be probably like 1.5, 1.8%, but I'd say that is highly unlikely.
Bodies were naked and they had their hands tied behind their backs. So these are gruesome accounts, but they're only one sliver of what has been happening across Gaza over the last 6 months.
Bob, as a final question, the IRC does work all over the world. Help us understand or put in context the complexity of this rescue operation and in Gaza.
Well, the IRC works in 40, 50 countries around the world, and I've been doing this work for the last 25 years. I've worked in all of the major war zones. I've never seen another conflict where 2 million people are cornered, slaughtered, and then starved in such a coordinated way. The constraints on aid getting in and being...
Do you think this guy's a shill for Hamas? So he's saying he's never seen, he works for this global foreign aid agency in 50 countries across the globe, and he's probably been involved in conflicts in Eritrea, some of the worst fucking countries on the planet, and he's claiming that he's never seen an attack, a slaughter on people to this extreme in such a well organized manner, in such a coordinated manner. So are they just going after Hamas? Do you think it's a little contrived to say it's genocide? I mean, I don't know. This guy, he's probably a shill for Hamas, don't you agree?
Yeah.
Distributed the safety or lack of safety for aid workers, all of this being piled on top. It's a unique and terrible situation that can't be allowed to continue. We need a ceasefire immediately.
Bob Kitchen with the International Rescue Committee. Thank you for being with us.
The UN has warned of looming famine.
I don't know. The International Rescue Committee, don't you think? Do you think we can trust an organization like that?
I don't know. I think you're right. He is a shill for Hamas because he did say that they needed a ceasefire, and the Hamas did say they would do a ceasefire.
Can't trust those philanthropic organizations.
In northern Gaza, where it says 70% of the population is facing catastrophic hunger. Tonight, Israel's military has said aid deliveries will be scaled up in the coming days and that the issue is a top priority. It comes after 7 months of war in which more than 34,000 people in Gaza have been killed, according to the Hamas-run health authority. The conflict began after Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, killing about 1,200 people and taking 253 people hostage. The UN's Human Rights Director has said Israel may be using starvation as a weapon of war. Israel rejects this, but what is life like for people struggling?
So we just saw some executive or administrator from the international care organization, and now they're saying that the UN director of humanitarian aid, or their humanitarian director, has estimated that they're using starvation as a weapon against the Gazan people. So do you think that the UN humanitarian department is just full of shit? Do you think it's what are which credible organizations out there which are third parties are actually saying that they're abiding by formal methods of war and exercising what would consider to be the appropriate level of cadence in a scenario like this, that they aren't trying to hit civilians and attack social infrastructure in these borders. It seems like you look at any sort of third party humanitarian aid organization or some kind of international organization like the UN, and it seems like they're all coming to the same conclusion. But do you think it's a conspiracy?
I'm sorry, that was a hell of a rant to come back to, John. I had to go run away for a second, and I was lost when I walked away, and now when I come back, I don't know. I think it's all a conspiracy, John.
Yeah,
what a lot of people do is that I find this is a really standard debate tactic that people like to rely on is if you don't do any research and you want to be a shill for like Israel and U.S. and you don't know anything about the complexity of what's going on. And it's the same thing when discussing anything. What you do is you act like any organization is just bunk. And it's like, oh yeah, the Red Cross. Oh yeah, Doctor Without Borders. Are you really going to listen to them? Oh God, the UN. It's just, is every single agency and organization or source out there just worthless and not worth like listening to at all? And when you ask them to provide arguments, they don't. So it's like, do you even know about like the agenda or the policies, like the bureaucracy at play in these organizations? And can you explain how like these organizations can't be trusted? Or if you just laugh and roll your eyes and poo-poo something, that automatically makes it stupid.
No, right. If they just put laughing emojis and poopy emojis, then they destroy you with their logic. I love it. I want more.
A study from one of the world's most prestigious universities. Yeah, okay. Oh, the world's leading academics and pundits on the topic. Oh, statistics from one of the leading think tanks. Oh, yeah, sure, yes. Scientists, experts, yeah. What do they know?
What do they know? I think things. Oh, with my brain. Oh, so I must be right. Oh,
think for yourself, Chad.
Maybe research and look into it at all, but
think for yourself.
Every single source out there, they don't know what they're talking about. But I know what I'm talking about because I regurgitate points that I hear from other people from the hearsay grapevine.
Can you hear me?
And yeah.
Yep. John, you don't need to do all this stupid fucking research, John. You just have to think for yourself.
Yeah, just think for yourself the same way they think. Okay, if you just think for yourself the same way they think, then you'll think right.
Well, they'll do that, and then you ask them, okay, what are your sources? How'd you come to this conclusion? How do you know this? Okay, then how are you supposed to do your research?
You're so obvious, dude.
Bro.
So obvious, Gene.
What they do,
the blanks, dude. What do you mean?
What they do is they get angry and they throw a fit. That's usually what happens when I have discourse with people and they engage in the poo-poo confirmation bias approach to like debate. I just sit there and I'm like, okay, then what method is there to verify any sort of information? So if you're an idiot for believing like what studies at MIT or Stanford University have to say, if you're an idiot for believing what NASA has to say about astronomy, John Hopkins has to say about medicine,
you should be able to walk the person through that. You should be able, when like they can't walk you through it.
Well,
like,
they tell and they don't show. They beg the question. They don't
get an argument. Can't explain the argument and walk you through it, why it makes sense that what they think. It's just like earlier with what's his name? He couldn't explain it. He goes off course, and it's all this and that.
They beat around the bush,
over the place. If
you don't let them do that, and you just ask them the same question, you don't let them engage in like a red herring or backpedal, then they throw a tantrum because you don't know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about.
And people like that aren't logical and don't really care about the truth in the end, as far as I'm concerned. That's what makes you actually care about the argument and the right process to take to get to the right conclusion. You care about the truth in the end.
Chad, if you read a book about programming in Python, and then you're able to actually code in Python afterwards, all you did was just believe what somebody told you in a book. So it's not like you can learn it.
Think for yourself, John.
And I'm sure these kind of like when they.
Okay. I want to say an argument I heard recently that I wanted to bring it up. So I was into a random like live stream on TikTok or something, and they were talking about like religion, and they were doing like a flooding argument. And most of the time, people with the flooding argument, they say like, "Oh, he couldn't have gone all the animals on the boat, right? Most people make that argument.
Flood.
Yeah. This chick went in a different direction that I never have seen anybody do before. She went in the plant direction. She said nobody could have gathered all the plants that were on Earth for this flood because plants die when they're overwatered. Okay.
Well, God used his magic to just make the plant spawn.
And
Why didn't he do that for the animals? Just because it's a strange plan.
It's like, bitch, there's seeds. Seeds exist. Seeds exist. You did not know? I literally ran into this, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? This is the dumbest.
With seeds, that would be pretty hard to collect.
Well,
all
sure.
the seeds on the planet. I mean,
unless you did God rules them in coordination.
It would be a lot easier to collect seeds than it would be to propagate every plant that
Imagine
lives.
she arguing for it.
Gene, let me.
She was arguing against the flood, but using plants as her argument instead of animals. And I've never heard such a stupid fucking argument.
Well, I don't think that's a bad argument if you're talking about how, like, the planet's flooding, that it would pretty much kill off all vegetation.
Yeah, because wouldn't it all be seawater or salt water?
Yeah, so
but when floods happen in areas where there's plants, the plants
but it
don't
doesn't
just
kill
die
off all
up.
the plants.
Yeah, because of seeds.
No, there's certain, like, one, if there's a flood, it depends on whether there's fresh or salt water, but if it's flooding in that area, it would kill off the plants in that area, but it doesn't flood, like, the entire state, province, and in the end, there's a difference between...
Seeds are something that survive floods and then produce plants after the flood goes away.
If there was a mass flood like the one described in the Bible, and the entire globe was flooded with salt water,
I guess with salt water, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much.
But at that point, it would be super diluted, right, Dirt? He agrees with me. He agrees with me. Super diluted. It'd be super diluted. I win this debate. On to the next subject.
Okay, Chad, stop doing that where you start to get argued into a corner.
What do you mean? I did not get argued into a corner.
G-Man.
What do you mean? I won this debate.
How'd you win? If there's
Scooby, I won,
a mass flood and the entire planet, all of its landmass gets engulfed in salt water, pretty much all trees would die, plants they'd be in a biological bottleneck.
Scooby agrees with me.
And everything.
Scooby agrees with me in the chat, so that means I'm right. Okay.
Oh yeah.
He's smarter than you.
I did use the saltwater flood thing one time, but it was with fish, and like, oh, why do we still have largemouth bass, walleye, shit like that if there was a fucking flood? Like, that's just one example of why there wasn't a fucking complete global flood.
But I don't know. Did she make that argument that, like, was she just making the argument that all vegetation would be killed off, or was she talking about?
Her argument was plants drown because that's what happens. You overwater them, they die, and so you would have to propagate every plant and stuff. But there's seeds that exist from plants, so I don't know.
I mean, the Bible doesn't mention him. Like, I don't know, saving any plants, harvesting any plants.
Yeah,
so if
animals,
if her argument is just, hey, like, if the whole globe was flooded, it pretty much would kill off pretty much all of its vegetation, then I don't think that's a bad argument. And kept saying I'm nitpicking it. I think Shab's kind of nitpicking it.
But with it being something that happened a long time ago, wouldn't evolution mean that plants would have?
It's supposed to happen 4,000 years ago, so if something like that
let
happened...
Dirt talk. He's smarter than you.
Can you hear me? Do you read me?
Dirt's smarter than you, Gene.
Well, let me paint a picture for you, John. Let me just paint a beautiful picture for you in the heavens above. So imagine, under God's guidance, all the creatures of the heavens and earth, 2 by 2 for each the animal kingdom, guided themselves onto Noah's Ark, which God intended and willed Noah to create.
Well, it was 2 for large animals. It was 7 of each bug, 7 of each bird.
Well, whatever. Would it be impossible for God also to have willed the peoples of these nations to gather these seeds, or even the animals?
He killed off everyone but like 7 people.
No, what the animals did, the herbivores ate all types of plants, and then he collected the seeds through their poop.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened.
Same problem with when Chad's nitpicking what she's saying. It's like incest. If there's only 7 people, and it's like it was only a few hundred years before like ancient Egypt or some of the earlier like Bronze Age societies like the Mesopotamians. So it's just they'd be in a. Do you know what a bottleneck is when you're talking about reproduction and yeah. That would be a huge problem if the whole world was flooded and all the vegetation was pretty much mostly like killed off.
Adam and Eve.
I have another biblical argument.
Mm-hmm.
How many continents are there, John?
There's 7.
How many people did survive the flood, John?
7.
What if one of those people came from each of the 7 continents, John, and they carried the seed? Yes, John.
I guess that you're right. That her argument was what is logical if you're going by like the scientific.
I think you're nitpicking it,
but it's just the weirdest version of it I've ever seen.
Okay.
I've never seen anybody go the plant route. Have you ever heard anybody go the plant route?
Well, that makes
no, I haven't.
It's talking about how, like, if something like that happened,
it's stupid to do, though. I don't know. I guess
I don't
yeah.
think that argument's
It's part of a good argument, but it's weird that you go that way instead of the.
Well, it's just one of many things to point out. I mean,
yeah, I guess now I'm
it's
thinking
like the
more about
argument
it.
that. Like, hey, like in the Bible, it said something where I forget it was a cubic, and I believe a cubic was measured by cubit. So it was like measured by like people would use their feet, I think. So it's the average size of a foot. So unless you're going to be like, well, maybe before the flood, everyone's feet were like a mile like in size. God, like in the Bible, it provided actual measurements of like ventilations and openings in the boat. So the animals, like, they emit methane when they shit and stuff. So based on the metrics provided, they would have filled the entire boat with methane.
Also, I don't think they there's nothing in the Bible that says what he fed the animals. And if he had all sorts of animals, the predators would eat the prey. And 30 days and 30 nights.
They fasted. They fasted under God's
they fasted.
will.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just needed water, which even that, it's like, how would you get all the fresh water you need? It's like, you look at how many animals you need to keep on the boat. So C-Shab, we're coming up with all these different things.
Dude, I picked the right episode of PPP to go to heaven, dude. This is great. I love the
Claim to
biblical
find
argument.
food while under Israeli bombardment. Israel and Egypt won't allow the BBC to report from inside Gaza, but BBC News has obtained exclusive access to footage filmed by an American doctor recently returned from the north of the territory, where the crisis is most acute. Fergal Keane sent us this report. You may find some of it distressing.
But I thought
I'm distressed. I'm distressed.
This is the story of a doctor who travelled to hell. Samatar went to help people trapped in war.
Fuck, man. This sucks. I hate this,
He usually
John.
worked.
It's a shame because I have
High-tech
such a
hospital.
good time hanging out with you guys, but this shit sucks.
Yeah, fuck you, drunken
Chicago.
crow.
Yeah, Crow, where'd you fuck off, dude?
Why'd you do that?
In Gaza, his skills and mental strength will be tested to their limits.
Immediately upon crossing the border, we were met with that familiar stench of just millions of people packed on top of each other, living together. In some pockets, the air you breathe, you feel like you're decaying just breathing it because there are just so many people.
The crisis is constant. Lives in the balance. The wounded and the lost.
Oh my God.
The mother will not leave the side of her dead boy.
You have no CT scans. No CT scans. So you just
see another Hamas militant.
Watch them and hope for the best.
Yes. Rami with shrapnel in his brain, but no equipment to properly investigate the damage.
You know when like people get shrapnel in their body or bullets, and sometimes they're not able to get it out, so they actually have to live with like
it's so
parts of metal.
Yeah, it's so disgusting how these elites make movements to have shrapnel put in little children like that, and then it's no problem to them. It's just like, yeah, just go on with my day and stuff. It's like if I made a choice in my life that I knew fucked up some little kid like that, I would be like bothered for life. But it's just a number to these like elites and everything. These people who run these big countries and everything. No big deal.
Now, they said the shrapnel was in his brain, so obviously he's going to have like neurological issues, traumatic brain injury. Now, when you're dealing with neurological issues, one tool that is used heavily to give people the proper treatment to see what exactly is going on and what they need help with is MRIs. Now, if you got metal in your brain, that's going to cause a lot of problems with being able to have an MRI scan. And he might develop seizures and shit like that over it. And
you okay? Oh shit! Taste in music is gonna change.
What's that?
Do you think his taste in music is gonna change now?
I don't know.
He'll start liking Shabisky music.
No,
Dude,
he's a metalhead.
I'll tell you this. Sorry,
It is the great paradox of-
John, I know a friend of mine, a close friend of mine, lives his life with a .22 caliber bullet behind his left eye, and he faces struggles from that. And the idea that a fucking MRI would scramble his fucking brain never occurred to me. That's insane, dude.
There was this one guy that went into an MRI, and he didn't tell the doctors that he had a metal butt plug in him. And
I saw that.
Yeah, I think they referred to it as an anal rocket.
Oh my god.
Yeah, when I get MRIs, they always like give me a form and they go over everything, ask you like, if you have
Just
any.
like Gene, I've been through MRIs over and over again too. They put a thing over your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Big,
but in the midst of slaughter, so many will risk their lives for humanity. The doctor whose daughter was killed comforts Rami's mother. But Samatar must now travel north, where the UN human rights chief alleges Israel may be using starvation as a weapon of war. Israel rejects this, saying UN figures...
Wait, so who did they say said that?
The doctor whose daughter was killed comforts Rami's mother. But Samatar must now travel north, where the UN human rights chief alleges
UN human rights chief.
Israel may be using starvation as a weapon of war.
UN human rights chief. Yeah, okay.
Israel rejects this,
Look how
saying
weird
UN figures are...
this picture looks right here. Like, how did the color of those buildings all in the background look prior to this? I'm sure they weren't gray like this. Everything, like, it's just weird how colorless everything has become.
The dust, all the debris.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like you know, those buildings in the back and all that, like they had more color to them than it's just gray shit. You see right here, it's just, it looks like, I don't know, it looks like almost like a nuke. Looks almost like a nuke hit, but a nuke
well,
would
it would
like
look worse.
Well,
yeah,
right,
it would look worse.
Far away from the
It's
blast
like,
wave.
Yeah, it's like a weak nuke hit it. And that doesn't mean that it's any less than what it is. It's just nukes are extremely powerful, so powerful they would lay down the buildings. The buildings are still standing, a lot of them, but barely. You shouldn't go into them, that's for sure.
Yeah, goddamn fuck.
You should be happy though.
Wow, an article. We don't do articles. Oh, sorry.
Well, I
did
just
Gene write this article?
Okay, they've been bringing up the human rights chief of the UN. So I thought, maybe I should Google who that is. So, I don't know, seems like a Middle Eastern name. So do you think
he looks like
he's a Hamas plant?
Oh my god.
Says Mr. Turk has devoted his long and distinguished career to advancing universal human rights, notably the international protection of some of the world's most vulnerable people, refugees. So Grand Service is currently coordinating global work efforts, Security General in the UN's Executive Office, UN Coordinated System. I want to see like what his education is and his background.
He's a social worker.
They're graduated 6th grade.
Yeah.
He's educated.
Okay. UNHR around the world, representative in Malaysia, assistant chief mission in Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and those are European countries, respectively, and a regional protection coordinator of the Democratic Republic of Congo and in Kuwait. A doctorate in the international law of the University of Vienna.
Vienna sausage.
Sausage?
So Austria seems to be where his level of education is. So
yeah, you know who else studied in Austria?
Shut the fuck up. Yep.
Okay, so this is another Austria.
Red eye.
So Austria, that's Australia, not Austria. Gotcha.
Same place.
I gotta piss. I'll go.
It's just short. Austria is short for Australia, stupid ass.
No. So here's the thing. Do you think that he is brainwashed?
Who?
To pander to Palestine when his education is from a EU country? Austria is a Central European country.
I do not think that, Gene. That sounds like a stupid thing to think. Drunken Girl, would you agree, my good sir?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was looking at the.
You need to pay attention. You need to pay attention. This is why you're grounded. Okay?
Are wrong and blames delays in distribution on the UN and aid agencies. In Kamal Adwan Hospital, the desolation caused by hunger.
I do like
Baby on her
Durst
head,
gift,
3 months
Gene.
old.
Don't you like that?
A 22-year-old woman.
It reminds me of
Malnourished and sick,
something.
photographed just after she died.
An argument made recently.
Haram Kadada is dead, a victim, his mother says, of disease and malnutrition. Those who already had serious medical problems are now acutely vulnerable.
Why she looks
Jenna
so
Ayad, before the
okay
war,
in that
learning the-
picture? I don't mean to judge her or something. It just looks like she's taking a family photo in this picture.
She's waiting for dinner to die.
Stop.
Oh my God.
Stop,
Bad
stop,
Crow.
Stop.
Those
Bro
who
is
already
the
had serious medical
worst.
problems are now acutely vulnerable. Jenna Ayad, before the war, learning the alphabet. She already had a condition that made it difficult for her to absorb nutrition.
Let me just give
Now
her
she's
some
bedbound by
fucking
sickness
applesauce, dude. I swear.
and
Like,
the trauma of what she's seen.
So this is Jenna. She presented.
I mean, potatoes.
Potatoes,
Discussed that
whatever.
before.
Applesauce would probably make her world.
Well, any food is good.
Yeah.
Due to malnutrition, since she's just skin and bone.
A child
So
Sam had to leave
horrible.
behind, like so many others in this war.
Jenna's mom came to me and just was saying, I thought we were
And you do typically see those like rashes and stuff break out when people are
kind of
malnourished.
issue, like what's happening? Why are you going and we're staying? And it's because the convoy was only approved for the delivery of food and fuel and not for taking any patients back.
But memories of war have their own way of following, as Sam knows well.
I left a piece of my soul in Gaza, and I do hope to go back. I say it's the best time of my life, but the worst time of my life. Best time because of the people, but the worst time because of all the horrors you witness.
Sam managed to organise Jenna's evacuation to the south. Today our cameraman visited and found a child whose sickness, made worse by war, has left her mother feeling hopeless.
What can I do? She can't be treated, and her mental state is very difficult. She doesn't talk at all whenever anyone talks to her. Her situation is bad, and as a mom, I cannot do anything.
In all of this, it is hard.
So she's not even able to, I guess, coordinate any sort of language.
Well, John, I just want to point out, Remy in the chat said the parents are pieces of shit for having kids if they can't feed them.
Oh, okay.
the
This
problem
just
with-
happened
yeah.
8 months ago. Jesus, Remy. This is something
Yeah.
where...
Yeah, imagine you're wife is pregnant, Remy, and then all of a sudden, boom, war strikes in your country, and everyone's like, oh, well, Remy shouldn't have a child. It just happened. If it was something where, like, there was some big, like, oh, warning ahead of time, 12 months from now, there's going to be a big war and famine. Make sure to not get your girlfriend or wife pregnant. It'd be like, okay. It makes sense to maybe blame them a little bit if they had some sort of warning, but there was no warning that some sort of war and famine was going to break out all of a sudden, Remy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the overwhelming majority of people in Gaza had no fucking clue that Hamas was going to
It's like blaming.
Yeah,
it's like blaming people in the Holocaust for having kids when the Holocaust happened or whatever. It's like they didn't know that was about to happen. Yeah. They impregnating and having babies and stuff that takes a while. That doesn't take just a couple days or something like that. If it was like that, then it would make sense. Like they had a good warning not to be procreating.
Except to know that Gaza's medics keep going. The steady light of decency.
But yeah, you're fine,
Fredo
Remy.
King, BBC News, Jerusalem.
We know you're a cool guy, Remy. What was that clown shit?
This is Rosanna Madhoun from Heroic Hearts.
The fuck is she saying?
This is a organization.
She is not speaking English right.
Her next vid.
Yeah, next video.
This is like a Sarah McLachlan commercial.
Ew.
In the arms of the angel.
Yeah, it's like but with different music, not white people music this time. Like a. Ooh, it's this guy, girl.
It's the same chick.
It's a different video by the same.
Fathers and mothers. And today, in the 31st of March, I meet orphans
Yay!
who lost their fathers
Yay!
or families.
Like all these happy kids.
Well, these are kids that have been
kid looks half
orphaned
happy.
because of the war.
That kid looks kind of happy.
And cover their needs by providing them a monthly sponsorships.
They've already experienced war. Don't fucking torture them more with that.
With furries and clowns.
See, like, the world is so fucked up that a lot of people that are Americans that want to have kids, they really should consider just adopting. Like, look at all these kids. Like, how many of these kids are just they would be great kids?
Yeah,
and
but then...
like, if you raised them well, they would end up being such...
Yeah, but then your
great
kids
people
wouldn't be white.
and yeah. But, like... It's like, fuck you spreading your seed or whatever. Like, adopt one of these precious kids who, like, aren't they're in a part of the world where their usefulness and everything is just garbage almost. Like any talent they have and stuff is just useless. Sorry, and it's disgusting because yeah, exactly. There's people in America who are like Kanye West and stuff like that who are just billionaires because of their talent and stuff.
Even if he has money. Oh, I thought you were.
Well, I'm just saying
Kanye adopting kids. I'm like,
no, I'm just saying that like a lot of these kids you see in front of you are full of talent and could accomplish a lot in this world, but they aren't able to do that because they live in these hellholes where they're born in this bullshit and everything. It like anybody who really is worried about having a kid, you should consider doing that. Like just adopting a kid like this and giving them some sort of capability in this world to make themselves something amazing. Like a lot of them could be.
Why doesn't Bill Gates adopt like 50 kids?
Yeah.
Well, you know for sure that some celebrity is going to adopt like one or two of them and use it as a publicity stunt.
Yeah, sure, but
well,
I think
saying like people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, they could like adopt like 50, 100 kids.
They could start a town or something.
A house for every single one of them. They could have a bunch of like caregivers and stuff that take care of all of them. And
yeah, personally, if I had enough money, I might do that kind of thing where I'd be like, okay, you know, I want to adopt some kid that just like had nothing going on. Like they were born in this fucking hellhole and had no chance except for me coming along or someone like me to make their lives like something where they could
buy
be
them their own amusement park and their own water park.
Yeah.
And buy them a bunch of like, animals and
it's shabby Warbucks, dude.
I honestly, if I had enough money, I might do that. I don't know. Give me $1 million, guys.
Like, dude, I have a bleeding
It's a
heart.
beautiful
I
thing.
wish I could provide
Look-
a child a beautiful life because I'd rather adopt than have one.
Look,
and
yeah.
I
Look
wish
at all
I could-
these kids here. Like those clips of them fighting over food and shit like that. It's just so disgusting. I just want to take
you
one
know
of
what?
their one of these little kids and like, okay, you get to eat lots. You get to have a happy life. There you go.
Dude,
Like-
and I'm gonna call myself out on my selfish bullshit right now. I don't live a fucking very glamorous life, dude.
Me neither.
But the truth is I could adopt one of these kids and still provide them a better chance than what they may.
you adopt a bunch of cats and you want to get a
That's the
bearded
reality that you barely take care of yourself, and one of these kids right here, if you adopted them, they would have a happier life with you
They
and
could take care
Danielle.
of you.
With you barely being able to take care of yourself, they'd live a way happier life than they do right here with these water bottles fighting over food and stuff. And that's disgusting. And it would be a really nice thing to see that kind of thing happen, you know? Just help somebody like that.
See, this is why Israel had to fire on all those aid trucks and the flour massacre.
It's the water
Because
bottles.
Look at them. Well, I mean, look at them. They're all fighting and stuff. I mean, they have to break it up somehow. But yeah, they got water bottles and zippers, so if they went in directly to restrain them, they might get killed. So they have to shoot everyone to break up the all the unrest.
أطفال فلسطين بيحسوه وبيعيشوه في ظل الحرب يعني لا يعيش الطفل من أطفال العالم حيحس هذا اليوم بمثابة عمره كله.
من هنا يا بابا عندنا نتنياهو لما يهدد طبعا رفح نصير حاسين بشعور انه مش حيضل مكان إلنا لانه هي رفح بس اللي باقيه لنا.
All they have left. Move to this location, and where we won't bomb this. Okay, now we gotta bomb this location. Go north, go south, go east.
طبعا حنتدمر مع رفح.
طبعا حياتي قبل الحرب كانت يعني حلوة كتير. كنت أطلع المدرسة أطلع أنا وأصحابي
Yeah, have you seen like Syria, have you seen one single bit of like, hey, there's children, let's extract them or whatever? Like has there been any like they obviously know they're killing, well, I mean like extract them from the has there been any sort of process for Syria to like stop the killing of children in here, like extract them
What are
from
you
the
talking about Syria?
I mean, wait. Am I saying that
Israel?
wrong? Israel. I mean Israel. Sorry, I'm
Oh boy,
drinking.
Shab.
But I said the wrong thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Thing. Sorry.
But still,
I know, John, you hate it when I point out flubs, but that was a good one.
You're still not responding to what I said.
Sorry, what was your argument about the cunt thing?
I don't know. I don't remember either. You think Gene would know?
Well, you're talking about Israel, like extracting whatever.
Yeah, why don't
you
they
mean evacuating kids?
Have there been any process of the like any sort of systematic way of them to try not to kill the
kids? They tell them
kids?
to evacuate an area and move to another area, and then they attack the area they tell them to evacuate.
That's all it is. Is that the
And
only
it's
process
just-
of trying not to kill
the thing
kids?
is, Egypt hasn't been doing a good job either because they do share a border with Egypt, and like Egypt, if they are letting some refugees through, but if I was Israel, it's like go south, and Israel could set up camps and stuff, and create like I guess humanitarian camps, and just allow all the children and stuff to evacuate there. but they don't give a fuck at all, and they're not really helping, assisting like the civilians whatsoever.
امشي يا ابني امشي امشي ماسك بطاني وماشي فيه هاي بطاني اللي بقت 1056
أهل المخيم لقبوني بنيوتن غزة.
Oh, John, goddamn.
What?
Wait, what the fuck this guy said?
He said he's been called the Isaac Newton of Gaza.
Because he knows how to make bicycles or what?
No, I don't know, but all I know is I want John to adopt this kid.
Yeah, adopt him.
I mean, I don't know. That's pretty fucked up of me to assume this kid doesn't have parents. But
hold on, what's he doing? What is he gonna do?
They'll probably demonstrate.
He's gonna build a drone.
It's just a fucked up world we live in.
Invented a fan?
Yeah, for power.
Wind power.
مع سرعة الرياح فهي بتلف فوهي بتلف تولد طاقة.
Yeah. So he's creating like a little makeshift like wind turbine.
الطاقة اللي بتولدها بتمر عن طريق الأسلاك وبتنزل للخيم.
Jesus Christ, man. This is like, it's so sad. This is literally a testament to what Shabisky just fucking said about these kids. I was listening.
He's a little Einstein.
It's
yeah,
insane.
I mean,
like,
that's the reality of it. Like, everybody's not part of a Borg. There's little geniuses within all these different races and all the cultures and everything like that. And we should try to protect those.
Save the geniuses.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody, but we especially
like,
need
Joes,
to. No, but we need to save everybody, but especially
bring all the useful ones into our country where we can benefit from. Like,
there's diamonds in the rough of every bit of dirt and sand or whatever. There's always these diamonds in the rough.
Dude,
they're there.
Gene is an alchemist that turns dreams into shit. You just pointed out the worst aspect of the beautiful thing Shabisky just said.
Yeah, that is true. That's you know what, Skabibi makes a good point that what that kid did wasn't necessarily like if he figured it out himself, then that's extremely. But if it's just passed down information and figured out or whatever, I mean that could be the case, and that it doesn't make it as remarkable as him figuring it out himself. But it just shows how uneducated everybody is there, if anything, and maybe possibly it shows how everyone there on average is so uneducated, and he just happens to be one of the educated ones that knows this kind of thing.
And again,
what do you say about that? Hold on, wait.
You said that a lot of people are uneducated.
Yeah,
I think most people wouldn't know how to do that. I mean, even if it's passed on information, it's something that most people would need passed down to them.
And he says anyone with Google knows that a motor can be a generator. I mean, that kid looked pretty young, so even that in that case, it's a remarkable feat to do that at that age. I'd say. I mean, fuck, I wasn't doing complex shit like that at fucking 8 or 9 or 10.
I was a little bit during that age. I was into that kind of stuff, and
not like fucking solar engineering shit. Like
what he's dealing with there isn't that complicated. It's motors, and it has to do with running them to produce energy. You can do that with a generator and so forth. Yeah. It's not that remarkable. It might.
They should all just use exercise.
Again, rather than it showing his ingenious, it might just show the lack of education in the area and how
exactly. But the point I was trying to highlight is that Skep said anyone with Google could do that, but I don't think, like, when this kid made whatever the fuck this was, I mean, maybe he's done it before. Maybe this is common practice in that area to generate electricity. Could very well be, you know.
You may have learned this before all this crazy shit began.
Well, if he found it out on his own, that's pretty impressive.
It's impressive. He's interested in that stuff. He's probably a dork like you, Gene.
He doesn't have access to Google right now, and he seemed to be able to manage that.
Or maybe he knew that prior what he knew months ago.
So look, Skep said we're hyping this kid up too much. I think Skep is counting this kid out too quick.
No, okay, so
let's get through the video. Okay, what's that, Crow?
Okay, give me the right tools and the Google video, and I can make that. But he's in the middle of nowhere because you got to do all the electrical, right? You got to solder all the wires. Well, you need electricity for that to begin with. So, did he start off with, a generator? He already
to be honest,
need electricity to solder wires.
We don't know, and they'll probably
to be honest
in
with
the video.
To be honest with Skabibi, I did know that. So if I was that kid in the middle of this, I would be able to do that because I would know that. But not everybody grows up with like some sort of parent that is. You
guys
into
are
that
repeating the same
stuff.
Points.
No, I'm right, Gene.
Okay, I don't disagree, but you keep repeating the same
I'm right
thing.
every time I speak. It didn't repeat.
I don't know. You guys were arguing that, yeah, if you go on Google, you can do this, but he might not have Google, and you guys were kind of just going in a circle.
It took me a while to get that point out, John. We're exchanging information, John. These things happen.
We're right, Gene. You're wrong. That time I said that.
من الخوف بغطي وجهه يعني بسكر اذني انه ما اسمعش صوت القصف. نايمات تصبح على خير طيب. في خوف انه في اي لحظه ممكن انه هذا الشظيه ممكن انها تقع في الخيمه تحرق كل الخيمه.
His hair is done really nice.
Yeah, they're going to bed, and at any moment a bomb could be dropped on their head.
He said shrapnel set his hair on fire while he was sleeping.
What? What the fuck?
Person's psyche wears out with fear. It's a slow death. Let's play the imagination game. Let's open our eyes and tell each other.
Do people need
what we dreamt
read to them?
I don't know, John.
وتخيلت انه نمت على السرير فتتقاطي.
Probably awkward in front of the cameras. Here, we have water with some stuff in it.
See, they got food, they got shelter. It's not that
Yeah,
bad.
we have some water and some sheets. And some stuff in the water.
زي مطبخنا الحلو وثلاجتنا الحلوه وطاولتنا طويله من 10 12 كرسي ذكرياتنا اللي فيها محلاهم.
So, John, I do want to make a point.
Yeah.
The only reason I will read subtitles sometimes, and you may notice that I do that from time to time, it's because a lot of times when I consume content, it's usually when I'm playing a video game because I don't have much free time, so I've got something going on in the background. So if all I hear is a language I can't understand, well, that's not fun to consume while I'm looking at something else. So that's the only reason I do it. That's why I just so I won't do it if you don't want me to.
Imagine, think of the contrast between the NFL player on the airplane and this motherfucker with no teeth. He has 2 fucking teeth, and his mouth is rotting, and he's fucking half starving, and he's trying to keep people alive around him. And motherfucker's stupid asshole has a big problem about putting a seatbelt on in his fucking airplane when he's in first class.
Well,
so
yeah,
disgusting.
It shows Karens and Kevins in our country how they will freak out and treat people like complete total horseshit or be mildly inconvenienced. And
I think as people, even myself, we have probably most of us have a problem of taking things for granted.
Yeah.
And I always have to check myself on it, and I think most people should check themselves on it. But not everybody does. And that's one of those people, like the airplane fuckwad, that I'm a football player. He doesn't check himself. He doesn't check himself. He doesn't think about that. He doesn't
There's
question.
kids starving to death in war-torn countries, but I'm mildly inconvenienced.
Yeah, it's disgusting. People
Everyone
like
needs
that
to get
have
off the plane so I can talk my shit and be forcibly removed.
Yeah, oh, there's this cracker who got mad because I didn't put my seatbelt on. Man, you fat cracker.
That's 3. That's 3.
Oh.
I still think we're streaming on Twitch. That's 3 this stream.
Well, that's a horrible place for us to stream.
On his streams.
It's a horrible place for us to stream. All right. Anyways.
And it's like, hey, there's kids that are getting their limbs blown off in other countries, but I lost it among us.
Yeah, like really,
That's the real
people.
issue.
I think it's a problem with us as humans that most of us deal with, and we don't check ourselves. Where things will be too nice, and we won't really like. Things have to go
People
really
are pampered.
fucking. Things have to go really bad for us to like shake our heads and go like, "Wow, I've been thinking of things wrong. I haven't really like. I've been so fucking like I've just been taking things for granted."
At Starbucks, they were taking too long in line, so
yeah,
treat them
exactly.
like horseshit because
throw a fit. Yeah. Because you waiting an extra 2 minutes is just the end of the fucking world. But these people are fucking watching their kids starve to death, having to take food out of their own mouths to give to their kids to hope that their kids live, and while they sit there with a hardened tummy, wanting
here's the
to keep
thing: when I deal
their family alive
with entitled people like that, I just treat them like complete total horseshit. If they like if I deal with somebody where they act like a Karen and shit like that,
it's weird.
Like if they're part of my like family, they're dating one of my relatives, I just they're not going to enjoy themselves on Thanksgiving or any of the days of the year where they're around me. They're going to be my verbal abuse dummy, and then they cry and shit like that, and it's like, you're a spoiled piece of shit. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be honest,
I'm teaching them a lesson.
If I was one of your stupid, like family members that dealt with that, the thing is I would end up learning my lesson at some point. At least with the person I am today. Like, I might be stupid at first, and I might fucking have an argument with you and stuff, and I might look stupid and all that, but in the end, I'm gonna fucking contemplate the shit out of our conversation. And, like, it's just gonna run through my head every day for forever, and until like it's gonna be a huge thing in my brain until I come to some sort of conclusion. And I think a lot of those people, they don't care about that enough. They don't care about running it through their brain and really come to the right conclusion.
Well,
Sometimes
I was wrong.
I really make it clear how much of a selfish asshole they are when they're like, well, the person's being dead. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure you go every single nanosecond of every day, never succumbing to error, because you're a perfect human being. So you're not arrogant? Okay,
yeah.
So you're saying you don't make simple mistakes that everyone makes?
Yeah, you don't go the soft way about doing it. But I think people do need to learn, like, it's disgusting how much of the population needs to learn that kind of lesson. It's just far from
I'll tell
having
them it's
the right thinking.
It's like,
skills.
yeah, you got food, clean drinking water, air conditioning, and I mean, most of the world's population lives on less than $10 a day. A third of the world's population doesn't have any electricity. I mean, God, you have it so fucking hard. And I just make it very clear, and they're like, oh, can you just let it go?
Let it go, June. I hate going to family meetups with June. Ooh.
Why my family always bring up politics at dinner time?
He's speaking horrible English.
رجعت أختي على سريري على أوضتي أنام فيهم مش في الخيمة هيك قبل يومين في الليل خالص صحينا على هاي القصة ولقينا النار.
Woke up to a bombing.
والشظايا والأشياء هاي.
You know, like the main reason why military personnel wear helmets is because of shrapnel.
Doesn't surprise me. Sounds like it makes sense. Didn't do good with her smart. Wait, is that? Wait. Dirt's thinking the same thing. Hold up, rewind that. Is that who I think that is?
What?
They don't have him as on their pic. On the
That can't be the one who knocks, dude.
Yo, that's the one who knocks. It looks like it. Wait, you got hepatitis from the food he ate?
Yep.
Why?
Because it was probably spoiled.
Wait, spoiled food gives you hepatitis?
Or if there's like bacteria in it, or I mean, the issue.
It wasn't the issue poisoned, or whatever.
No, the thing is, they're not in sanitary conditions, and they're.
You can get hepatitis from food
if it's in the food.
Would that be like bad like bread, or just like you're drinking
you could probably
water?
Get it through you could get it through spoiled meat, you can get it through spoiled foods, and like in the end, in unsanitary conditions, that's something that could happen.
Can you get? I don't get it though. I thought that was an STD.
Damn, young man said his ex got hepatitis from eating unclean lettuce.
Yeah, something can be an STD, Shab, but you can also get it through other means. Yeah. That's like with AIDS, if somebody like you can get through a bad blood transfusion, like herpes. Like if somebody has herpes,
you can get an STD from spoiled food. I never heard the idea.
It's not just an STD, Shab.
What was it? There's hepatitis A, B, and C, right?
Yeah, there's different types of hepatitis.
One of them is.
Do I have AIDS?
I know, right? They're giving me a panic attack right now, Shab.
I ate some moldy bread earlier, and I thought it was okay.
I just ate some fucking lettuce, bro. I'm wigging.
You can get hepatitis, I believe, C from alcoholism. I believe
they're viruses, viral infections, so you can get them in the food if the virus is in the food. It's like COVID. And STDs are typically viruses. I mean, I guess some of them are like fungus and stuff, like genital warts, I think, or like a fungus. But the thing is, just because something's an STD doesn't mean, like, AIDS is an autoimmune disease. It's a virus, and it's classified as an STD, so it can fall under multiple different categories. Oh, look at Shab. He thought that you could only get STDs through sex.
They're called sexually transmitted diseases, Gene.
Yeah,
that's the acronym.
What it means is it can be transmitted.
It doesn't say food and sexually transmitted diseases.
It doesn't mean exclusively gets transmitted through sex.
He's scaring me, Gene.
I'm scared. If you get a blowjob,
I don't want Taco Bell. What?
If you get a blowjob from a girl with cold sores, you will get genital herpes.
Wait. What if I get a blowjob from a girl from Taco Bell?
The whole point is, Shab, hepatitis is a virus, so it's like COVID. It would be like if somebody had COVID, they cough, whatever, it gets in the food. It's a virus that's spreading. They're all in close quarters. There's a lack of proper sanitation.
So I should pay attention to the girl with Taco Bells.
Well, statistically, I think most people do have a dormant form of it's either hepatitis or like cold sore or whatever. What's the cold sore?
Called drunken crow-itis.
Herpes. There we go.
Oh yeah, that.
Well, AIDS is you're saying I ate a pizza, that's how I got AIDS. The thing is with AIDS is that it can't really be transmitted through saliva and other fluids. It's only can be transmitted either sexually or with like blood contamination or cross contamination with blood. So AIDS is kind of unique in terms of how it spreads, and it's pretty unique with viruses in general. That's why it's been very hard for them to come up with a vaccine for like AIDS, but different forms of hepatitis they can spread through I guess saliva.
Hold on, Gene. Let me talk about something for a moment, my good sir. Vintage said, bunch of dumb fucks. Can you go into detail, Vintage, please? We don't need to talk to you further. You just need, we'll respond to your response where you go into detail. Please go into detail about how we're so dumb.
Yeah,
where's this Vintage person?
I don't know. It got hidden, but no, 3 out of the 4 of us are drinking. So, and we're still pretty much
I've never
on
drank
top.
in my life. Stupid. Okay, fuck one. Okay, you want a kiss?
Yeah.
Want a kiss, man?
Yeah.
دمرت بيتي اللي كل ذكرياتي فيه.
What'd she say about karate?
في المجازر وإنه ما حدش يعني بيطلع بعين الاعتبار لأطفال غزة. طبعا إحنا نفسنا يعني نعيش بحرية وبأمان زي باقي.
Is it turn up all the way, Gene, baby boo?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay, turn it halfway, baby boo. Holy fuck. Okay.
I thought that was on my end.
Yeah, that's fine. He's retarded. Aww. I just want to give the baby some food. Wait, is it fine with food?
Aww.
Aww. Gene.
Yeah.
If I adopt a Gazan baby, will you adopt one?
No.
Wow, what a selfish fucking bitch. Fuck you, Jane. Yeah,
I think I'm pretty sick, so I don't think you should take on the burden of
But I just wanted to put that responsibility on you for a moment on the stream, make you look like a douche. A lot of people, honestly, that do want to have kids right now, they should do that. People that can afford it and do want to have kids, they should do that kind of thing. Try to adopt a kid that's like in this position. This is horrible. I want to take one of these kids and just feed them and take care of them and make them live happy and healthy. The kid especially.
You can't even take care of
I can't afford it. I'm poor. The kid on the left, though, I really want him. I want to adopt him. Give him bananas or whatever the fuck you give babies.
I don't think Shad should never.
وزن 2 كيلو يعني هذا شايف انت كيف ايده شايف كيف هذا دراع طفل
Don't show me that.
اللي زيهم المفروض
Don't show me. She's showing me how skinny he is.
وهيك شايف كيف وضعهم.
I don't want her to show me how skinny he is. I'm sad about it.
أنا نازحة من الشمال من تل الزعتر السكة. أنا مرة حامل 9 شهور. أنا لي 5 شهور ماشي من أول بداية الحرب أجي على التكية بس عشان أجيب لقمة أولادي عدد أنفاري 7.
Why don't they just get a job?
Oh, look at that kid right there crying. Poor kid.
ما بقدرش على لقمتهم صعب الوضع. فالحمد لله صح بقعد فترات طويلة لما أجيب التكية بس أنا كان بلاقي كوت أولادي.
Here's some throw up for you.
أنا مش قادرة أشتري
Some throw up for you.
الوضع صعب.
Doesn't even look like good food at all or nothing.
وطلعنا يعني لما تحصلنا بالشفاء جينا هنا على
Where's Mr. Beast when you need him?
يعني غذاء لهم حليب
That's right. Where's this Mr. Beast video, dude?
Exactly. Mr. Beast goes to whatever the fuck and saves everybody.
He solves the Palestinian-Israeli.
Yes. God damn, fucking Mr. Beast.
At the risk of being called an anti-Semite? Yikes, dude.
Yikes, dude. I wouldn't do that. I might lose subscribers.
voted Hamas into office.
Yeah, I wouldn't subscribe to
In
them.
Gaza, the Israeli military is attacking residential
Mr.
areas
Beast
across
just
the strip,
buys a
and civilian
national park
casualties
and
are
just
mounting
has it
by the
filled
day.
with
More than
Palestinian
34,500 Palestinians have been killed in nearly 7 months of war. And one of the latest attacks, an airstrike on Rafah in the south, killed at least 2 children. Israel has intensified aerial attacks on the city as fears mount of a major ground offensive. Around 1.5 million forcibly displaced Palestinians are sheltering there. A group of Israeli settlers has blocked trucks transporting humanitarian aid to Gaza. Their vehicles were forced to stop at several border crossings. Settlers also destroyed some of the supplies. Aid trucks entering the strip have been attacked repeatedly. Tariq Abu is joining us now live from Rafah in southern Gaza. Tariq, tell us more about the aid trucks that are being blocked from getting into Gaza.
Yes, again, in fact, Rob, Israeli settlers have been blocking and even preventing...
Now, the thing is, they probably have good reasons to be blocking those aid trucks. I mean, are you going to believe what, like, the UN, Doctors Without Borders, are you going to believe what those kind of, like, organizations have to say?
Humanitarian aid.
You know, when 9/11 happened and shit like that, like, I remember lots of white people around me being like, oh, man, it would be nice to see Saddam Hussein or whatever tortured a bunch. It was, like, nice to see him just torture the hell out of and stuff. What about the motherfuckers that are in charge of this happening? Like, why don't we have a
attack them?
Yeah, why don't we have a big
you can't
moral?
wish that on them.
Yeah, why don't we have this big moral movement towards having the people that are in charge of all these little children starving to death that I want to save? Why don't we have them like I don't know.
Well,
Minecraft.
I don't know,
Minecraft.
buddy. They don't look like me.
Yeah, Minecraft.
You can't wish that on them because now you're anti-Semitic.
Minecraft.
Strip. Now, that
Minecraft.
by the Israeli settlers who are completely looting the loads of these humanitarian trucks.
Right
And they have been
Skeppy said, did you see Saddam get hanged? It was sad.
I know.
I did. It was so sad.
I remember it too.
It was sad.
I never saw it.
I saw it. I was an adult. You were a child. Okay, it made sense.
At the time, my mom was dating this this army dude who had he came back from tour and he had all these bills with Saddam's face on the money.
I feel like I've seen some fake bills with Saddam, maybe.
I don't think it was fake. I think he probably did put himself on their currency. A
Talking
lot of
about,
dictators
like, US
do that.
currency. That's fit.
Oh.
I think.
Oh.
Are you talking about that? Drunken.
No, yeah, Iraqi money with Saddam's face.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Not the $100 bill,
for aid.
but it's Saddam. Yeah,
Okay.
not that.
Deliveries to the besieged enclave unless their Israeli captives are released, and that's absolutely a part of what the Israeli settlers have been doing for multiple weeks, as the Israeli police have stood by without preventing even those settlers from attacking such a humanitarian convoys. But the fact on the ground that these humanitarian aids have been released, even have been allowed to depart Ashdod port after being inspected by the Israeli military, heading to Karem Abu Salam crossing later to have an access to the Gaza Strip. But those settlers have been exerting more pressure on Netanyahu's government in order to stop such aid supplies in light of the ongoing famine that is looming inside the Gaza Strip, as the number of these humanitarian convoys that even are getting from the Israeli side to the Gaza Strip is still very restricted and limited in terms of the immense needs of Gaza's population, and specifically in light of the predictable military incursion for Rafah, which will definitely exacerbate the already aggravating humanitarian crisis.
Now, there's also been a very large amount of journalists that have been killed compared to, like, most other military conflicts that are at the same scale.
Resume with Rafah in southern Gaza. Tariq, thank you very much.
Wait, are the journalists getting killed by Hamas or Israel?
Hamas did it, according to Israel.
Okay.
Sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Here's a fucking dork.
So Skeppy says, what is it? It feels like we've been covering this for 8 hours.
I want to say, dude, look, thanks, Skep, because I was going to ask, can we cover something else now? Because holy shit, my heart and my brain hurt.
Did I miss
dumb bitch?
Okay, Ukraine war.
Wait, hold up. I sent you animal
invaded
videos,
Ukraine.
bro. Like, we've been doing this shit for 4 hours. You gotta have some animal videos, right?
Yeah.
I like how.
Please, dude, please.
We're getting
a
to
lot
the
of carnage.
Ukraine
This is a lot of carnage. We had a lot of carnage.
2 years ago.
You're gonna have one
About
kitten,
6.5
Okay, wait.
1.5 million Ukrainians have left the country, including hundreds of thousands who've come to the United States. One of them is 10-year-old Artem Fedorenko. Just days after the war began, he lost part of his arm in a Russian bombing that killed his father and brother. A Minnesota group that helps Ukrainians who've lost limbs brought Artem to America for a prosthetic arm. And today, he and his mother, Oksana, are rebuilding their lives in suburban Minneapolis. The story comes to us from Minnesota Public
Happy he's getting a new arm.
Radio News.
You shouldn't have lost it in the first place.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So this is our kitchen. We like it. Very nice.
Really shouldn't have.
Table for our big family. Nice.
Wait, now
deck.
They brought them in. Why aren't they like? Do you think they would do this for a Palestinian family?
And big yard.
I don't know.
My name is
I made the
Oksana.
joke when Ukraine war first started happening is like, if you want, a mail order bride, now's your chance. But I don't think it's the same with Israel and Palestine.
Live Ukraine, Kyiv.
My name is Inna Karpenko.
Ми стали великою дружною сім'єю.
Yeah, we became big, friendly family. Yeah, we are.
Ми є одне одного, і це дуже добре.
We have each other and it's wonderful. We are very grateful.
I have really good friends here and everybody is so nice. I don't know why, but I draw like a rainbow. I like to draw that smile. My name is Nika and I'm 8. Artem, 9 years, almost 10. He likes his class, teachers, food. That is his first, yeah. Отак одівається.
О, my son. В мене дуже сильний хлопчик, сильніший, ніж я.
He's a good example for all of us. How he can.
God, if only all those kids in Gaza were white.
Oh my god.
Well, it's the truth. If they were, they probably would be given like asylum and stuff in the U.S. and
yeah, I didn't really see many prosthetics in Gaza.
They probably would be brought into other more developed white countries and be given prosthetics and be like they'd be going to like a UK American school.
Joy life.
And it's like when remember the Tigray War was going on. And they were racking up the same number of casualties as like the Ukraine-Russian war. And then you had the Burmese Civil War that was also like racking up the same amount of casualties. And pretty much the media wasn't covering the like Burmese Civil War or the Tigray War at all. Why? Because they're not a bunch of like white Westerners.
And do everything he wants even without his arm.
У сусідній будинок попав осколок, який півдору.
Well, it happened on February 26.
Місце, як ми вважали.
They were scared and they decided to run away from Kyiv to save their lives. They thought it would be safer. Well, that was a big mistake. Russian soldiers came into her ex-husband's cabin. He saw how he died. Yeah, and she's very grateful that his father put his son's life first than his own.
Буде він подобатися дівчатам?
I will always feel this pain for him because it's better that happened to me than to him because I had normal life and now he has like different life.
We started to work with Artyom. He's quite a character. He's very active person. Right now we have 1,500 people on our.
What's that? What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, Crow was trying to say something.
I'm the greatest. Crow was saying I'm the greatest.
No, I wasn't trying to
I'm the greatest, as he was saying.
No, sure. I'm not going to point out that he's trying to do exercises like the guy in the back.
Okay.
Our list that wants to get prosthetics.
In Ukrainian, prothesis means prosthetics, so we named it Protez Foundation. Seeing people with lost limbs due to stupid war that should never happen. But when you put prosthetic on and person can start doing first steps, that makes my day.
So, again, family rebuilds in Minnesota after fleeing Russian invasion. So, we mentioned this before. Do you think if the kids in Gaza were white, we'd be seeing more like stories like this?
Yes. These are very white-looking kids. And it's very acceptable amongst our people.
Well, it's the truth. They were
it's very acceptable amongst our people.
It's sad because it fucking is. And I don't know what it is. Like, okay,
they look like us.
It's a system of a down lyric. What is in us that turns a blind ear to the cries of human suffering? What the fuck is in you that does not look at a Palestinian child who's been blown to fucking shreds and not say, "Huh, that's a human. That's one of me." Like, fuck you. I don't know what to say, dude. It's terrible. This shit sucks.
And it's just we're gonna give them prosthetic limbs, and we're gonna take them in. They're gonna have a suburban house, be given physical therapy. They're going to have a changed life, going to a school, and but we don't really seem to be doing the same thing with all the kids in Gaza.
What game would you like to play, Artem? Heads up, 7-Up. All right!
He's very confident.
Wait, I remember this when I was a kid.
What?
I remember Heads Up 7-Up. Yeah. I don't remember how it works, but I remember putting my head down and putting my thumbs up.
Fuck, I can't remember either.
It'd be like Duck Duck Goose or something like that, but you cover your eyes.
Like that.
It's like something like that, and then you have to guess who it is or something like that. Who hit your finger? I barely remember this. It's something like that.
Spotlight.
Yeah, I get it. Well, no, I'm not gonna explain it. Whatever.
There will be some times when he's sharing, and he might just go into the whole thing about how I miss my dad, and but if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here right now.
Okay, Artem, favorite part of your day? Tell us.
Gym and soccer. You play soccer? Now you can do that, right? Zip. Okay, fair.
I wonder why he likes soccer.
I wonder why they leave his sleeve just to hang like that. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't care.
To wipe his nose.
Bad bro.
I just would have thought they'd fold it.
On national headlines, new this morning, the United States is accusing Russia of using chemical weapons against Ukraine and therefore violating the chemical weapons ban. In a statement on Wednesday, the U.S. State Department said it had made a determination that Russia had used the chemical weapon chloropicrin against Ukrainian forces in violation of the Chemical Weapons Convention, or CWC, and that Russia also used tear gas during the war, which is also in violation of the CWC. The U.S. is imposing sweeping new sanctions on Russian firms and government bodies. Russia has previously denied using chemical.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At least we're doing sanctions towards Russia, but we got to really help Israel, and the money needs to go towards them. I mean, because, yeah, they're not deserving of sanctions at all. They need military aid.
Chemical weapons.
Wouldn't you like that? You can have, like, some, like, Hulk of a tank, like in your backyard or something.
Dude, yeah, or my front yard or whatever. Yeah. Fuck yeah, this would be cool to have. I'll take this.
Oh my god. Hamas shouldn't use their children as human shields. They should have thought about the consequences for October 7th.
Yep, those children really should have thought.
Then we all, God, how many times have we gone over this? It's just, they regurgitate the same rote points over and over again.
Vintage,
when we fucking argument.
Vintage, when we talk and we make any sort of point, do you listen? Do you care
they should have
about
thought
that?
about it. All these men, women, and children who didn't have nothing to do with that terrible act should have done thought about it for they. It's so stupid. If this was something that happened to you, Vintage, you'd not be having the same fucking rhetoric. You're a psychopath.
And again,
I'm not a medical fucking professional, but in my book, you're a fucking psychopath.
And I think in this...
But here's the thing, again, when it comes to Hamas, not everyone in Gaza is Hamas. The overwhelming majority of people in Gaza have nothing to do with Hamas. So even if Hamas is using them as shields, two wrongs don't make a right. So because of what Hamas did, millions of innocent people need to suffer?
Yeah, and also Hamas isn't all the people in Palestine. All the people in Palestine isn't Hamas. Vintage.
What if the US and NATO went on a huge offensive in Russia and we started bombing towns and just murdering like kids and just civilians in the truckloads? And it's like, well, hey, they attacked the Ukraine.
Elections have consequences. Elections have
and
Did you just show up? Have you not been here for the stream?
Oh yeah, Vintage is new. Vintage, you must be new here, buddy, because we literally fucking we talked about this. We talked about this, and again, I don't know what it is. You think in the age of social media and internet information, people will be more informed. But the truth is that the people of Palestine didn't really have that much fucking power in that election. Oh, isn't that fucking crazy? Not every country's like America where we have a democratic vote where really your vote doesn't count based on what your county really votes for. But
yeah,
I think all the children
Turkey
that died in the
shouldn't have,
Holocaust.
Iraq shouldn't have voted Saddam Hussein into office because that's how it worked. It was a genuine election. It's not like corruption exists and so forth. And most dictators don't classify themselves as dictators. I mean, Kim Jong-un is president of North Korea. It's the People's Republic of or Democratic Republic of Korea. So yeah, republic like that's in its name. And, like, everyone is required to vote in North Korea, and there's only one person on the ballot, and everyone votes for Kim Jong-un. So, you know what? It's their fault, because 100% of people in North Korea votes Kim Jong-un into office.
They should have thought about it first.
Yeah, they should have thought about before the dictatorship.
Like, fuck you, buddy. I'm sorry. Like, I hate to dismiss a person, but fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, and it's just, And plus, even if they did elect them fairly or whatever, most of the people in Hamas today were not alive when the election happened, or they were children and not old enough to vote when the election happened. So there haven't been elections since they originally took control of the government in that region. So the overwhelming majority of people there had nothing to do with electing them in. If you just look at, like, the age demographics.
Немцев, ну, с которым они носились и кричали, что супер-супер-супер танк. А оказывается, его тоже можно...
And I like how people, like, more of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like, this dude, Vintage, is, like, the 6th or 7th person that's come in, and they've made the exact same very, like, vacuous sort of points that every other person, makes, which is they elected them in the office. They're using them as shields. It's just, maybe you're not that well read, the fact that you can only regurgitate the same 4 statements that every person on the right regurgitates in this scenario. It's like, I'm sure you're actually reading up on this and stuff, and you're not just regurgitating what you heard from your uncle or your one coworker.
These are human fucking beings that had nothing to do with this fucking conflict. One massacre, which, hey, guess what? We got a bunch of those happening in our schools every fucking day. But again, we don't fucking say, hey, all children are fucking... Whatever. I'm sorry, I'm going on a fucking diatribe here. But it's... The logic doesn't make fucking sense, dude. Literally, there's no reason why, because a terrible... Again, no one here is praising what the fuck Hamas did on fucking October 6th. No one here is praising that. It is what it is. It's a terrible thing to do, but that doesn't justify Israel's response. There's such a thing as an imbalanced response. You get that? You get that?
I'm not going to get into the chat. Whatever.
Oh, get into your ass.
But I find this very funny. They're trophy tanks You know why Ukraine doesn't have trophy tanks of Russia? Because Russian fucking tanks are from like the Cold War, and they just fucking blow up.
Well, they had a lot of modern tanks, but they kind of squandered it with their piss poor military strategies and logistics. So now they're actually starting to deploy Cold War, World War II style tanks. Yeah.
So I just want to say real quick to Mike the Tough and Vintage, if you guys want to make any sort of legitimate argument,
you're a poopy head.
Yeah, I'm ready, and we're ready to deal. We're ready to deal with this argument. If you want to make a argument, but I'm sorry, saying bunch of high-ons, fuck you, buddy, isn't some sort of argument. Saying crybaby dorks, that's not a good argument either. How about you make an
equals? I think 2 + 2 = 5. You think it equals 4. I'm gonna call you a stupid butt face.
Yeah, stupid butt face.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you are an actual
for the win.
logical person and you care about the truth, then go ahead, put forth your argument and show us how fucking stupid we are.
That's what dorks do. I mean, intellectuals.
Oh yeah, dorks do that.
I think of sophisticated people. I think of people that just disagree with somebody and they just call them a dork or a retard or a dumbass.
Yeah, dorks are people like that come into a chat and they're like, "Quiet, baby, dorks, beta, damn tough." Are you? Let me guess, Mike. Are you an alpha? Are you an alpha? Are you an alpha? Mike, do you consider yourself an alpha? Oh my god, I bet you consider yourself an alpha. Oh my gosh. What's up, Negan? There's an alpha in the chat, Negan. There's an alpha in the chat. Look. It's pointed right at you. That's scary. Yeah, he's in Tate University.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Gene. It looks just like Palestine, right, Shep?
Except
it's a little greener. It's a little greener.
They have less buildings.
It's more spacious.
Yeah,
they got a lot more space.
They care more about nature than Palestine. I like these people.
Oh, Vintage retracted it, but he said we're a bunch of degenerates. That was his argument. Thanks, buddy. Good point.
Wow, Vintage.
Such an esoteric
Such an intellectual.
That definitely has everything to do with what we were talking about in the argument that was made. You're such a smart Puritan, you dumb fuck.
I specifically asked for an argument, for a good argument, and that's what we get. Thank you.
When I think of academics, professors, philosophers, I think of people where that's their rhetoric. You're a dumb fuck.
When I watch a debate between two very logical people and stuff about a subject, it's like the one that wins is the one that's like, "You're a dumbass. You're fucking stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid." You're a poopy butthead. You're a poopy butthead. I'm like, wow, that guy is right. Holy shit, he's doing so good.
But he knows that our parents are very proud of us.
Yes.
They are.
You're dumb, you're yum, you're yum, you're yum.
Oh, you know it. Vintage 3 is the model citizen.
Gene, you're stupid.
You wanna justify the deaths of a bunch of innocent children,
dude.
To be honest, I think they should look up the Dunning-Kruger effect and probably read up on it. And I know most Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level, so I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't be able to comprehend an article. If they did try to research
I bet my parents are more proud of me than they are of you, Vintage.
What's that, Jane? The Duncan-Kruger effect?
The Duncan fucking donuts effect.
Somebody over physics, and when they start arguing me into a corner, discussing all the dynamics of physics, my counter argument's going to be that their hair is ugly.
You're dumb.
That's how I prove that I'm right. Yeah.
Your outfit is stupid.
I'm going to disagree with somebody over economics, and once they start going into all the numbers and stuff, I'm going to respond by telling them that God hates them, and there you go.
That's just the Dunkin' Donut effect.
Dunkin' Donut effect. I like the Dunkin' Donut effect. Oh, those look like nice places to live. Ooh, that looks like a nice church to live at. Is that a church, Gene?
I don't know. Could be.
Wow, you don't know everything. Fuck you.
Все згоріло.
Там страшне, що робиться.
Страшне?
19-year-old. Yep.
Проходьте, проходьте.
That's someone's babushka.
Проснулась, а вони стріляють страшне. Яке там просипання. А невістка каже, треба в'їжджати. Кажу, сину, треба було тікати.
She's got a cane and a fucking sharp piece of stick. She's ready.
She's ready to stab.
I don't want to mess
Yeah,
with her.
dude, that stick is very pointy. I almost feel like the reason she carries that around is for a weapon, because it's very, very, very pointy. I wonder if she just carries that around mainly as a weapon. Like,
what is it?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Y'all says, wow, she's dead by now.
No, the funny thing is Vintage, we actually condemned that act. We say that's not a good thing to do, but you want to put words in our mouth and jump around the argument that Israel is committing an imbalanced response to that act, which was terrible. That doesn't justify the reason to,
when did we
decimate the fucking country and again engage in the land grab. I'm sorry, it's so hard.
Yeah.
Can I just start banning these fucking retards or what, dude? Because it's hard. How can I not? It's
You
easy.
like
fucking
him,
thing.
drunken
Low-hanging
dirt.
fruit.
You like him, drunken dirt. You like him. You're everything to us, Vintage.
Again, you don't support the fact that the United States conducted air raids on Japanese villages in World War II. Therefore, you must be okay with what the Nazis were doing. Because it's not like both sides
Gene,
could... Yeah.
This building that we're looking at right now, the whole Shab fam could probably live up in this bitch happy and forever. We could just live up in I could be the king of our mansion and just everybody live there and we all have awesome happiness. But instead it burns down.
Shab, you can get
Dude,
a
I love that the
quality
vintage
Shab.
dude. It's like, it's a totally justified response, clown. It's justified because it's justified. I'm not going to explain how it's justified. I mean,
Can you go into detail? Yeah, Vintage, can you go into detail about what?
No, only beta boy clowns like us apply attention.
Are you smart enough to be able to go into detail and explain how we're logically at fault, or is it just we're clowns? Is it that? Because if all
we're
you have
talking about how we condemn certain actions of Israel, so therefore that must mean we condone unethical acts by some other party.
Yeah, are you intelligent enough to go into
can
detail?
Be at fault in different areas.
Are you smart enough, Vintage?
What's that? I mean, Vintage clearly is a very logical, rational human being. Because when I think of intelligent people, I think of people who think in absolutes. All or nothing extremes. It's either this side or that side. There's no in between. There's no nuance.
Yep.
So weird how it's all standing still. The part that's burned. Oh, he's looking around. Oh, burnt buildings, burnt buildings.
We've seen a lot of burnt buildings.
Наразі лінія оборони довкола Часового Яру є дуже динамічною. Можна сказати, вона вся палає в вогні. Наші сили оборони це
I understood every single word.
Yeah, he's speaking Mexican. I know what he's saying. He said Cinco de Mayo or something. I heard him.
Wait, that's today.
Yeah, that's why he's talking about it. Okay? He's happy about it. I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about.
Also, I just want to point out, since it is Cinco de Mayo, that's not Mexico's Independence Day.
What? Is that like Germany's Independence Day or something?
No, Cinco de Mayo is, they celebrated, I can't remember what war, but it was a victory over something.
World War II? Alright, back to the video.
It broke
Gene.
me.
Wow.
To be totally honest.
What? What broke
like,
you?
There's information that no mother
That
what broke her?
ever wanted to hear.
Heidi.
Mom loses daughter to domestic violence.
Oh, okay. I feel bad.
Living through the unimaginable. The death of her teen daughter, Emily Renee Salih.
She's fun. She's very caring. One of the sweetest people.
He says, "I bet they LARP."
He said, I bet you people probably don't think the response to 9/11 was justified either. Guess what, buddy? I fucking don't, because it wasn't. Because there's, dude, like, fuck you. All I'm saying is fuck you, dude. You are like a nationalist, bro.
Okay, so there was a terrorist attack due to them hijacking commercial airliners because airline security definitely had a notable level of exploits. So the right thing to do is to go into a country and go to war with a terrorist group where it's like they're hiding out in tunnels and stuff, completely destabilize a region where it just adds fuel to the fire. It's a revolving door. So because you're destabilizing the region, it makes people more likely to actually join and support these terrorist groups. So it's like pretty much unless you completely annex the country and make it a colony, you're not going to be able to deal with the problem by just having troops there and turning it into a war zone. So it's like you could do this thing where you improve airline security, and that would probably be the right approach to responding. Like, it was a huge boondoggle going to war with Iraq and Afghanistan over, like, the 9/11 attacks, and it didn't really accomplish anything. Do you think we got anything done?
John, you don't know your history, buddy.
Yeah.
Dude,
I'm sorry. We accomplished a lot. We, like, everyone that died, all the money wasted in Afghanistan and Iraq, clearly it was all worth it.
It's so sad, John.
Anybody that has ever met her has ever met.
We are wasting our breath arguing with these people because all they hear is that you disagree with me, so fuck you.
Wait, you talking about me?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh shit!
Move on. We're not talking about.
Okay.
And a mother. She was, just such a great, like, model mother. Like, at such a young age.
Emily met Tyson Peters 3 years ago.
They hooked up and a couple times, and she ended up pregnant, and then they started dating.
Heidi instantly
wait, and then they started dating.
I didn't like him at first.
Wait, he got her pregnant, and then they started dating? Okay.
Okay.
Because I dropped her off to hang out with him one day, and then, like, when he brought her home, he just pulled into the end of the driveway and then drove away. And I was like,
what?
I don't like that. He didn't come in to say hi. He didn't come meet me. And of course, that was
Happy Mother's Day or nothing.
We're going over a story of her daughter dying, and you're like, I don't like that. You're like talking to her.
I'm sorry. Okay, I forget about the daughter.
The excuses started being made.
Disturbing behavior began early into the relationship.
There had to have been something that.
Okay, I'm sorry. The music doesn't set me up.
Can we listen to what they have to say? You keep talking over it. Maybe that's why you're not aware of the fact the daughter died, and your mom.
No, I was aware.
That was ignored.
Yeah.
I didn't know him. He didn't want to be around me for Christmas. I bought him Christmas presents. I invited him over for Christmas. He didn't come. It was just Emily and the baby.
Heidi says there was abuse too.
There was a couple of instances that happened. I tried to get her to put a restraining order on him, and she refused to. The police were involved a couple times, and the more I pushed, the more she pulled away from me. So what I started doing was, like, talking to her about them and just like, okay, well, this is what I see. I know you don't see it like that, but I can see these things. And then as those conversations, just general conversations, there's no anger, there's no animosity, there's no name calling, there's no yelling, screaming, none of that stuff. I'd send her TikToks that would relate to their situation so that she can kind of like, oh, okay, well, I guess mommy's right. And so
I like how when you, like, in this day and age, when you're trying to inform somebody, you send them TikTok videos.
Yeah, it's like I sent her TikTok to try to relate to her, and it didn't work. Yeah, it sounds a little silly.
Really thinking about things and stuff. The most recent information that I had regarding their relationship was just that he didn't work at all. He was keeping her from her friends. She'd make plans with her coworkers to have play dates with the kids at the trampoline park and stuff like that. And then it was always okay. Like, he would always be okay with it until the day of, all of a sudden, something happened, or it was a fight and she couldn't go. Like it would just drain. Like you could see the life just come out. Like just she was okay, fine. Just to take a deep breath and just deflate. He quite literally kept her away from everybody.
The 19-year-old began distancing herself from him.
The weekend before he took her from us, she went to Bangor and actually did hang out with some friends for the weekend. She's like, Mommy, I really I want to get out of there. I want to just take the weekend and just see how I do. And I said, okay, that's fine. And you go have fun. Go be 19 for a minute. She said that she tried to have a good time, but he was making her feel guilty and making her feel some kind of way. And he just wouldn't stop texting her, wouldn't stop calling her. But then as soon as she came home on Sunday, he was blowing up her phone. They asked her how to, I was like, okay, well, now that you're back.
See, this is what it's like with me and Shab. Shab just keeps texting me and calling me and doesn't give me a moment of respite.
How are you? Like, how do you feel? And she said, I can't do it anymore. I don't feel the same way that I used to feel. Like, I feel something completely different that I didn't ever feel before, and I don't want to be there. Like, I'm not supposed to be there anymore. And I said, okay, that's good. So what are we going to do? What's your plan? And Wednesday, I have a day off. I'm going to take the baby to daycare, and then I'm going to pack our stuff, and then I'm going to come home.
We're talking about like a little girl, Matthew, you fucking weirdo. Okay?
No, they said she was 19.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess at this point, okay. You're still a fucking weirdo. All right, play the video.
Wednesday, April 10th came.
She looks like Danielle.
So then she FaceTimed.
She looks like Danielle's age.
14 on Wednesday
Hey,
afternoon.
she's like 14.
Daycare because it was.
Wait, you know who I said looked like Danielle? And they kind of they don't agree.
Some 14-year-old.
No, and this shows that Dirk's kind of racist.
Yeah, and the one with the P instead of the R or whatever, or C, or however words work. I don't remember how words work.
I'll just sit here and take this kind of abuse.
Okay, ready?
Yeah,
give
she
me
looks
some
like
fucking-
she's 12. Oh wait, what?
It's Danielle.
That looks nothing like Danielle. That's an Asian person.
Thank you, Shabisky. No, you're racist.
You're saying that an Asian person can't look like a white person?
I
A
said
person
an
can't look
Asian
like somebody-
person doesn't look like Danielle. Danielle doesn't look like an Asian person.
Yeah, that doesn't look like Danielle.
Dirt, go wake up Danielle and bring her to the camera.
I literally have to.
Put a helmet on her.
John, I got about 15 minutes. Show me some cat videos before I gotta leave.
Show us some pussy videos so Dirt can get all hard as a rock before Danielle wakes
definitely
up.
look at the baby, and that was last I heard.
He wants to
I
get hard
texted
as
her
a rock.
at 5:24. I was like, that's weird. But
wait, what's weird?
okay.
Wait, what was the
Maybe-
weird?
Okay, maybe I need to go back to the chat again. The dude's like, do you guys play D&D? I bet they LARP. What makes you think we, like, LARP and play D&D and shit? I mean...
I never played D&D.
Bro, you're a lib. You're a soy cuck. What more can you say?
I mean, I understand I'm kind of a geek, but I don't get where you're getting that from with, like, Dirt and Shab and Crow.
Is he Mike, do you consider yourself a alpha?
And it's like, what if we did? Like, who the fuck cares if somebody is into, like, D&D and shit? So, it's like, what? Are you the kind of person where everyone's supposed to have the exact same hobbies that you do? And if they don't, they're doing life incorrectly?
Yeah, you gotta lift super weights. You gotta get super buff. You gotta get super fucking ripped, dude.
So, we're getting sensitive just because we're disagreeing with you? Are we yelling or screaming or freaking out?
I mean, where do we disagree, Mike? Where did we get off on the wrong?
Being so
What the
sensitive.
hell?
Chill, God.
I'm just saying, where did we get off on the wrong
Being
foot?
so sensitive, God.
How can we bring this back, Mike? How can we
so
die?
mad!
maybe she's
LARP as an
and then at
alcoholic.
6:30 I text her again and I was like, are you coming home tonight? She never even responded to any of my text messages. Wednesday night when I started reaching out to her friends, like, hey, have you heard from Emily? One of her friends, her name is Kyra, and she's like, no, I haven't heard from Emily. So she's like, do you want me to drive over there? And I said yes, if you would please. She did call me and she was like, Heidi, something's not right. She's like, all of the lights are on, the curtains are drawn, but nobody's answering the door. And both of the cars are in the driveway. And she's not answering my phone. And so Kyra said,
Well, to be fair, I do this a lot, and people get mad at me because I don't answer my phone and shit. Sometimes I'll be in bed for a day or two, and then everyone's like texting me and stuff and telling me they're going to do a wellness check. And it's like, God, just let me have 2 days where I can just sleep for 2 days straight and be sick without people pestering me.
Oh, John, Brian's got a good idea for a PPP D&D stream for the Patreons.
Yeah, you fucking dorks would play D&D, wouldn't you, bro?
I've never played D&D before.
I haven't either,
Yeah.
but I mean,
Wouldn't you fucking dork?
Well, to be fair, it's like when it comes to the dork thing, that's one of the reasons I don't play it. It's not because it's like, oh, I don't want to be associated with it.
You're scared.
No, I think the games that themselves are fine, but you go to a lot of places where they play those games, where they play Warhammer and Magic and stuff, and it is like they're a bunch of gross neckbeards. I'm sorry. It's like they're some of the most antisocial people imaginable.
But John, you don't have to deal with the smell, and I think the smell is the worst part, probably.
Well, I mean, with you guys, it would be fun, but that is something where, like, if you go to like the settings where those kind of people tend to congregate, the stereotype of like the gross, oily fedora beard is pretty accurate. Yeah, they're in like all of those fucking shops.
She's like, something's not right. Do you think that I should call the police?
Police did a wellness check.
They didn't get a response when they went there. They were going to be going back in the morning. And I was like, I don't understand what's going on. So I called the police. And I said, hey, you guys did a welfare check on my daughter at like midnight-ish. And I haven't heard anything. What's going on? What's happening? And so they did another welfare check. Right after we hung up the phone.
How many welfare checks have you guys had?
This one about 80 in the last year. I mean, rough year.
Really?
There was one where I was naked in bed, and it was very awkward. All the police coming to me naked in bed. I sleep naked, Jane. I sleep naked, Jane.
I've had like 4 wellness checks in the last like 2 years, and I'm
Do you sleep naked?
Being like, did you get the gay porn magazines?
Yeah, did you get
I'll
the gay porn?
I'll get like tired and sick and stuff because of like the shit I deal with, and then it's like if I don't answer my phone for a couple days, then people usually will do like a wellness check on me. What?
I freak out. Okay.
Yeah, if I don't hear from John for a week, it's over, dude. I'm like, dude, no PPP is.
I start slitting myself and stuff. I don't know what to do.
If I'm not on the internet for a week or two, everyone's like, "Hey, like John, like, should we do a wellness check and stuff?"
I start having periods out of my wrist.
Considering that we do a weekly show, you should probably check in once a week. And I disregarded what Shabisky said.
And they found them.
I need a tampon for my wrist.
They said that they had been gone for a significant amount of time.
I need to find some royalty-free, like, sad violin and piano music, and I'm going to do some edited little, like, documentaries, and I'm going to show that I can do a better documentary than Dorkmaster.
Oh yeah, and that's going to be hard to beat. Fucking dumbass fucking documentary.
I am going to use like some of those like.
Dude, I could have a seizure and make a better documentary than him at the same time.
I'm going to use some text to speech.
Give me a Caesar! Hit me in the head!
AI like narrations, and I'm going to do it on something like I don't know, Children of War, and Congo and stuff. And
we need to teach about frogs.
Who wants me to do an edited sort of video, like a little video essay, like
to prove your documentarian?
Yeah, do a frog video. Just do a frog.
Just to show your range, you should do the video on the Children of War and also do the frog documentary.
We should do a well put together frog documentary, and then it gets a bunch of views, and then we show it off to stupid ass fuckface, fucking Darkmaster. Like, look at our documentary. It got 195,000 views. What did your documentary get, bitch? Oh, 900 views. Oh, that's hilarious.
But they did.
Right, Gene?
Okay, so Vintage says...
protest.
Wait. Dudes, a drunk soy boy, nothing worse than a sloppy drunk soy boy. Shaking my head, later Nazi clowns. See ya at the protest. Wait, so he's saying that we're soy boys.
And we're the Nazis. We're the Nazis.
Well, I wonder what vintage looks like. Are you not a fat fuck? So, are you in good shape? So, we all show ourselves on camera, and I'd say that, I don't know. I'm good.
I'm willing to bet if I went into a club, I'd be able to score way more pussy than you.
Well, no.
He'll see you at the protest.
Like, how about you? We're on Discord and stuff. Why don't you? I don't know.
You're cordially invited. I'm cooking up a fucking link right now. I'll give it to you.
Yeah. How about you actually show us what you look like? Because you're saying we're soy boys. I bet like you're probably some fat, gross like pig.
Or vintage. Let's talk it out, buddy.
I'm sure he's a dude that actually exercises and takes care of himself. Like, I'm a soy boy because I eat healthy and like I drink smoothies and so forth. And like that's such a beta thing to do. Like, there are people that will literally say that I'm a beta soy boy because I talk about exercising and running on my treadmill and stuff. And it's like, wait a second, exercising on a regular basis and eating a healthy diet makes you a beta? I guess I gotta be like some fat fuck. My name is Earl. Yeah, I drink beers and I wear my overalls and then I got my big man boobs.
No. He doesn't like sloppy drunk soy boys. Alcohol is for soy boys. No true respecting man consumes alcohol. That's haram.
Are you actually gonna join Vintage or are you scared?
No, he's out. We're clowns. We're not
Vintage. Like, do you have a big double chin?
Beta. Mike, click the link. Let's see. Let's see.
Come on. What you look like? We're actually on camera.
Hop on in, Mike. Let's talk it out. You want to hash it out? I got about 10 minutes for my time here is up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Click the link, Mike.
We don't do this often. Come on in. The floor is yours. You got so much to say.
I bet a decent amount of these people that say this are fat fucks. So how about you prove that you're not a fat fuck?
Dude,
I don't have to download anything. Click the link, make up a username, pop in the waiting chat for voice channels. Just tap it, click it if you're on your phone, computer, whatever. We'll drag you in. All right.
Well, we won't drag them in. You can go in and talk to them.
Okay, fine. Yeah, post a fucking picture of yourself. Whatever.
No, don't post a picture. They can get on They can get on video, and you can take a photo of them and come back in. I don't want some random person coming on video on the stream.
Well, then whatever. This is moot then.
Yeah.
John, I'm going to go the opposite direction. You think they're fat, double chin, greasy. I think they're going to be a skinny-ass fucking Twinkie guy.
Shabisky could orient it so that we see him, but the chat doesn't. Just saying.
Dude, let me tell you something, Vintage and Mike. I'm the kind of guy you'd probably walk in on your girlfriend fucking and I'm just being real. And I didn't even want that bitch. She wanted me. She wanted me, bitch. That's the problem, okay? I just couldn't give up the blowjob. I couldn't say no to that BJ. You know what I'm saying?
I bet they are very talented. I bet they're just very eclectic.
No, they don't need to be because they're so tough.
Very well educated. I bet they know how to play like guitar or the piano. I bet they're in good shape. I bet they got lots. They're really good at drawing art and everything. I bet they're very efficient in multiple different areas, multiple trades. They're not some fat fuck with no education that comes home and sits in their recliner and watches Fox News and play some Call of Duty, and that's about it.
Tucker Carlson, my hero.
I'm glad that you showed us how much of alphas.
Motherfucker.
I'm glad you showed us how much of alphas you are, guys. What is that?
What's that?
Shaquifa said roast me next. Dude, Shaquifa.
No, shut up.
It broke me.
You don't get roasted.
To be totally honest.
You're too awesome to be roasted.
Yeah.
Play the video.
Boy, soy boy, motherfucker.
Like, that's information that no mother ever wanted to hear. And even though I knew that them being there more than likely had that outcome.
How old was she?
I was still hopeful that it was,
the chick was 19. I don't know how old.
Her daughter.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how old.
she's in surgery in this hospital and we came to bring you to her so you can be there when she gets out, or just anything that was aside from you're never going to see your baby again. And then I asked about him. I said, well, what about
this guy is probably a Chad. He is probably some kind of alpha.
And they say he's gone.
What's that?
Didn't they show his face earlier?
I don't know. They might have.
I feel like they
He took
did.
my daughter. He took the mother away from my
Why are they
granddaughter.
even
Like, she's never
protecting
gonna be
his
able to know
face in
how-
the beginning, anyways? Why in the
It's probably a legal thing. They probably aren't even allowed to.
Wonderful. She
Let's
wasn't
not
much
show
like
the
her.
murderer.
I think if you're convicted,
We have videos.
Like, that's how
I
cops
saw
got
this
away with it.
TikTok. I liked this one before, I think. Just
And
kidding,
now
just
she's
kidding.
dead.
Now she's dead.
We have photos, but that never does
Wait, what the fuck is
the
that?
justice of her actually feeling her mom.
That's a baby.
It's called being pregnant.
Oh.
You know what I mean? And she was always so
Sorry.
affectionate and so loving, but the baby's never going to be. She's not going to remember that. And for what? Because he wanted to keep her?
Because the incident is so fresh, Heidi's
Well, I mean,
grieving
Daddy's still alive.
has just begun.
The thing that I miss the most is her phone calls. I miss trying to take a nap, and then like I'd just be drifting off and like just drifting off to sleep, and then my watch is buzzing and my phone is going off, and I look at my phone and it says Renee is FaceTiming. Honestly, that's what I miss. It was one of the most annoying things in the entire world, but it's something that I miss the most about her. It spoke to
I
who she
miss
was,
how
to
like
her
we had
thinking
this
that I don't know how to
connection
be
that only was
I miss
through
that too,
social
you know?
media.
Now, what is it?
Dirt
Mike
like
Buff.
that.
I know they're very patriotic and so forth. They're pro-America. So here's an American who's a victim of some crime. So now you
I would
might
see her
actually care.
Instagram posts.
Like, did you brush Eliana's teeth? Did Ellie have her medicine? Make sure she's at daycare before 9. Girl, Miss Ma'am, can you remember that I am your mother? Like, you came from this. So sit down.
Yeah, you came from my vagina,
got it.
bitch.
Now
Okay.
Heidi cares for Emily's
All right.
2-year-old.
Wipers on the bus, go swish, swish, swish.
Eliana's very, very snuggly because her mom was snuggly. Her Nona is snuggly, so it works. So you can see the affection that comes from her relationship with her mother. You know which
me,
stems with my relationship
right?
with my mother. Because we're very affectionate people.
Emily's loved ones are doing what they can to remember her.
It says 2005. Obviously, that was the year she was born. She got my birth year tattooed on the back of her elbow for my birthday. And it was the sweetest thing ever. This one is her birth flower for March and her death flower for April. It has her name in the stem. She saw on Facebook, like one of the things scrolling through, a death option where you put a body in a pod and make a tree. And she was like, oh my God, that's what I want to do. When I die, I want to be put in a pod and I want to become a weeping willow tree. We're going to have a vigil and we're going to plant her tree with her. And she's going to be in the front yard of her father's house.
Heidi said she will now focus all her attention on keeping Emily's memory alive.
If people have to hear her story, they have to know what happened to her. They have to know the risks that people that are still alive are taking by not calling the police when they're ready to leave, not listening to their friends and their family members. Domestic violence is something that there's...
Yeah, why not?
Aw, bulldogs are awesome.
So there's this one school that I went to for testing, and across the street they had this like home for like women who are actually like hiding from their abusive spouses. So it's like off the grid and so forth, and they're like living there with their kids and stuff because their spouses technically like they're not in prison, so they don't have enough to send them to prison. What's that?
Sorry, I meant boxer.
not
Boxers
a lot of
are
posts
awesome.
about. And people are embarrassed.
Dude, it's funny because I was gonna call you out when you said bulldog, but I wasn't gonna say anything. But it took you a minute.
I was like, I'm wrong, and I could see it in Dirt's face.
If
I
I
could
can
see
save-
it.
So, Gene,
I'm wrong.
I know I told this joke before, but since it's with this context and the picture with her and the dog. Okay, so someone will go to a pet shelter to get a animal and rescue them, and they're considered, you know, a cool person, a good person. But I go to a woman's shelter to find a girlfriend, and I'm the bad guy.
He had it queued up. He was ready.
He was ready. He's like, Drunken Crow is about to make a horrible joke, and I'm ready. I'm ready.
You know, obviously I want to help more than that, but like, if people don't hear it, they don't see it, then
this is my
they don't
horrible
know.
TikTok
It's important
video.
for me to be real and be raw and be open and be.
No, you know what I think's kind of like odd is that I do think spousal abuse is a very serious issue, but I find it's weird that nobody makes excuses for. I mean, maybe some do, but it seems like in general, people don't make excuses at all for abusive, like for spousal abuse. But then with child abuse, it seems like people love making excuses for child abuse. Which you think people would have more empathy for children?
Me.
Do you guys agree?
I have a hard time following what's
the children?
That with spousal abuse, people seem to have more empathy than with child abuse, and people seem to be much less inclined to make excuses for the abuser in spousal abuse cases. But in child abuse cases, people are more likely to scapegoat the blame on the kid or.
Yeah, I'd say that. There's definitely a culture of slap that kid on its ass and teach it what's right. I was hit, so that was good.
Parenting doesn't come with a manual. You're not starving to death in Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to slowly over the next probably like 50, 100 years, because like nowadays it's like, oh, you can't hit a woman, but like back in the 1950s, like you get home and you know dinner wasn't done and you don't have your martini and you just like slap your wife and that was acceptable. So I think in the next like 100 years, like slapping your kid or hitting your kid is going to be, you know, frowned upon.
It'll be gone. I mean, it's on its way out now. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, and this is just me sympathizing with the old heads who think in such a way. When I'm sitting at my restaurant and, you know, I'm just having a good time or whatever the fuck in a public outing and some kids are running around being a little shit, like literally running around the fucking restaurant and causing havoc, you know, part of me is like, damn, maybe that kid should get a swat on his ass.
Yeah. It's okay to hit kids, but it's not okay to hit adults.
Yeah.
And that's the odd thing. It's like what we consider assault towards adults, the parameters are a lot broader than what's considered.
So you're saying if I poked you in the eyeball, you wouldn't hit me, Gene?
I'm saying like
what if I poked you in the mouth and the eyeball? Then I poked your eyeball in your mouth again. Okay? Then I poked your mouth in your eyeball.
An adult on the wrist or slap them in their ass,
and I
no one's going to
eyeball.
defend you, but then people defend the violence towards kids.
Gene, I just poked your eyeball again. What are you going to do about it?
Oh my god.
It's not good.
No, you're not going to do anything about it, are you, bitch?
John, come on. I lied. I have 4 more minutes. Show me some fucking kittens before I go.
Poked your eyeball again, Gene. Yeah, more kittens.
You're so funny, Shab.
At least Drunken Crow finds me funny.
Okay, next story.
Now,
You hear me, John?
heartbreaking
You hear
video
me, buddy?
of a
Poke your eyeball, poke it. What's that?
I got 4 minutes, John. Show me some animal videos, please.
Wait,
Fuck,
is that kid gonna fucking like launch off the treadmill?
Scroll down. No, that's not what I wanted to see. There was a
The kid does die from the treadmill. But I don't think we get to see. What the fuck is he cracking up about?
Damn, this is a common occurrence.
Oh, they're fucking hiding in the corner like Spider-Man.
Yeah, dude, they're ready to. Dude, they're plotting. They want the pizza.
You know what I think it is? I think I think it's just climbing around. A human comes and it's not able to hold its grip, so it's like it needs to jump.
Oh, it jumped in the house.
Comedy is a subversion of expectations.
I like his response here. He's just totally lost with what just happened.
Well, that's not my problem. You gonna pay for this pizza?
I got a fucking pizza.
What about my tip? It took me about 15 minutes to get here. I got gas.
Dude,
yeah, I like how he
sounds so stupid.
I like how he's completely separated from the situation, just so lost at what just happened.
Not all pizza delivery drivers are from Alabama. You're right, John.
Hey, Gene.
Trying to find another animal vid.
Let's see.
Look at a video of you, you fucking monkey.
Wait.
Oh, there was one I wanted you to see, John.
Well, we'll probably watch that because it's earlier in the playlist.
Okay. Doesn't make any sense, does it, Drunken Crow?
It's the one about new species being discovered, John. Do you remember saving that one?
New species of what?
Sea critters.
Here you go.
Is that a new species of bear?
What's that?
Is that a new species of bear?
No, it's Oh my god, look at its derp face. Do you think a bear would make a good pet?
No.
On this bear cub that was pulled from a tree by people who wanted to pose with it for a photo. The video of the incident, which happened a couple of weeks ago in Asheville, has gone viral, viewed by millions, according to the Appalachian Wildlife Refuge. The cub is doing well. The group sharing these two new photos of the animal.
Cub, so I don't know.
Yeah, but if there's a cub,
see the cub right there on the screen. They say it is safe and well
Hold
cared for.
Hold on. These people are dumb enough that they wanted to get the cub out of the tree just to take a photo.
Well, they might have tried to, like, they were probably trying to, I don't know, rescue it, but it's just like, hey, let's take a photo in the process.
You know, in the process, I would call the animal rescue near me. And
well, they might have, yeah, maybe.
The video of the incident, which happened a couple of weeks ago in Asheville, has gone viral.
Yeah, she's taking a picture, see? She has one, hold on, rewind it, that bitch is taking a picture with another cub.
Yeah,
the video of the incident, which happened.
Are you gonna waste that opportunity, Shab?
What a
you don't get to put it on their Instagram.
I could go viral.
Weeks ago in Asheville has gone viral, viewed by millions, according to the.
I go viral. I went viral.
The cub is doing well. The group sharing these two new photos of the animal. You can see the cub right there on your screen. They say it is safe and well cared for, despite being separated from its mom. It's since been partnered up with another single cub.
People are such disgusting motherfuckers. Because when I see a little baby thing like needing help, I don't think, oh, I could go viral.
No, the same kind of thing happened in Yellowstone a while back, and someone saw this young bison like trying to cross a river or whatever, and it was struggling or whatnot, and they helped it out of the water, and it wasn't accepted back into the herd, so unfortunately they had to euthanize the baby. So yeah, of course, go after fucking wild animals that are babies. That makes sense. No,
so you don't get to show it to all your friends.
So, John, my final request before I leave this earthly plane, I sent you the video in question I wanted to cover, and then I'm going to dip. I got to go. I got to wake Danny up, and I got to go to bed. Send it on, Dick Sword. There we go.
Let's go to New Zealand now, where biologists have found a wealth of new species after exploring a rift some 5 kilometers beneath the sea. The organisms include some that scientists can't even identify, as well as a strange creature called a sea peg.
The sea peg,
one mission to find new species in the sea.
You keep talking over the...
Well, sorry, John. Learn to pause.
This ship had one mission, to find new species in the sea before they're lost forever. And as scientists peered into their nets, they found about 100. All seen for the first time in New Zealand's Bounty Trough.
First thing I saw was a very large sea cucumber, about so big. So that was very nice. That came out straight away, and then as we...
What's that?
He saw a big fat sea cucumber. It was very nice.
Delved through the net, we found a very large specimen of what are called sea pigs, which are sea cucumbers, but they have small leg-like.
We're doing a Shabisky where it's like...
All right, you're right. That's a Shabisky thing. I'm sorry.
He does talk like a whale. I talk like a whale.
The crew of 21 scientists also lowered cameras to the seafloor and found some known species living at unexpected depths. Among them was a Taningia dani squid.
An animal that's over a meter long. It's got the largest light organs in the animal kingdom and hook.
Oh, John, you think she's a little neurotic?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gene, do you think she's a Democrat? Damn.
Probably.
I think she's probably a liberal bitch. Okay.
So this large specimen swam through the frame, had a little look at us, flashed its light organs once, and then disappeared off into the darkness. And that was a heart-stopping moment.
In less than a month, the group has found this species of eelpout that's never been described before. This new
what is that?
And
eel pout.
Eel pout? I love this idea that they discovered 100 new fucking. Why is it that they discovered 100 new ones though? Why isn't this happening all the time? What's special about this that made that happen?
I think it was. They explained it at the beginning. It was like an unexplored thing.
Yeah.
So we know more about the moon's surface than we do about the ocean's depths.
Yeah, we haven't discovered nearly as much of the ocean.
More people have been on the moon than have been on the ocean floor.
Got at least one creature which went
more, but they imploded a couple years ago.
Yeah. There's dude, have you ever seen The Abyss, Shabisky?
I don't think so, babe.
That's a James Cameron film, and that's about alien. They're trying to find aliens, but they're trying to find them in the mirror.
Holy shit! Whoa! Someone's just subscribed to our channel, guys. Holy shit!
Thanks, dude.
Stick your dick in the air and wave it around, guys, like you just don't care.
Thanks, Samsudeen Razor.
Yay!
You only got one new subscriber?
No, we get like 10 or something.
It only pops up if your subscriber list is public.
Yeah, and that one popped up, and I wanted to act like it was like a big donation, but really it was just a subscription. It's just to fuck with you. Okay?
These mind games.
Yeah, I raped.
The bounty trough was long considered.
Wait.
At least one creature which we're not really sure what it is.
The bounty trough was long considered an underexplored region, but now scientists will surely be coming back to it again and again.
Now, that's what fucks me up, is they don't show us the creature that science can't describe, Gene.
Yeah, why?
What the fuck did they find down there, John?
The crack.
Why can't I see it before they describe it, John?
Wait, is that what they said?
Yes, go back.
And
we've even got at least one creature which we're not really sure what it is.
The bounty trough was long considered an underexplored region.
Well, it could be something that's like kind of boring. Like it could just be some kind of.
It could be like a jellyfish or a cucumber, but still, I want to see that motherfucker, dude.
Now, scientists will surely be coming back to it again and again.
When they say they don't know what it is, that probably means they don't know what phylum to put it in.
Yeah, I don't care. I want to know. I want to see. Yeah. All right, motherfuckers. I love biology and zoology and all this, and it's been fun. You know, it's been nice. And, you know, I picked a good episode to go to heaven. Like I said, I think this may be one of the best PPP episodes ever to air on the YouTubes. But I'll catch you guys next time.
Later, gay pizza.
You beta soy boy bitch.
Hey, you beta.
Hasta la pizza, you soy boy, dork ass, bitch ass, punk ass, motherfucking ass, nerd ass, bitch ass, beta.
Now, some heartbreaking video of a boy on a treadmill, but prosecutors say not by choice. They say his dad was forcing him to run during months of abuse at all.
Okay, so I do know in this story, Daddy claimed that his 6-year-old was too fat. Looks like Daddy has
forcing him to run during months of abuse at all.
Yeah, Shaq.
Regardless, they both look like they're just normal shaped people, and it's weird.
Well, I mean, if you're one of those people that's this obsessed with, like, I don't know, weight, your kid being overweight.
He does look like he doesn't have a 6-pack, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He looks like he has a little bit of a belly and not a 6-pack. You would think a person that's that obsessed would have a 6-pack, to be honest.
Well, even if they don't have a 6-pack or whatever, it's just at least they wouldn't have a belly. It's like he's got a belly. It looks like he's got some little peckers as well.
Was forcing him to run during months of abuse that ultimately led to the boy's death. Now the dad.
And treadmills were invented as a prison sentence or.
I already explained this to all our black viewers before Drunken Grill. Okay.
A 6-pack, you have to engage in like I guess strength training and so forth. So it's not like you can be in good shape and not have a 6-pack.
You got to cut that body weight, that body fat, that body.
Yeah.
More likely.
It's not like
if you're obsessed with working out, you're more likely to have a 6-pack. And if he's
it depends on what what kind of sport, or why you're like a gymnast isn't gonna have a 6-pack, or
you don't know nothing, Gene.
I think I do.
So like fucking what are the weight people that have the big muscles? They're not as strong as like a UFC fighter.
People that are obese.
What? He's talking about weightlifters.
Yeah, weightlifters
aren't
as
talking
strong.
about heavy people.
No,
Sorry.
they're not as strong as like UFC people who could look more out of shape, but are still stronger than weightlifters. Or there's the muscle man and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's like if you're into weightlifting, building up muscle and so forth, but you cannot be that muscular and still be in good shape, have good respiratory health, cardiovascular health. You exercise on a regular basis. Like people who live in hunter and gatherer tribes, they don't all have 6-packs and big biceps.
Is on trial, and as the video was shown, the boy's mother sobbed on the stand. Les Trent has our report, and we warn you that details are upsetting.
The shocking video will break your heart. It shows a little boy running as fast as he can on a treadmill. The video was played at the murder trial of the boy's father, 31-year-old Christopher Gregor. Little Corey was an adorable youngster, but his father allegedly thought he was fat and forced him to lose weight by running on the
Okay, so for starters, when it comes to losing weight, exercise actually isn't the best approach. Dieting is much more vital and crucial to weight loss than exercise. And there's a lot of health benefits to exercise. You don't want to be living a sedentary lifestyle. There's a lot of notable adverse effects if you spend too much time sitting. And like exercise, like running and so forth, has a lot of tremendous health benefits for your neurological health. It helps boost your immune system. So it really helps with just improving, I guess, the quality of like all your various different like vital organs and organ systems. But when it comes to weight loss, it's like if you eat a Snickers bar that's like 200 calories and then you like run on a treadmill for like 20 minutes, it's not eating that Snickers bar has the same effect as running on the treadmill. So dieting is the big thing if you want to lose some weight, especially this kid, even if he's overweight, because you don't have to weigh that much to be technically overweight. He's kind of like having this boot camp style exercise. That this guy's a fucking retard. He doesn't understand how like health and fitness works.
treadmill in the gym in their apartment building in Barnegat, New Jersey. Corey's mother broke down in court as the tape was played, watching her son fall off the treadmill. We're not showing you the most disturbing parts. It's just too upsetting. But the video played for the jury shows Corey unable to keep up with the treadmill's pace and falling down.
And plus, if you're a personal trainer, what you're supposed to do if you want to build up endurance with running is that one of the things they'll do is they'll have them run until either like their feet start to get sore or they start running out of breath. And if you don't have a habit of running, usually it's like most people can go a couple minutes. And then what you're supposed to do is do, like, let's say 2 minutes is your limit, 2 minutes of running, 2 minutes of walking, and then you build up a habit, and then you gradually improve the ratio of like running and walking, and you build up endurance. So if the kid doesn't run on a regular basis, then he's having him run at like, I don't know, it looked like he was running at like 8-9 miles an hour. That is unhealthy when they haven't actually developed the endurance. And those boot camp programs and stuff, it's very common for people to die of heart attacks, even if they're not that overweight, because you're not supposed to just abruptly be engaging in that level of like endurance exercise when you haven't like actually developed the endurance.
Well, I think
again and again
to begin with is like the main thing. It doesn't matter if you're running or if you're just, weightlifting. Endurance is you start from fucking pretty much zero or your like baseline, and then you work up from there.
Exactly, Skeppy. It isn't good for you, and I probably should be getting up and taking more breaks and so forth.
only to have his...
But this is the most, when I do my podcast, this is the most sitting I typically do. And I do usually walk on my treadmill for a few hours a day when I watch TV.
His father put him back on. Corey died 12 days later. The autopsy said there was evidence of chronic abuse. Corey's mom was asked about a phone call she had with the boy's father.
He looks like a disgusting pig.
He told me Corey wasn't feeling good.
And my father was kind of like, my father was obsessed with like weight and stuff, and it's just me and my sister, he would make a big deal about it when we were always pretty skinny kids, and it's just, we live in America, the land of obesity, and it's just a very large percentage of kids were definitely dealing with more struggles with weight than we were, and he acted like somehow we were outliers.
The night he was lethargic and he was throwing up and his legs hurt.
Did the defendant tell you where he was taking Corey?
He said he was going to the hospital. He was taking Corey to the hospital.
Ashley Wilcott is covering the case for Court TV.
You can't even imagine what it must be like to lose your child. But then add to that, this is a father who only came into the child's life a few years ago. This is a father that she has believed is abusing her child and has reported it appropriately to the Child Welfare Agency. And yet she is still having to bury her son. It's really unimaginable.
The dad's defense team claims the boy died of natural causes from...
I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I don't know.
complications of pneumonia. He faces life in prison if convicted.
Tonight, there is a new warning from federal authorities about scams targeting seniors across this country. It comes after the nation was horrified by the images of that homeowner with a gun and that unsuspecting 61-year-old Uber driver who was killed. Tonight, hear the scam warning and how it works. Here's Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, that harrowing video seen by the nation. The senior with the gun charged with murdering the unsuspecting Uber driver. The result of what authorities say is an explosion of scams targeting senior citizens, this one with deadly consequences. Now the FBI warning just how pervasive scams against senior citizens have become. Victims losing $3.4 billion in 2023, up from $3.1 billion in 2022. And just today, the DOJ charging 16 suspects in the Dominican Republic and the U.S. with a so-called grandparent scam, stealing millions of dollars in a multinational scheme. Here's how it worked. The scammer would call the senior citizen, claiming thousands of dollars were needed.
What's that?
Fucking old people have been being scammed for fucking years. So you got all these old fucks that don't know how technology works, and they're just like, "Oh, you need to sign up for this," and we're like, "Oh, okay, whatever."
Well, even regardless of them understanding technology, they're older people that are like
they're not all there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what's gonna happen to you, Drunken Crow,
No.
when you hit 60, 70, 80 to.
I ain't living that old.
Yeah, whatever. You're gonna be dumber and easier to trick and more.
What if they
confused
find a
about this
cure
world.
to mental decline by then?
They'll never have that.
They'll never have that.
I'm gonna call Drunken Crow one day and scam him, and this is all part of my plan, and he's gonna fall for this, and he's gonna do this, right? Well, we're watching.
Needed for a loved one who had been in a car accident involving a pregnant woman. The person would panic, agreeing to pay the money. A courier would then show up at the person's home and collect the money. Well, the victim was instructed to mail the cash.
They're susceptible. They're not as familiar with technology as younger people, and therefore they're most likely to be impacted by this type
One
of...
thing I do is if I don't recognize a number, I just have it go to voicemail.
Yeah, I don't fucking answer it either.
Yeah.
fraud.
Tonight, the FBI is encouraging financial institutions to do more to protect senior citizens if they notice their accounts being drained, David.
Pierre Thomas, I know you'll stay on this for us. Pierre, thank
I don't know, with my grandparents, like, I've told them that if they're on Facebook and stuff, like, I, like, have set it up for them, and I put it, like, only friends of friends can friend them. And things like that.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for...
I didn't get how they were scamming them. Oh, there's a guy with a squirrel.
We already watched this. Yeah.
Squirrel!
Well, I was skipping through for Dirt, because Dirt's a soy boy bitch.
Squirrel!
For one North Carolina 3-year-old, her closet was a constant source of terror.
About 8 months ago, she started to say that she heard monsters in her wall. We asked her to point, and she pointed right to her closet.
Mom Ashley Class initially writing it off as bedtime fears, but when they found some honeybees in the attic of their 100-year-old farmhouse, they called in a beekeeper. A thermal camera revealing that monster is kind of real.
I kid you not, it lit up like Christmas on the wall right next to my daughter's closet. When I first thought it was like a man in the wall, I was really startled at what is that?
Imagine that. Like, you'll have scenarios where you don't see it on the exterior of the wall, but in the interior, like, people have a bunch of, like, black mold or something, and it's just, like, very rampant and ubiquitous and everything. Imagine, like, just with, like, insects. Like, have you seen videos where they'll cut open the wall and it's just hundreds of cockroaches?
Not
Mm.
cockroaches,
That whole cavity was
but
full.
with bees, yeah.
Yeah, bees, well, there's lots of different bugs and stuff where you'll see this.
And it's full all the way to the...
I've even seen ones with, like, daddy long legs, where they'll cut open the drywall and it's just, like, ugh.
Behind that wall, more than 50,000 bees and hundreds of pounds of honeycomb.
And it was like an apocalypse, is all I can think about.
I just let them reside there to just get into beekeeping.
Just all these bees started flying out.
Something that even shocked beekeeper Curtis Collins.
It's basically twice the size of any other hive that I've removed.
Actually sharing her real life nightmare on TikTok.
God, so I know they have, like, pest poison control. Like, they have special people that come in to deal with, like, if you find snakes and so forth. It's like, do they have, like, state beekeepers that...
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Because since
Interesting.
bees are in decline, what they do is, like, they'll cut open the area or whatever. If wasps are more of a pest, but as for bees, they'll, like, smoke them out or like attract the queen into whatever fucking box or whatever.
Oh, yeah. And then they'll follow the queen.
Yep.
Okay, today is day 10 of all this bee stuff.
Her videos garnering more than 9 million views.
There's just bees everywhere. They're like little landmines because they can still sting you when dead.
Curtis busting through the walls, trying to remove the hive with 3 extractions over several days.
There's honey all over the ceiling.
The sticky situation, not only gross, but the damage estimated at over $20,000.
Was there anything to do to prevent something like this from happening in your house?
You know, insurance
Oh, yep, there you go. Homeowners insurance.
is not covering any of it because they say it's preventable.
I do think, like, with a lot of insurance, it's like, what's the point of even having it? Because they'll find all these, like, loopholes and shit.
With pests.
Collins believes the bees initially got in through this small hole in the attic and had been
ants in the bathroom wall. When I had my trailer, I did have a problem with ants every summer. And what I would do is I would mix water, sugar, and borax, and I would dip cotton balls into that solution, and I would put them like in like every windowsill and like every corner of the house, and they would suck up the water, sugar, and borax, bring it back to wherever they were living, and the borax would kill them. They were attracted to sugar water, but the borax would kill them.
I just buy ant traps.
Well, I tried
There
that
for
too, but it
months.
didn't fucking work.
What do you think? Is that crazy? Is that the
I
noise
do
you were hearing?
think you mentioned sugar. Like, a lot of ant traps are, like, protein based. So there's ants that consume protein, then there's ants that consume sugar. So yeah, and remember, my dog would try to eat the ant traps.
Okay.
That's the noise the monsters were making?
Okay.
Wow,
We got those monsters.
Yeah.
Goodbye, monsters. Get out of here.
Now that the so-called monsters are gone, Curtis the beekeeper has a brand new title.
She looked straight at him and said, "He's not a beekeeper. He's a monster hunter." And Curtis was so excited. I think he was.
I'd want to spread my, like, arm in honey and just put it in there. Do you think that's a safe idea?
And high for the rest of the day.
It's all a process to try and save the bees and keep that hive going.
This family of 5 now hoping they can finally get some Z's without the bees.
So that's good that we saved
some Z's without the bees. Yeah.
all those bees, but I'm ready for them to be evicted.
They were not invited in the
That's
first
not
place.
even a me joke.
And Tom, this
Yeah.
is highly unusual. That beekeeper tells me
It's
that
NBC, like, dad jokes.
the bees were able to get in and create so much space because they didn't have insulated walls in this 100-year-old home. They say that this was about 8 to 9 feet tall, and it took about 8 months for those bees to create all of this.
Thanks for watching.
So the numbers that we're seeing right now are over 1,000. We've counted them. When they first came here,
historically in the early 90s, we did have these kind of numbers. In fact, they got up to 1,700 sometimes. And but over the years, that's dwindled down to an average, I would say, of between 300 and 400 in the winter, and as the spring comes in, maybe up to 700. So you're looking at, almost double the numbers. And the reason they've arrived is there's a huge school of anchovy that was off the Farallon Islands that's in the bay right now.
Deb, do you know how to tell the difference between sea lions and seals?
One has horns and one doesn't.
No. Sea lions have ears. That's one of the big differences. Seals don't.
Now, so it's all about the seafood. It's all about the food. And these animals, a lot of them are on their way down south at the moment. A big herd of them are on the way down south for the mating season. It's a very good way to put it is that they're fueling
And apparently that's what they do to show off to the mates. The males puff up their chest.
And
that's telling them. Yeah, the males will puff up their chest, and that's them telling the female seals yeah, they're ready to fuck.
Season. It's a very good way to put it is that they're fueling up for the mating season, and it's spring, so they're ready to rock and roll down in the channel.
What's that?
Yeah. Islands, and we're a nice little pit stop with some.
Oh my god, gee.
They're they're like mermaid dogs. I don't want to pet a pet sea lion.
We actually build these here, and we have to use 3 times the density of flotation that we do on the normal docks. These are custom made to support these guys. We've never had one sink or capsize yet, but
getting put to the test now.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think we are close to our maximum.
It is crazy.
Let's see. Are any of them puffing their chest here?
I've never seen that many sea lions in one place, and it's awesome to see them. It's very.
God, look at them playing. It does remind me of dogs and everything.
I've never seen that many sea lions in one place, and it's awesome to see them. It's very loud, of course, but.
Yeah, did you see it in that?
It is crazy. I've never seen that many sea lions in one place.
Yeah, see them playing there.
It's very loud, of course, but it's really nice to see all of them, and it's funny to watch them fight and
was
relax in the sun.
It's not like in a zoo. They're not trapped. They can be here if they want to be here. But...
They're mean though. They fight mean though.
No, there was a story. I don't know if it was sea lions or seals or a walrus, but it was in Norway or the UK or whatever.
They euthanized it.
No, they didn't euthanize it, but it popped up on this little pier, and it was close to New Year's or New Year's Eve or whatever, and then they were like, "Oh, we're not gonna pop off the fireworks because we don't want to scare it." And I think it was a walrus, but it turns out the walrus just sat there, jerked off, and then fucked off the next day. And they totally could have fucking lit off the fireworks, but no, they didn't want to do it because they didn't want to scare the walrus off.
I'm trying to look at the taxonomy. So I do know they're in the same class as bears and dogs and everything.
I don't know nothing, Gene.
John, do you know manatees are closely related to elephants?
You know manatees are closely related to elephants, Gene?
Okay, so the order is, I guess, just carnivora. So hyenas, badgers, bitterungs, otters, bears, raccoons, fossas, seals, walruses. No, just fossa.
Cool to see them all here. And it's so interesting.
Fossas are in Madagascar.
So loud.
But they're not cats. That's the odd thing about them.
Yeah, that's why I said cat-like.
Yeah, I know. But they're fossas, their dicks have little quills at the end. So when they mate, they their dicks will get stuck and they stretch out and
well, that's what cats do too. Their cat's dicks are spiked. So when a cat fucks, their spiked dick goes into the cat vagina, and what the spikes are for is to scrape out the sperm of the other males.
Cats do that too, you horny fuck.
Yeah, but the point is that with fossas, their dick will stretch out it's fucking gross, and they apparently have a bone near their dick, so the women fossas will be crying, and you can hear them in pain because not only do they have their quill dick, but the bones constantly rubbing and daggering against their
Every time I hook up with a bitch after a drunken crow, I always make sure to scoop out the cum. Okay, fuck him. Okay, if anybody's gonna impregnate this bitch, it's gonna be me. I'm the alpha.
But cats, actual feline cats, like your household cat, the kittens can have different fathers.
Yeah, whatever.
So, like,
cum
the
scooper.
The litter can have like 3 or 4 different dads.
I'll come scoop your cum into your face. Shut up. Okay?
These dudes.
That's
And I
all
believe
them
they're
off,
more
right,
closely
guys?
related to like weasels and stuff than cats.
What the fuck are those?
They're fossas.
Faucets? Look what's in my
Fossa.
Look what's in my kitchen.
The words right here.
Mufasa?
Wow, fossa. Faucet. God. The words sound the same. That's so funny.
Who's funny? Okay, it's like a ferret and a monkey had a baby.
No, I think it would be like a ferret and a lemur.
A ferret and a monkey and a cat had a baby. Or no, a ferret, a monkey, and a dog cat.
They're not marsupials, are they?
No.
Not a cat, not a monkey, and certainly not a ferret. Madagascar's Fossa is a mysterious wonder.
Oh, I've heard this dumb bitch's voice before. I don't like her.
Fossa are the top predator on the island of Madagascar, and while they look like a mix of a spider monkey and a cat, they're actually related to neither, and their closest relatives are civets and mongooses. They are the largest carnivores on the island, measuring 80 centimeters long, not including their tails, which add an additional 70 centimeters, and they weigh at most 8.5 kilos.
You think they'd be a good pet?
Fossa are very solitary and elusive creatures, and there's very much that we still need to learn about them. Until recently, it was believed that they were nocturnal, but now we believe that they are cathemeral, meaning that they're active sporadically throughout the day, at dusk, dawn, and late at night.
Oh, they don't have consistent sleep schedules. They're like me. So what's that? I'm ephemeral?
Solitary and elusive creatures, and there's very much that we still need to learn about them. Until recently, it was believed that they were nocturnal, but now we believe that they are cathemeral, meaning that they're active sporadically throughout the day, at dusk, dawn.
So that's what I am. I
never heard that.
Have no sleep consistency. Cathemeral. I'm gonna have to look that
If you've seen
up.
the movie Madagascar, you probably know what Fossa eat. It's lemurs. Red-ruffed lemurs are their prey of choice, which is interesting because lemurs aren't that much smaller than Fossa.
Zaboomafoo.
Yeah. Do you think they'd be good pets? Get a fossa and a lemur, and have them together.
Yeah, I mean, like, just the same way that you can have a cat and a dog,
20 centimeters long, including the
and they
tail.
get along
Well, the point
together.
is, both cats and dogs are predators. So it's kind of odd because
a dog isn't it a predator of a cat?
Well, no, they're both predators. I think lemurs are omnivores.
Yeah.
Despite their similarities in size, Fossa prefer to hunt the largest lemurs they can catch, with some of them weighing up to 90% of the Fossa's body weight. In order to hunt up in the trees, Fossa have developed some clever adaptations. First up, their paws. Fossa can rotate their paws a full 180 degrees in either direction, allowing them to climb up and down trees head first. Second, if you look closely at those paws, you'll notice that you can see a bit of their claws. This is because their claws, unlike many cats, are only semi-retractable. This gives them incredible grip, their claws piercing the trees as they climb. You may not
I
have
think it's
noticed,
funny when animals fight.
but Fossa have amazingly long tails.
At least animals of the same
Tail
species.
is not prehensile, meaning they don't use it to grab things, but they do use it to keep their masterful balance when climbing and jumping in the trees.
Look at those balls.
While lemurs are their main prey, Fossa will eat anything that they can catch, including birds, reptiles, and small mammals. Possibly the most interesting thing about the Fossa is their mating rate.
Oh, here we go. How dangerous do you think they are to people?
Gene, she has colored hair.
It's real weird. It starts with a single female. She'll make her way into a tree and wait. Her scent will attract a group of males, who she will mate with consecutively, mating with almost all of them. These mating sessions can last
polygamy.
over 2 hours. It's very easy to find them in the wild because of the incredibly loud noises the female makes during the process. Not to mention,
It's easy
two
to
males
find them
fighting
because
at the
they're
base
loud
of
as
the tree.
fuck.
When she's finished, she'll leave the tree and another female Fossa will come take her place. It's possible that the reason that the female is so vocal during the process is because she's in pain. Due to the fact that the Fossa penises are spiky. Great. They have spikes or barbs that line the
Oh,
majority
here
of
we
the
go. Look.
penis facing
Penis
backwards,
sheath.
so that it goes in easy but is hard to take out if a
Oh,
female
so.
Oh, they're like dogs.
changes her mind. Not only that, but the penis
Jesus, I bet your dick isn't that long,
is
Shav.
incredibly long.
It's pretty long, but it doesn't stick inside of the vagina like that and hurt them when I pull it out.
She's in pain due to the fact that the Fossa penises are spiky. Great. They have spikes or barbs that line the majority of the penis facing backwards, so that it goes in easy but is hard to take out if a female changes her mind. Not only that, but the penis is incredibly long, and when erect, it'll reach all the way to its front legs. The penis also has a baculum, or a penis bone. We're not entirely sure.
Baculum. That's the fucking name that I was thinking of.
I have a penis bone.
Baculum. We gotta remember that penis bone.
I have a penis bone.
In every species, but there are
So in the future, when an animal has a penis bone, baculum.
Baculum.
I know the technical name for penis bone.
The female doesn't release eggs until she mates, and the baculum may help trigger ovulation.
Eggs.
There's also the vaginal friction hypothesis.
I think
Rob
Rob Zombie had a song about baculum.
What other animals have vacuums?
Raccoons. I think.
It allows for the male.
Yeah, hyenas have like badge penises. External or badge yeah, they got like external like tube vaginas.
To squeeze himself in, despite
yeah, because that's the matriarchy
and
with
the third idea is that it allows the male to remain inside the female for an extended period of time, like the whole afternoon, preventing any other males from.
Hey, look at her sleeping.
He just stays inside of her for the whole afternoon?
God, it's romance.
The male to remain
I've never
inside
had
the
sex
female
like
for an extended period
that.
of time, like the whole afternoon, preventing any other males from getting their chance. With the Fossa's spikes, this last theory may hold water, but it's not just the males with the weird downstairs situations.
Like when men will get into fights over a girl, and it's like, stay away from her, she's mine. Seems like it's very common in the animal kingdom.
In females,
Mine,
the
mate.
grows disproportionately to their body size, and also contains
what is it? Fucking monogamy is pretty much a very selective
Yeah,
thing.
I put
It's
my
not
dick
very-
in your butt. Right? That's monogamy.
similar to a vacuum, which
Skeppy said soaking.
They're
They're
Their
Mormon.
genitals begin to shrink back down to a more normal size. It's theorized that the juvenile females develop in this way to look more like males in order to ward off advances from bigger males and aggression from older territorial females. When born, their babies are very underdeveloped, blind and toothless, but they grow up quickly. By 18 weeks, they get weaned, and at 1 year, they are fully independent. And finally, the Fossa's scientific name, Cryptoprocta ferox, means wild animal with a hidden anus. This is due to the fact that their
What?
penis
With
is
a
hidden
hidden
by a hidden
anus?
pouch, which
Wait, they're gonna explain
they
it.
use to communicate through scent with other Fossa. There's a horizontal slit in the pouch, just below the tail, which opens up when they need to do their business. Hey guys, a lot of people beside myself work on this show. It takes a lot of time to make.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're fucking a bunch of liberals.
Yeah.
Okay? I
John,
voted
yeah.
for Trump, so I don't like that lady.
Would you fuck that person?
Yeah, the black chick right there, I would fuck.
Justice Department said to make a major adjustment in federal restrictions on the use of marijuana.
Ryan Nelson joins us live tonight in Miami with what this all means. Ryan.
Yes, this is not simply just about the way the federal government categorizes marijuana. The change of scheduling can have legal, medical, economic, and social implications.
For more than 50 years in America, marijuana has been listed among the world's most dangerous drugs. But tonight, sources with knowledge of the decision say the Biden administration is
one of the world's most dangerous drugs.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't even smoke.
I'm dead.
looking to reclassify the drug.
Alcohol, I'd say, is more dangerous than marijuana.
From Schedule 1 to Schedule 3.
Schedule 1 is the more serious drugs that includes heroin, methamphetamines, and LSD.
The change would not legalize recreational marijuana, the possession and distribution of which is still a federal crime.
I'd say caffeine, or like caffeine pills, are more dangerous than like weed if it's like edibles or that. I'd say like weed, smoking it is pretty much the most deleterious like thing about it. If you don't smoke it, then there really aren't any like health consequences regarding it.
But what recognize
raise your blood pressure if you smoke it.
Gas station dick pills are probably more dangerous than smoking weed.
Oh yeah, I know.
Is it as a drug with medicinal benefits?
Yeah, your heart can stop.
And less likely to lead to addiction. Brady Cobb is founder and CEO of Sunburn Cannabis, a medical marijuana treatment center in Florida, and former lawyer and lobbyist.
The name Sunburn Cannabis comes from my father's unique story in cannabis. From 1977 to 1983, he was one of the largest smugglers of cannabis in the history of the Justice Department. He was indicted, went to prison in what was dubbed Operation Sunburn.
Cobb, whose life has been shaped by marijuana and its legal status, calling today emotional and historic.
It's a bit bittersweet. I mean, it's obviously vindication for something that I've long believed. Cannabis was actually on Schedule 1 when fentanyl was on a less restrictive schedule at Schedule 2. So that just shows you some of the injustice that cannabis has faced.
Shab. what you're doing. It's worse than fentanyl.
Public opinion has shifted dramatically in the last 20 years, from 34% of Americans who believe marijuana should be legal to 70%. Nearly half of states have legalized marijuana for recreational use.
It wasn't that long ago, like, when I was a kid, if someone got caught with, like, weed, they were viewed as, like, this really bad influence, like, they're, like, people would treat it like they're some huge ne'er-do-well. Like, oh my god, did you hear? No, they were doing weed and marijuana and stuff, and like there's something really I don't know. They were like doing something really fucking like criminal and everything, and now it's just like whatever.
Change, reigniting conversations around restorative justice, says Melba Pearson, director of prosecution projects at FIU, former prosecutor and activist.
Now you see more states, especially notably California, looking at these cannabis convictions and saying, you know what, it's kind of unjust for someone to be serving time presently for something that is now legal, or to not be able to apply for a job.
But tonight, one opposition group says the cannabis industry has lobbied heavily to sell demonstrably harmful products and calls out the Biden administration for a, quote, thinly veiled attempt to reverse polling trends. And recreational marijuana is not legal in Florida. However, we do know that will be going to a...
He should just declare an executive order to make... Well, I guess he can't do that because Congress, if they've classified something as illegal, then an executive order can't override any sort of legislation.
Ballot initiative here in the state in November.
Fucking bullshit, because when Colorado first legalized recreational marijuana, people are just like, oh, that's gonna be bad, everyone's gonna be high, blah 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 blah. Yeah, they're
and then they got high.
No, their fucking income bumped up like $1 billion or $2 billion just from marijuana, and people are just like, oh, okay, well, that's just one thing. And then like all these other states, you know, are fucking doing the same thing. They're testing out medical, and then they recreational, and it should be legal in all fucking 50 states by now.
And cocaine and shrooms.
If you want to go that way, yeah, maybe. Well,
I think all drugs except things like hair. Like, I think they should be decriminalized. I mean, I don't think they should be allowed to sell like heroin, like morphine in stores and shit. I don't think somebody should just be allowed to do that all willy-nilly or whatever. Or you make it illegal for it to be sold. I mean, but like weed, cocaine, I should be allowed to go to Rite Aid and get some coke.
Ryan Nelson, NBC 6 News.
It's a striptease like no other.
Understand is like people are gonna do it anyway. Do you want drug addicts to be in the alleys, the dark alleys with fucking used needles, and then you got all these fucking diseases going around because they're using used needles? Or do you want it like regulated? Oh, you get clean needles every single fucking time. I think it was it Portugal or Spain that like completely legalized. It was one of those countries that like, oh, if you're a junkie, you can go to one of these centers and be like, fuck, I need to get high. Fucking inject me. And it's a trained professional, clean fucking needle, and they watch over you the whole fucking time. So you're not fucking tweaking out. You're not fucking, trying to eat someone's face off like the synthetic drugs in fucking Florida. So, and I mean, you're getting a tax break. I mean, you're getting those taxes from the government. So, I mean,
if I go to Portugal,
downfall,
and it's like, hey, I want some psilocybin. I want some shrooms. Will they provide it to you? You just go in. It's like, here you go, and they'll sit you.
Yeah, they decriminalized every drug. So, if you go to this fucking thing, you
need to go to Portugal or France or Spain just to do some drugs.
A dad taking it off in the middle of his local school board meeting. The board was debating whether to adopt a more lenient dress code policy.
I think Hooters has a more strict dress code policy than this one.
After a lot of back and forth, Ira Latham figured there was only one way to make his point.
Under the proposed policy, this would be appropriate in a classroom.
Next thing you know, he was coming out of his shorts and shirt, modeling a skimpy black top and Daisy Dukes.
Now, if you ask me, this is inappropriate for a board meeting. I went to the local thrift shop and picked up the clothes, and then the statement I made was simply, this is not appropriate for a classroom.
His dad bod.
I don't know. Like, my thing is, when it comes to dress code, so at my job, and this is one of the reasons I like working at home. I can grow my hair out. I can just wear a t-shirt and so forth. It's like having people wear suits and ties. It's just why. The amount of maintenance that those clothes like require. You're wearing a random ribbon like around your neck and shit. It's just, why is that considered to be formal? Just because it's all like baseless tradition and
1950s, 1960s type of shit. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I work in the office and I need to wear a tie and suit and
it's just I don't know, like if like the thing is, when it comes to something being revealing, you do have cultures where like people I mean, heck, there's even cultures where like the Sentinelese tribes and stuff where they are completely in the nude and everything. I don't know, maybe like my thing is, it is just culturally based. It's like an appeal to like culture, appeal to tradition.
A display didn't have much of an impact. The
What do
board.
you think, Shab? If a student or a teacher wants to dress like this, should they be allowed to?
The thing is, I don't know, it's a complicated subject, because, I mean, like, can a teacher dress up as a Nazi clown or whatever? I don't know. Like, you could dress up.
Well, there's symbolism behind that. I do understand it could be distracting.
Okay,
so, like, if they want to have a dress code because, like, that's a good argument, that if a bunch of kids are dressed like this and stuff, it probably is distracting. And there's probably science behind that. Like, if you're a boy going through puberty and one of your classmates, a girl, dressed like this, it's like, that's not even...
Is that what we're
Approve
talking
the
about?
new-
Is the sexualization of, you know, a kid in school being bothered by a female dressed like that, or is it because the teacher, like a male teacher, sexualizing a female student that's dressed like that? Because if it's that way, that's fucking weird.
This is kind of uncomfortable to talk about this.
More lax dress code.
Like, my thing is, like, the issue is, like, you have, like, the sexual kind of component, but when it comes to how somebody dresses, once you take the, like, sexual elements away, I really don't give a fuck how somebody dresses.
No, because, like, I came across, and this probably doesn't have anything to do with this, but I came across this YouTube short, and it was back in the good old 1960 something, and it's like the appropriate attire for school, and they're like, oh, you can't wear shorts that go above your knees, and you can't wear dungarees and just a t-shirt and whatnot.
Crow.
Yeah, go ahead, Shab.
The dress
I'm
code
just showing
for...
my fucked up hand.
Okay. Wow, you're so funny, Shab.
My
It's
hand's all
like...
fucked up. Wait, someone subscribe because of me, Jade. Another person subscribing just because of me. Thank you for subscribing.
Well, anyway, Shab, talking about dress codes. Okay, can you stop being fucking...
My hand literally is retarded, Jade. You don't understand how it is. Half of my hand is numb all the time. I don't know what's wrong with me, Jane. Can you be sympathetic for once in your life? Okay? This part of my hand feels normal, but this part of my hand doesn't. Okay? Can you be sympathetic towards that? Not all of us have normal hands. We're all
Chef,
of it.
Shut the fuck up, Crow. What do you think of...
You're a fuckwad.
When it comes to the dress code thing, what do you think of, like, Hong Kong and their
Fuck no, they still do it in England. So
in England.
I think it's fucking stupid to begin with. Is it racist? I don't think so.
No, well, don't you think it's kind of out of place?
Yeah.
Why would anybody say it's racist?
Oh, because they're Asian and wearing.
Yeah, Asian people shouldn't wear us white people hats.
But if the English wore like samurai suits in
Yeah, right. It's like that's our cracker shit, dude. Back off. Okay? It's our shit. Right? Okay, so like
a lot of the British colonies, like Commonwealth countries, they still like dress the way like British judges dress, where they wear the wigs and everything, and it looks so out of place. I think South Africa still does it.
Zimbabwe.
It's like post sort of like neo-colonialism. It's like Aunt Jemima, where Aunt Jemima.
Wait, because they're black?
Something reminiscent.
Because they're black?
It's like reminiscent of like U.S. slavery and so forth. And it's like the last, like, I guess, bastion of that. And this is what it's like. It's like this is some last sort of tinge of like colonialism.
Because they're black, Gene.
If Africans can do that, then what's his name? Justin Trudeau can.
Yeah, he can do whiteface if he wants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
It's like Jordan Crow's
which he says amounts to this.
Oh, what the
Kids
fuck
just keep your
is
underwear
that?
covered and come to class.
Parents everywhere are expressing frustration, but nobody quite as expressively as this dad.
Some airlines have a problem. Passengers who may be overserved at airport bars. Lisa Guerrero reports.
We've all seen those disturbing videos of passengers creating chaos on planes. But it turns out authorities say many passengers are intoxicated before they even board. Could it be that some
I like how he was sober and they didn't even like handcuff him when he should.
Airport bars are over-serving passengers.
Obviously, you've had a couple drinks.
This intoxicated dude was allegedly hassling patrons at a restaurant bar before his flight.
I didn't do anything. You kicked me, Jerry. That wasn't necessary.
He got hauled away in cuffs.
Tell me why I'm kicked off of this plane.
Cops say this guy was so out of control, he got kicked off the plane before takeoff and then dragged out of the jetway at Tampa Bay International Airport.
Why are some of these passengers unruly?
The airport is a very stressful place. People have time to kill, might throw in maybe some alcohol, and it tends to sometimes get...
Yeah, we covered that before on the stream. The teacher in Canada who had like this the Z-sized like breasts.
Tampa Airport Police Chief Charlie Vasquez says some of these booze-fueled incidents can get really nasty.
Ooh.
I think the biggest
like
problem
this liquored up passenger who lashed out
is they're fucking overpriced.
Yeah.
Very
at an officer after
$14.
Corona.
Yeah, $14 for a fucking 12-ounce Corona. Like I since I've bartended, I joined a couple Facebook groups and like people that work in airports. They're like, oh, what do you charge for 16 ounce of Bud Light or whatever? And then you're getting like people that work at dive bars. They're like, oh, it's $4. And people that work in like little upper class or like a normal bars, oh, it's like $6. And then people that work in airports, it's like fucking 12 to 14. Like, fuck you.
Cops did their best to locate his lost bag, and airport cops say this woman was so drunk she had to be rolled out of the terminal in a wheelchair.
You're being mean. You should be loving. You should be softer.
And you shouldn't be drunk.
Last year, the FAA investigated more than 1,500 unruly passenger incidents nationwide.
So back to the big question. Are some airport bars over-serving passengers? At Newark Airport in New Jersey, 2 Inside Edition producers started ordering drinks just to see how far we could go. The drinks kept coming. 2 Negronis, a shot of bourbon, then 2 double bourbons,
numbers 8 and 9,
a double vodka, and a beer.
Number 10.
Equal to 10 drinks in just 2 hours. When the staff wasn't looking, we poured them all out.
Don't overdrink, and you'll probably get on your way.
The irony is that the staff actually saw them do that, so that's why they kept serving them.
Yeah, and if you're ordering doubles, that does not, because they only did the 10 drinks. or the 6 or 7 drinks or whatever. And they were ordering doubles. If they did actually if they're ordering like 10 doubles, yeah, they're not going to remember where the fuck they are.
This guy has crow's feet.
Tampa International Airport says their servers and bartenders get safety training to identify intoxication.
No, they don't.
They probably do, but they probably don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because if you're paying $14 for one fucking beer, yeah, no. Because I've worked in that kind of situation. I worked at a resort where 99% of the customers come in and they have a room at the resort. Yeah, I'll fucking overserve them because, you know, all I have to do is walk down the hallway and, you know, enter the card in the room door and they're done. So, I mean, these people, like, oh, you overserve them. All they have to do is get on
that new round of devastating weather in Texas already back.
Yeah. Here, last story before we call it a night.
Call it a night!
Battered by torrential rain, flooding, tornadoes, and huge hail. Samara Theodore is live for us in Conroe, Texas. Good morning to you, Samara.
Good morning, Janae. So
Yes,
Conroe,
Samara.
Texas sits about 40 minutes worth of a drive north of Houston.
So we're entering like late spring, summer, and
Samara.
Yeah. Now flooding starting to run its course globally. So
I like Samara.
do you think there's a correlation here with climate change?
Yeah, just slightly.
And in this house sits along the San
There's always been floods.
Jacinto River.
Like, you read the Bible, and there was a great flood that, you know, killed off pretty much all humans, except for 7.
The river has swollen so much that it has completely inundated the grounds of this family home. In fact, I'm standing in the driveway. You can see the saturated grounds have caused 2 large oak trees to fall, completely impeding access to this family reaching their home. And unfortunately, that could be the scene for many more Texans as we
Do you
gear up
want
for
to go swimming in this watershed?
another round of severe weather and heavy
This is
rainfall. through the
proof
weekend.
that global warming doesn't exist. Okay? There you go, guys.
What's the joke there?
The joke is that constantly people that don't believe in global warming want to use things to prove that global warming doesn't exist. And here's something that goes against their beliefs, Gene. You get jokes now?
I think that's a good joke. What do you think, Crow? Do you think that's
I missed it.
It was good if you didn't drool a little bit during the joke.
Here, explain the joke to Crow.
He drooled a little bit during the joke. See, you don't get it, Gene. Okay, type 1 if you think they drooled. Okay?
God, isn't Chad being hilarious? I mean,
I think this
S
is
level
a good note
news.
to end on.
This morning, Texans bracing for
stupid.
more severe weather after dangerous storms slam the state. Tornadoes tearing through towns, leaving wreckage in their wake. Heavy rain flooding towns, closing roads, and shutting down schools. With
Oh my
rivers
God,
rising.
Don't encourage him, Remy.
Look at the one
Don't be
in
an
the
enabler.
chat.
Authorities enforced mandatory evacuation.
Just being
while coming to the aid
contrarian.
of trapped citizens. First responders arriving in boats and pulling people to safety amid the rushing water.
Live back there? Yeah, I did. I lost my home.
Outside Huntsville, a group of Good Samaritans banding together to rescue this man whose truck had gotten washed off a road. A helicopter arriving later to bring him to safety.
If you're in a low-lying area, go to safety. Do not wait till it's too late and then you endanger our first responders.
Get in! Get in the car!
While driving through the town of Hodges, storm chaser Freddie McKinney spotting the Lambert family, desperately running for safety.
I remember hearing glass break, and then I remember hearing bricks coming down, and they were coming down on top of us.
One touching down in Hawley, destroying homes and sending residents fleeing for their lives. Our Maria Villarreal witnessing the damage in Hawley firsthand, where families are trying to pick up the pieces.
The tornado that actually hit this area completely destroyed this home. There was a family of 5 inside when it actually hit. They hid in 2 closets. They are okay. They survived.
The storm's also bringing hail to parts of the Lone Star State. 2-inch hail reported in Scurry County. Now, you know, this rain that's getting ready to move in on Sunday comes on the heels of some epic totals. Take a look right now. So in the last couple of days, we've seen at least 23 inches of rain in Groton, Texas. Huntsville, Texas saw around 21 inches of rain. Right now, we remain under flood watches and flood warnings throughout the greater Houston area. And while we have this break, the next round of wet weather is anticipated to move in overnight by 2 a.m. arriving. Heavy rainfall then batters this region through Sunday into Sunday evening. The more imminent threat, though, is actually this afternoon, a little bit farther west in San Angelo, Texas. We're anticipating more strong thunderstorms. Take a look at this risk. This is level 3 out of 5. Highest tornado risk exists for Midland, San Angelo, down to Fort Stoughton, and we could see very large hail and damaging.
You're gay.
guns are on deck. We are prepared, but you've got to play your role. And the greater Houston community needs to open up their homes, businesses, their faith communities to those looking for shelter.
There you go, Shab. Faith for dealing with floods.
Who's this wrinkly fuckwad? I don't believe in him.
He's
Okay,
building.
no more drinking on my stream, Shab.
What do you mean?
You get really fucking annoying.
Euros.
We're doing PPP.
Euros, Gene.
You can drink when we
Euros, Gene. Go on with the video.
When we're gaming, you can
Euros.
drink when we do movie commentary.
You're lucky that we're at almost 9:50, Gene. It's all because of me and Drunken
Mayor
Crow.
John Whitmire calling his community into action as severe flooding continues across the Houston metro. This video from the Kingwood area and parts of northeast Harris County. Hundreds of homes now surrounded with water. If you know that area, this video
sucks. Imagine having a nice home like that, and then it fucking just gets drenched like that. Like, just lame. Like, they probably spent like $300,000 or $400,000 on that house, and it just gets flooded and drenched with crap.
Now, I do think a lot of homeowners insurance doesn't even like cover floods.
Huh.
Yeah. I think a lot of areas where there's common flooding, it's like, oh, you need flood insurance.
Yeah. I've heard of that term.
In Huffman, you see those homes surrounded and that water that's getting inside. For many families, this flooding rivals what.
Did you imagine how bad that does your house when it's just flooded like that? There's 5 foot of water that
the house is probably going to be condemned at that point.
Yeah, exactly. After a day or two, it's just trash. It's just all rotted and everything. That's just so horrible. These people live in cheap houses too. Yeah,
an air mattress. You can just
just live on there forever.
Yeah, flood insurance is extra.
Yeah.
Situation. Earlier, we heard from the Harris County judge reminding people not to venture out into the water. She warned about snakes and contaminants and all the rest there in that murky, muddy water. This is an aerial view of the Rio Villa area. That's near the Highlands in northeast Harris County. The pictures are all.
But the big thing is loose wires and so forth. So electrocution is a huge risk.
This looks like Florida right here. It's like some Florida.
Oh, look at the limo.
Yeah, it looks like Katrina, and yeah, look at the limo. Holy shit! It's crazy to think this is so close to where I live.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas isn't very far from Nevada.
Yeah. Well, Texas is a really big state, so it might be pretty far from where
it's big, but it just doesn't feel like it's very far from it.
Yesterday, now it's just cut off. So Carrie Cooper's with us. We've been hearing people share stories. There was a woman last night on the 10 o'clock news that stuck with me, and she said her family had been calling and wondering, was she okay? And she finally had to call and get rescued because she thought she could stay. And thankfully, at least in our area, we have not heard about homes underwater just yet.
She thought she could stay.
Welcome back.
She was under 5 feet of water for 20 hours, and she's like, "Can I still stay? Is this okay?"
I think Texas is fairly far from Florida.
No, I live
Tonight,
in,
Thai
I
water
live in
rescues continue
Nevada.
over in southeast Texas.
I live in Nevada.
Texas is really close to Canada too.
I live in Nevada, General. How do you use your mind for 1 second?
No, it depends on where this is in Texas. Because if you live in Nevada, it's
Gulf
like it
Coast.
can still be pretty far because
that's just
Texas
subjective.
It's not subjective. Texas is a very large state.
Subjective.
It's on the Gulf Coast. This flooding is on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah.
Several feet of floodwater. You can see roads impassable, cars nearly covered, homes surrounded by what seem like a lake. That is the reality over there. And so CBS's Janet Shamlin is in Harris County now, where officials are worried it could get even worse.
It could get
Hey,
even
Amelia,
worse.
good evening to you. We are in the Channelview area of Houston. It is one of the communities in southeast Texas that has been very hard hit by rains and flooding of the last couple of days. And we spent today with the first responders, Harris County Sheriff deputies, who basically put their lives on the line for people who decided they were going to stay in their homes and have now decided they do not want to stay. For example, this airboat behind me is one of 9 owned by the Harris County Sheriffs.
Whenever I see airboats or hear the word airboat, I always think of Half-Life 2.
We went out with them today on that and saw
I've been
people
watching Archer, so Burt Reynolds movie, what is it, Deliverance? Danger Zone. That's one Deliverance from Burt Reynolds, and 2 Danger Zone from
that was fucking stupid. What does that have to do with anything we're talking about, you fucking artard?
Airboats.
Stayed in their homes. Some who were going to continue to stay and ride it out, and others who decided the time was right to get out. So they would bring them out, families. We saw pets being brought out, and bring them here to safety.
Dogs! I wonder if the dog likes the water.
Drunken Crow told me you're stupid,
The roads are waterways.
What does that have to do with anything, Shab?
Sorry, I just thought I'd tell you. All right, go on with the video.
It's been a sunny day here in Southeast Texas, and I spoke with Ed Gonzalez, the sheriff. He told me that lulls people into a sense of this is over, and he says that it's not over, that we still have water rising in many areas, and it's going to continue for the next few days. That's it from here in Channel View. Amelia, I'll send it back to you.
See, it's funny. Like, you see the dog up there. I always wonder, like, what are they thinking
2 days.
in scenarios
That's
like
it from here in
this?
Channel View. Amelia, I'll send it back to you. Thanks.
Let's turn our attention to the main story, the main headline that we're following out of the Houston, Texas area as they're dealing with some major flooding as roadways were covered with water. I do want to put up this tweet right now from the National Weather Service talking about isolated storms they're expected today, but
Indonesia. You know what Indonesia's population is?
Fucking high.
Around 270 million. So it's the fourth most heavily populated country on the planet. It's estimated in the next, like, couple decades surpass the United States.
Dozens have died in the heavy rains that have wreaked havoc on Brazil's southernmost state of Rio Grande do Sul, with scores more unaccounted for. That's according to local authorities speaking on Saturday. Storms have affected hundreds of cities in the state, which borders Uruguay and Argentina. More than 32,000 people have been displaced, according to the state's Civil Defense Authority. The storms have triggered landslides and the partial collapse of a dam at a small hydroelectric power plant, with authorities saying a second dam
Okay, so there's Indonesia, now there's Brazil.
is also at risk. The state is at a geographical meeting point between tropical and polar atmospheres, which has created a weather pattern with periods of intense rain and others of
right?
drought.
Well, there's always been floods. Like I said in the Bible, there was a flood.
Local scientists believe the pattern has been intensifying due to climate change.
Shut up, Gene, you fucking artard. The fuck is this, a volcano?
There's one city in Brazil that's like in the Amazon rainforest. It's literally like in the middle of the rainforest, and I wonder how much they deal with flooding, because I believe it's near the river as well.
Whoa, they saved her!
A gente passou um sufoco desde terça-feira.
Desde terça-feira sem notícias, sem saber como é que eles estavam. Mas felizmente tudo certo, graças ao corpo de bombeiros aí.
Tonight, the deadly flooding disaster in Brazil. Days of heavy rains across the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul, triggering massive floods.
Wait, what
Emergency
is,
crews
what
using
is
helicopters to
causing
air
this,
this.
Shane? Is it a watercano? Watercano.
My God, isn't Shab hilarious?
See, okay.
Watercano!
Watercano.
See, so we're looking at all these fucking floodings and shit, and then we go back to you brought up the Bible again, and okay, no, fucking natural disasters like this happen all the time, and
Like
you know what
water
people
cannons.
need? Yeah, water canos. But like, like conspiracy theorists are just like, oh, why do all
Moss
these?
did it.
Why do all these civilizations, or ancient civilizations, have all these flood myths? Like, okay,
Watercanos.
yeah, fucking. Nope, not because
floods happen all the time.
Yeah, because they live by the fucking water that they need.
Watercano.
Watercanos.
God, Skeppy, are you gonna enable Shab some more? Are you gonna type 1 to claim that he's S tier comedian?
o maior desastre que o nosso estado já tenha enfrentado.
Aerial footage shows mudslides flowing down mountains, smashing into homes, gaping holes left in roads, others completely overrun. Even this animal caught up in the raging current. The floods killing at least 10 people, leaving more than 20 missing and forcing thousands to flee their homes.
A gente não sabe como que vai estar a casa da gente, as coisas da gente, que tanto trabalho a gente passa, né, no dia a dia para construir, né, e para conseguir comprar. E aí agora
grabbing the mic, kid.
Yeah, trying
Stop
to
grabbing the fucking mic, kid.
Comprar, e aí agora chegar do nada e a gente ter perdido tudo, né?
Local authorities now calling
they're looking at it like toy.
How can
federal
I
government
play
for
with
assistance.
that?
The president of Brazil, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, touching down in the region, greeting officials on the ground.
Eu quero dizer para vocês que não faltará, da parte do governo federal, ajuda para cuidar da saúde.
A region desperate for assistance as it tries to keep its head above water. And Tom, weather experts in the region say these extreme conditions are caused by the El Niño.
There is a desperate search for survivors in Kenya after a dam collapse released massive flash floods. Rescue teams are digging through mud and debris. At least 45 people were killed.
He said a dam collapse. Damn. Like,
yeah.
Does he really have to cuss about it? Like, dude, like, I get it. You're from the
Shad,
hood.
that is so
I get it,
funny.
but you don't need to cuss about everything. God, G. No cap.
Dozens more are missing. There are fears that death toll could rise dramatically. Kenya has been dealing with heavy rain since last month. The downpours have intensified over the past week.
An update now on the extreme flooding out of Kenya. Officials say 40 people have died in
And I think the same thing happened in Brazil. Like the dam collapsed.
Western Kenya after a dam collapse there. It comes as the death toll in the
She's
country
cussing
surpasses
too.
100
What
due
a
to flooding.
cunt.
This is an aerial view of that flooded river, the Tana River. The Red Cross there says 23 people were rescued after a boat capsized after heading to a village. More people are missing. The extreme flooding is causing schools to postpone their second terms.
Yeah, now we have to
nearby
watch
Tanzania and
WaterWorld,
Burundi are
Gene.
also dealing with extreme flooding as well.
Oh, that movie sucked.
I thought it was okay.
We have to watch WaterWorld to make up for all this, Gene.
The movie, I felt definitely looked like the design of the world and everything. Like
I felt like I liked it. We watched it together, didn't we, baby? Boo?
yeah.
Yeah, babe. You say okay, babe?
Yeah, but during the making of WaterWorld, they had the whole little set.
It was on water and the camera work when it's constantly shifting
And there was
everything.
world and it was on
there was
water.
but there was a storm that destroyed half of it. So they spent 6 to 9 months rebuilding it.
And it was the most expensive film ever made at the time it was released.
Whoa! What the fuck is happening?
Free watermelon.
Oh my god!
I think they're screaming because they're called in the tide.
I could get being caught in the tide. Weren't they swimming the tide?
What's that?
It looked like a bunch of people were being caught in the tide, but not swimming to the side as they were being caught in the tide.
Well, it's probably hard to do.
I assume
Based
it just
on
looked
the-
like I don't know.
They probably are trying, but
I've only been
it's
caught
probably
in
just
3
not
tides
doing it.
before.
Sure, Shad
that
would
a
know what to
sofa?
do if he was in a tide.
Yeah, 3 times it's happened to me.
Well, anyway, we
You miss me, baby?
6:20. So, we've been going for over 6 hours.
Yeah.
We're at
6 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
It's a
1,370 views. So, 949 subscribers. So, do you think we should go until we hit one more sub?
We should go until we hit 1,000.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go.
No.
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Until one more sub.
I got another 5 hours.
No, they're not gonna want us sub because they don't want us to end it. This weird, illogical thing got ourselves in. Remy
Remy said 1,000. So
Rumi
we got to
said-
do it.
Yeah, Rumi said you need to do 1,000 dick sucks today, Gene. Get to work. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to perform now, would you? Such a womp womp situation.
Gene doesn't have the neck for it.
Yeah, you don't have the neck or the throat or the This is why you only graduated middle school.
Oh my god, Shab's so fucking annoying when he's drunk.
Wait, who?
Yeah,
Oh, we hit
Schoenhaus,
950. Oh my
yeah,
god!
now we can end it. Now I don't have to deal with Shab's bullshit.
Oh my god! I don't have to hit. Jack, come here.
And Monday, well, Dirt's not
Disconnected.
here,
Hold on.
but what do we do on Mondays?
Fuck, everything's
bro?
disconnected.
Movies,
and Dirt and I, if you're a $1 patron, we do the links in the description. We do movie commentaries every week, and if
they
you're a
are
patron,
always good.
you can join us on stream. And last week, Dirt had us watch a documentary. What was it? The Best Place.
I missed out on the first one.
Yeah. So now it's my turn to pick. So I wonder what movie should I have everyone watch?
Not delicate.
Chocolate candy bars, the movie.
What about They Shoot Horses, Don't They?
It's not a real movie.
Yeah, I think that might be good.
Yeah. Well, anyway, become a patron. It would help us out. It helps me cope with having to put up with Shab. It gives me more of an incentive to stream. I need to be paid in order to just deal with Shab and stuff. Be his babysitter. But we'll see you, and I'll probably do some gaming streams this week. Skeppy and I have been playing Fallout 76, and I've been playing Civilization 6 with Crow and...
No, not me. I'm done.
Oh, what? You're done with Civ?
No, I still play it, but I ain't gonna play it with you.
Yeah,
Why
you
not?
suck at that game.
Doesn't like that I dominated him the other day. Well, anyway, still a piece to...
You're gay.
Skeppy's a good mod. He put the link in the chat.
Yeah, click the Patreon link. Peace, guys. You're gay. In a good way.